Dreamscape presents Forewarned by Chantal Fernando. Narrated by Anne Robert. Chapter 1. Astrid. I've always known I was a seer. Before my mother died when I was 8, she made me promise on her deathbed never to tell anyone. I knew why. She told me to keep it a secret for as long as I can remember. Seers have always been prized in all 8 kingdoms, usually to be given to kings. I didn't want that life for me. I would never allow anyone to use me in whatever political games they were playing. But I hated that I couldn't help people. My visions came with touch, but sometimes they hit me out of nowhere or in my dreams. I used the healing powers I was blessed with, but never openly spoke about them. Only one person in our realm knows almost everything about me, and even he doesn't know about my visions. Especially the one that got me to where I am right now. But the thing about visions, they can change. August sits opposite me, sliding a jug of ice-cold beer over to me. His brown hair, similar in color to mine, falls over his face in curls, almost covering his brown eyes. He seems relaxed, but I know how many weapons he has concealed on his body. "Are you going to tell me why you don't want to head back into the city?" he asks, studying me as he leans back in the worn leather booth, his broad shoulders taking up most of the space. The inn is dimly lit, smoke filling it from the pipes the older men at the bar are inhaling. I consider my words as I take a sip. Can't be there right now. I'm giving him nothing, I know. But I also know that he trusts me. When my mother Elspeth died, I had no family to take me in. Luckily, August's mother, who was a cook in one of the inns, took me in and raised me as her own. It's been 5 years since she was killed, and since then, it's just been him and me. I don't know what I'll do when he finds his maid and leaves me behind to be with her. August is a catch. He's good-looking, kind, badass, a warrior, and a defender. When he decided to take up mercenary work after he turned 18, I followed him. We're both 25 now, and it's been one hell of a ride. We've been through so much together, and he's always been my rock. "You're going to have to give me a little more than that this time, Star," he replies, using the same nickname since we were kids. He knows there are things I haven't told him, but he doesn't push me. He's done nothing but make me feel safe. Because if we head back there, we can make some extra easy money before we head home. Home. We don't have a home. Not really. Just his mom's now empty cottage where all our memories live. "What jobs do we have lined up?" I ask, tapping my fingers on the wooden table. He arches his brow, his lips thinning. "You know what kind of jobs I have lined up?" "Right. Fighting, killing, hunting. Just an average week for us." "I help where I can," I remind him, rolling my eyes. "I know you do," he replies, eyes gentling. It's true, though, that August does most of it. I'm here to assist him when he needs it and have his back in all things, but he usually wants me to keep my hands clean. That doesn't mean I'm not a warrior in my own right. Thanks to him, I can fight. He's been training me for as long as I can remember. August always tries to keep as much blood off my hands as he can, and I love him for that. I always do whatever I have to, but deep inside, I know I wasn't born to be a killer. I know we don't have much money left. In fact, after paying for our room for the night, we probably shouldn't even be drinking the damn beverages in our hands. The kingdom of Aravel is big enough that I don't think we'd run into anyone we don't want to, I suppose. It's a gamble. But August always compromises for me. Okay, let's go to Aravel then. I nod, taking another drink while I watch him down his own, his throat working as he swallows. August's white tunic is open at the chest, showing a hint of smooth tan skin. I've seen more than one woman here checking him out when we walked in, and sometimes I wonder what his life would be like if it didn't include me. If there's anything you want to do tonight, I say quietly, clearing my throat, I will be fine alone upstairs. Those chocolate eyes flicker with warm amusement. Am I being grumpy or something? You think I need to get laid? I almost choke, coughing slightly. I'm just saying I don't want you to feel like you always have to babysit me, and I know you have your own needs. His brow furrows. Star, you're not a burden to me. You're all I fucking have. But thank you for your permission to go out and get my dick. Okay, forget I said anything, I groan, looking anywhere but at him. I notice he doesn't give me the same offer in return. August is nothing but protective when it comes to me. There have been times when he's snuck off, and I've assumed that was to be with women, but those seem to be few and far between. I'm just saying, I press. How will you find your mate if you are never looking? Some people never find their mates, he points out, a muscle ticking in his jaw. He always seems to get tense when I mention mates. I don't know why. So I won't live my life searching for mine. And you shouldn't either. Trust me, I'm doing everything in my power not to find mine. But he's right. Mates are rare. Chosen by the fates, but not always delivered. Once you bond with your mate, your magic is amplified and sometimes shared. It's another incentive for people to follow the destiny that's been picked out for them, because who wouldn't want more power? Okay, forget the mates. What about sex? He offers, eyes dancing with delight. He leans forward, bracing himself on the table, the corded muscle of his arms working with the movement. His eyes suddenly narrow as if coming to a realization. Are you trying to get rid of me tonight so you can get some action? I roll my eyes. Yeah, August, I'm going to pick up one of the delicious men in here. I wave my arm around to the selection of men. None of them appealing in the slightest. Humans, fae, vampires, shifters, they are all here. You can tell them apart by the feel of their magic, and the more powerful a being is, the more I can feel it pulsing on my skin. But none of them interest me. I am not looking for a fling or a one-night stand. But there are a few pretty women around, which made me think of it. August simply laughs and finishes the rest of his beer in one smooth swallow. I'm about to change the subject when a fey male approaches and offers me his hand to dance. I can sense some magic in him, and he must be high-born with his pointed ears, different from my round ones. Sorry, I'm not in the dancing mood tonight. August arches his brow, his lip twitching as I kindly decline. He generally has two moods, amused or pissed off. So I'm glad tonight he's going with the former. Come on, miss. Live a little. The Fae grins, still holding his hand out to me, but I shake my head shyly with a gentle smile. She said no, August snaps, perhaps annoyed that he didn't take no for an answer the first time. He backs off, hands up in the air, and goes to try and dance with another woman instead. I don't know why they think if they hound you, you'll change your mind, he mutters under his breath. That's when I hear the woman at the booth behind me say to her friend, "Did you hear about the prince?" "Which one?" the second woman replies. "The Shadow Prince," she replies, lowering her voice. "Apparently, he came through here last week and left with 3 women. He gets around, doesn't he? Sounds like when he's not fucking, he's fighting. I wonder how many people are down in the royal dungeon being tortured by him. I heard he's the one who does all the dirty work for the king." Downing the rest of my drink, I block out their gossip and switch my interest to the patrons dancing instead. I've heard all the stories about the Shadow Prince before, his cruelty, and how much of a man-whore he is. The ladies are correct. Fuck or fight seems to be his life motto. The 4 princes are meant to be nothing but powerful, spoiled, bloodthirsty males, and I'd be more than happy never to run into any of them. The music becomes louder and the occupants drunker, so we decide to head to bed. We quickly head up to our room and climb onto the soft mattress. Laying back, I stare at the roof, listening to August's gentle breathing next to me. As my eyes close, the vision hits like it was waiting for me. Me, on my knees, tears dripping down my face. My power depleted. I'm an empty shell. I sit up, taking deep breaths, my hand on my chest. No. I don't care what fate has in store for me. I choose my own destiny. And I will never choose him. Chapter 2. Let's stop here. August turns and calls out to me, leading his horse, Bear, to the lake. I do the same with my Willow, patting her beautiful white mane as she slows down. When I get down to stretch my legs, August hands me an apple and a piece of dried meat. "Thanks," I murmur, taking a bite as I gauge our surroundings. When the veil between our realms was cast open, almost a decade ago, everything changed. There used to only be Fae living among us in our kingdom, where we were once divided and ruled by 6 different courts. Now, it is nothing but chaos, with all kinds of creatures residing here and one Fae king ruling us. Each species has its own king or queen and territory, but we are free to roam. In the Fae kingdom, there's definitely a hierarchy, starting with royalty and the highborn Fae, some of which are warriors. And then there's the rest of us. And sometimes it's hard to tell who you can trust because everyone has their own motives and agendas. That's why, when I see 2 vampires stroll over, I quickly grab my dagger and move closer to August. He's already armed, just in case, and casually positions himself in front of me. I feed the rest of my apple to Willow, then turn back to them. I can see they are bonded from the magical gold mating bands on their wrists, which makes them even more dangerous if they want to attack. "We don't mean any harm," the female says softly. Her long blonde hair is tangled in waves around her shoulders. She looks tired, her arms wrapped around her stomach. The large male turns to his mate with concerned, narrowed eyes, like that wasn't his plan at all. August grabs his short sword, while I grip my blade tightly and eye the female, who I'd go after. One strike to the heart. I can't miss, or I'm going to end up as their blood bag. "My mate is injured," the male says, shifting on his feet uncomfortably, like he's not used to asking for help. "And my magic is drained. Please, help us get out of here." "What happened?" I ask, stepping forward. August instantly puts his arm out, blocking me, predicting my next move before I thought to do it. It's just in me to help, no matter who they are. "A fight broke out at the festival," the male explains, reaching out to hold his mate. "She was stabbed, and I lost control." The festival. The reason I wanted to avoid the kingdom of Aravel, especially during this time, is because I know for sure that everyone will be there. If his mate was attacked, no wonder he lost control. Mates are known to be protective, ruthlessly so. He must have used his magic trying to help and keep her safe. "What do you want us to do?" August asks, his tone calm, bored even. His arm is still in front of me, blocking my path from getting any closer. "Your best bet is to head back into Aravel to find a healer." "I don't know if she will last," he replies, staring up at our horses. It's the look in his eyes that gets me. He's scared shitless that he's going to lose the love of his life. "We can't give you our horses," I reply, frowning. "They are family to us." His head drops, and I think he knows that even if he tried to fight us, he'd lose. August might not be a highborn fae, but he's not without his own magic. He's faster than most and a strong fighter. He's also incredibly good with casting wards, and none can contain him. I've seen him simply walk through warded doors. I asked him once if he could choose any gift, what would he pick? He said he'd be a void, which is someone magic doesn't work on. At the time, I'd said I'd choose to be a mirror, which is someone who can use the power of those around them. But to be honest, I'm happy with being a healer. "Can I have a look at her wound?" I ask, unable to stand here and do nothing. I might be able to help. "Astrid," August warns, shaking his head slightly. "Please," the vampire begs, glancing between us. I take August's hand in mine and give it a gentle squeeze. I know he doesn't like it when I put others over myself, but if the situation were reversed, we would want someone to help us. Stepping toward the female, I bend closer, and she lets her hands fall away. Blood seeps out of her black dress, and she stares up at me with horrified red eyes. "What is your name?" I ask, trying to distract her. "Pearl," she replies, trembling. "Okay, Pearl, I need you to lay back on the grass." I can feel August's disapproval waft over me, but he says, "You can trust her." Her mate helps Pearl lay back, and I sit on my knees next to her, placing my hands on her chest, my eyes closed tightly. My hands heat almost uncomfortably as I pour my magic into her, and I feel the wound fixing itself, almost like a regeneration. In my mind, I see what's happening inside her body and visualize it repairing itself through my gift. It doesn't come without a cost to me. The pain she felt from the stabbing rocks me back onto my heels as I feel the knife slice through my skin, accompanied by fear and adrenaline. August is at my back, hands on my shoulders, rubbing gently, letting me know he's there and has me. And then I remove my hands, and I'm standing in his arms, shaking. "It's healed," I hear Pearl exclaim in surprise. Gathering myself, I turn around and see the two of them embracing, tears in her mate's eyes, the relief evident. He turns to me. "My name is Drake. We will never forget this. We owe you, and we always pay our debts." I don't expect any kind of repayment, so I smile and move back to Willow. Now with their strength, the two vampires zip and disappear into the air. Gripping my saddle, August lifts me back onto my seat. I'm weaker, and it's not ideal for me to be like this when we are heading right into Aravel during the festival. But I made a choice, and now I have to live with it. "Astrid," August sighs, rubbing the back of his neck. "You can't save everyone." "No," I agree, swallowing hard. "But I can save some." "Get on Bear. You can sleep behind me for the rest of the way," he offers, but I shake my head. "I'll be okay, but thank you," I reply, flashing him a tired smile. With only a few hours left of riding, I can make it. I can't afford to be asleep when returning to enemy territory, as I need to have my wits about me. His stare is assessing, and he looks like he wants to argue, but he hesitantly nods and gets back on his horse. But August stays closer and watches me to make sure I'm okay. After an hour, we take a break. August fusses over me, ensuring I drink enough water and eat some dried meat and bread before we continue on our way. When we arrive, the city is filled with people, music, and dancing. The vibrant decorations and the happy smiles of the people we pass catch my eye. Today is the day everyone celebrates the king's birthday. Although he seems well-liked, the king is known for turning a blind eye to anything his sons do. There is an inequality in the whole thing. Rules don't apply to them, and I doubt they care about anyone outside the palace walls. I also never understood the reason for putting on such a big show, but seeing the busy vendors and bustling streets makes me smile. August leads us to the inn where we usually stay, and we leave our horses in the stables. "I have to go meet with Sam," he says, tucking strands of my brown hair off my face that have escaped my braid. "Are you staying here or coming along? You know I'd normally take you, but you're struggling to stay awake." Sam is the person who finds us jobs when we are in Aravel, and because it's such a big kingdom, there's usually a lot on offer, and August can pick and choose which ones he takes. "I'll stay here," I reply, not liking either option. I won't be able to sleep here, watching the door to make sure I'm safe. But August is right. I'm dead on my feet and don't want to be caught off guard. He nods, gently gripping the back of my neck and leading me inside. The room is as usual, nothing fancy, but it has everything we need, including clean sheets and an attached bathroom. "Keep your blade on you," he commands. "August, I know," I reply, rolling my eyes. "Fuck, maybe I'll stay and go tomorrow," he mutters to himself. "You don't have to." A lady knocks on the door, bringing up some hot water for me to take a bath. I thank her and lock the door when she leaves. Going up on my tiptoes, I kiss his cheek. He's a lot taller than my 5'6", being well over 6 feet. "I'll see you when I get back." Once I'm in the bathroom, I slowly peel off my tunic and leggings and slide into the warm bath with a contented sigh. My whole body aches, and I am drained from healing the vampire. But I don't regret it. My magic is a blessing from the fates, and it makes me feel useful to be able to help. I stay in the water until my skin is wrinkled, and I feel better as I step back into the room, only to find August still standing there. He stares at my face as I stand before him in nothing but the small towel. "August, you can go. I'll be fine." "Are you sure?" he asks, hesitating. "Yes, I'm feeling better already. A hot bath always helps, but it's sleep that will re-energize me." Once I'm dressed, I slide into the hard yet comfortable bed. August pulls the sheet over me, tucking me in like a child. "Okay, I'll be back as soon as I can," he replies, closing the door behind him. "Be safe," I whisper. My eyes close, and I fall into a deep, healing sleep. Chapter 3. The warm sunshine on my face wakes me up, which means I must have slept for a whole day. "Good morning," August says, staring over at me from a chair in the corner of the room. He's bathed and changed into a fresh navy tunic with gold stitching, his hair still damp. He stands up to hand me a plate of food which is waiting for me. "Thank you," I whisper, my voice still sleepy. My stomach grumbles, and I sit up and start eating the eggs, bacon, bread, and cheese. "Did you go see Sam?" "I did," he says, idly flipping his silver dagger over his fingers. "I warded the door so no one except me could enter." I knew he would. "What does Sam want us to do?" I ask, moaning around a bite of the salty bacon. "I already took care of one matter," he admits, wincing. "So I made us some money from that." He told me that one of the prisoners from the palace escaped. "How much do you get if you capture him?" I ask, knowing where he is going with this. "Enough to keep us going for months," he replies, stretching his neck from side to side, then pinning me with his brown eyes. "But before we get into that, I want to know why you didn't want to come here in the first place. I kept thinking about it the whole ride here. I need you to tell me, Astrid. I know there are things you don't share, and I don't like it, but I respect it. But I don't know how to keep you safe if you don't tell me." I swallow hard. August usually doesn't call me out like he is right now, and I don't know how to respond. He isn't the only one trying to keep the others safe. "The less you know, the safer you will be." "That's bullshit and you know it," he growls, his eyes narrowing to slits. "The less I know, the more disadvantaged and ignorant I am. I'm not going anywhere, no matter what. So just tell me. I've always known you are more powerful than you let on, and have more to you than your healing abilities. What I don't know is why you keep it from me. And if the truth puts you in danger? I don't fucking care, he says with intention. I notice how his hands clench like he's trying to control his anger. I suppose he's been holding this in for a long time, maybe waiting for me to open up and tell him, and I never did. So, yeah, I'd be pissed too. Closing my eyes for a second, I open them with defeat. Maybe it's time he knows everything. Okay, you're right. I take a deep, centering breath. The reason I didn't want to come here is because... I lower my voice to a whisper, and he leans forward to listen. I know who my mate is, August, and he's not a good man. I don't want to see him, and I know he's here. He sits back, his face paling. August looks like he's seen a ghost, and this is why I didn't want to tell him. He hates talking about our mates. Maybe that's because it's not each other. I don't know. But we haven't had that discussion yet. How did you see who your mate is? He asks, a muscle working in his jaw. Is that how you know things? Just random things that you shouldn't? His eyes flash with hurt, anger, and... regret? Yes, I say quietly, scooting forward on the bed and taking his hand in mine. August goes silent for a few moments, his shock turning into a quiet rage as he processes what I've said. The sound jars me when he cracks his knuckles one by one. You're a seer, he finally replies, so softly I can barely hear it. And then, louder. You were right not to tell anyone, Star. I nod. But I'm not anyone, he says, looking down at our entwined hands. You should have told me about everything. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you here during the festival. Well, we're here now. Let's just do what we need to, and I'll keep a low profile. It will be fine. He doesn't ask who my mate is. He must not want to know. And the truth is, I don't want to tell him. Don't be angry with me, please, I say to him, waiting for his brown eyes to meet mine. When they do, they are filled with hurt, and I flinch. He lets go of my hand and stands. Where are you going? I need a drink, he murmurs and leaves the room. I feel the sizzle of magic he uses as he wards the door once more, and wince at his loud steps back down the stairs. Fuck. He's mad. And he has every right to be. There shouldn't be secrets between us, because all we have is each other. And if we break, I have nothing. Not 20 minutes later, the same lady returns to the door with hot water. Even upset, he's still looking after me. Once I'm in my tunic and slacks, I strap my daggers in their sheaths, one at my ankle and two at my waist, then rebraid my hair, the end of it falling at my hips. It's so long that it's inconvenient, but I can't find it in myself to cut it. I leave my sword tucked away in the room. When I head downstairs to find August, I come to a stop, my jaw wide open. A curvy blonde woman is perched in his lap, and he doesn't even notice me. I ignore the sickness I feel in my stomach at the sight, knowing I have no right to those feelings, and head outside for some fresh air. Even though I suggested he should do what he's doing just last night, the timing of him deciding to do so hurts like hell. Absently rubbing my chest, I go check on the horses. "We should have never come here," I muttered to Willow, giving her and Bear a pet on the nose. And now I am stuck outside because I don't want to go back and intrude on August. At least the room is free if he needs it. Scowling at the thought, I walk farther away from the festival, pulling up the hood on my cloak, hiding my hair and face. Who knew he liked big, giant breasts? I muttered to myself, glancing down at my small pair. I mean, they were enough for a handful, but not more than that. I have a thin waist that flares into wide hips, and a slightly bigger ass than is in fashion. Walking down the cobbled street, I pass a few stalls selling foods, various items, and handmade crafts, and stop to admire some beautiful studded and jeweled daggers and knives. And that's when I feel it. Energy sliding through me, calling me, taunting me, enticing me. And it is strong. Slowly, I step back until I'm hidden by the stall's side wall and curiously look toward the pole. A man stands there, dressed in all black and shrouded in magic, a sword at his hip on one side and a beautiful woman at the other. He turns his head and looks in my direction, his brow furrowing. My mate. The Shadow Prince. There's no time to think. I turn and run. Chapter 4. When I turned 16, I first saw the vision of his classic handsome face, eyes as blue and cold as the clearest ocean, framed by thick dark lashes, black hair with a slight curl, and full lips often pursed in a scowl. I usually have to touch someone to see the future, but sometimes random visions can hit me out of nowhere, or find me in my dreams. He had a crown on his head, and he looked down on me as I sat on my knees before him with tears in my eyes. I knew he was my mate. I felt it in my soul. And I knew he was a monster. Prince Rave's reputation precedes him. There are 4 brothers in his line, Rave, Cove, Nico, and Elios, in that order. Each one commands different gifts, but they are a force to be reckoned with. And Prince Rave? They call him the Shadow Prince. I'd heard all the rumors about him, how powerful he is, how he fucks his way through the kingdom. He is known for his ruthlessness, and no one wants to be on his bad side. He controls the darkness and everything in it. Prince Rave is a force to be reckoned with, and one of the most powerful fae alive. He is a walking nightmare, and I have no idea why the fates decided to choose him for me. The royal line of fae has been kept strong with selective breeding for centuries. Imagine if they ever found out that me, someone from a commoner line, is his soulmate. They'd probably have me killed. But that's not why I never want him to find me. In my vision, I have no power left, like he sucked it all out of me, and I'm a shell of who I once was. I know how seeing the future works. Things change, and sometimes I never see the whole picture. But I will always remember how I felt. And I was heartbroken and weak. I'm never going to let that vision become a reality. If the prince found and wanted to bond with me, it would mean that our gifts would be amplified, and we'd both reach our peak height of magic. We'd be tethered and able to feel each other in a connection so intimate that nothing else would compare. We're biologically wired to want each other. But from what I've heard, the man doesn't need more power. He's been called one of the most powerful, high-born fae alive, with his ability to control and manipulate darkness so terrifying that no one wants to cross him. Only when I'm back at the inn do I stop, no longer able to feel him and his power calling to me. My hands on my knees, I catch my breath as August barrels around the corner and comes to a stop when he sees me.
"Where the hell did you go?"
he asks, gently gripping my upper arm and pulling me into the stables.
"What were you thinking, Star? Why didn't you even tell me that you left?"
"You were busy," I reply, pulling my arm from his touch. His eyes flicker with something like regret. "So I went for a little walk to stretch my legs." "This isn't a game. No, it's my life," I snap, crossing my arms over my chest. "I can't sit in that room all day and night."
"I know, but bringing you with me to find this person might lead us to bigger problems."
He sighs, rubbing the back of his neck. I know I should tell him, but he hasn't asked, and I don't want to worry August any further. The prince didn't see me, and he sure as hell didn't find me. "Do you want me to stay here or come with you?" I ultimately ask, leaving it to him.
"If I leave you here, will you stay out of trouble?"
he replies, arching his brow. I shrug, and he shakes his head.
"Then I think I'd rather you be with me,"
he finally decides, his arms stretching over my shoulder.
"I hate it when we fight."
"Me too, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you," I say, sighing as I realize I should tell him what happened, or I'll be apologizing again pretty damn soon.
"I don't want you to freak out, okay?"
He stills and turns me to face him.
"What happened?"
Swallowing hard, I grimace. I went for a walk, and I felt this pull, this power just drawing me in. It was him, my mate. I turned and ran.
"And you're only telling me now?"
he growls, a panicked look entering his eyes.
"Get your stuff. We're leaving right now."
"What about the bounty?" I ask, letting him lead me back inside and up the stairs.
"Fuck the money," he grits out as he starts to pack and we leave.
Heading in the opposite direction of where I saw the prince, we stop about 2 hours out of Aravel in a small village. August made some money from the mark, although he still hasn't said what it was, so I don't know how long it will keep us going. August has barely spoken to me, and while I sit under a tree and drink some water, he starts to pace. I hate that I've caused him this much stress. This is on me, and is exactly why, up until now, I've kept everything to myself, my burden to bear. "I'm sorry," I call out to him. He stops and pins me with an unimpressed look.
"Which part?"
"All of it," I say, wrapping my arms around myself. His eyes gentle, and he comes and sits next to me, the tree bark digging into our backs.
"It will be fine. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're safe."
"I'm not worried about me," I say, turning my head to look at him. "And if something happens, August, I want you to get out of here, okay?" There goes any softening of his brown eyes.
"That's what you think of me? That I'm going to abandon you? Just go off and leave you alone?"
"You can't save me from my mate. No one can." Even I can hear both the sadness and acceptance in my tone. But this is the hand the fates have decided to give me.
"I can if he never finds you,"
August says after a few moments of silence. Unless you want him to. I shake my head adamantly. I told you I don't. I don't think I was ready to hear about him before, and that hasn't changed. But I need to know who exactly he is. August asks, as 4 men appear from the forest. Shit. We both jump up and move to the horses. August grabs my sword and hands it to me before getting his own. There's no time to play coy and see what they want like last time, because they come at us charging. No words, just fighting. August goes for the 2 largest men, leaving me the other 2. They appear human, and although some highborn fae use glamour to appear as such, I don't feel any magic. I start swinging, and August knocks 1 man down and then stands at my back while fighting the other. I stab one of the men in the leg, then turn on the other. His eyes widen in fear. I don't think he pictured a woman being able to fight and take on a man so easily. I don't like harming people. I'm a healer, so it goes against my natural instincts. But I will always do what I need to protect myself and those I love. When the man drops to his knees, I lift the sword to his throat. I'm assuming they are thieves by how they are dressed and the beady looks in their eyes. August kills the man I injured, then turns to the one in front of me. After studying him for a few moments, he knocks him out with a punch to his head. I turn to him, arching my brow. That's the guy with the bounty on him, he comments, eyebrows rising. He's wanted for murder. The idiot has literally fallen into our laps. Murder? What, so we have to go back into Aravel? I ask, brows furrowing. We just ran out of there like our asses were on fire. He cleans his sword on the man's shirt while he thinks. I'll go back. You stay here. I glance around. We are in the middle of the fucking forest. What? You know who lives about an hour from here? He asks, turning to face me, a slight grin on his lips. No, I groan, shaking my head. I'd rather take my chances with the Shadow Prince than stay with August's cousin Benedict. He is, well, a dick. Just one night. I'll be back by tomorrow, August says, picking up his captor like he weighs nothing and dragging him toward Bear. I'll be fine by myself, you know. I'll just get a room in the village, I call after him, walking faster to keep up with his pace. Benedict lives in that village. Why would we pay when you can be safe at his place? He replies. I hate it when he's right. Chapter 5. Benedict opens his cottage door shirtless, perking up as he lays his brown eyes on us. Isn't this an unexpected surprise? Cousin, how are you? He grins, then lowers his gaze to my face. Still have your little sidekick with you? Or have you finally made your move on her? August clears his throat. Remember that favor you owe me? Benedict taps a finger on his stubbled cheek, deep in thought. No, I don't. How convenient, August replies cheerfully and steps inside, pulling me with him. I have to run an errand, and I need Astrid to stay here tonight and for you to make sure you keep her safe. Benedict sighs heavily and wanders into his stone-clad house. I close the door behind me and follow them inside. August pulls out a chair for me at the wooden dining table. I sit and glance around his space, taking in the piles of books his sword collection, and other random collectibles.
You never leave her alone. What's the occasion?
He asks, arching his brow. I roll my eyes. August's doing a job and doesn't want me to come with him this time. There's no way in hell I'm telling him anything about what's going on right now. Benedict is the biggest gossip I've ever met. I see, he murmurs, glancing between August and me. Okay, she's welcome to stay, and I'll protect and keep her out of trouble. He turns to me. But you can cook us dinner. Auntie Fiona used to go on and on about how much of a good cook you are, and she did that for a living. The mention of August's mom hurts my heart, but I smile at the memory. She was a woman who never had anything bad to say about anyone, and she often bragged about me like I was her own child. And in many ways, I was. Deal. August stands, his eyes roaming over me. I need to go. I've left a man bound and gagged on my horse. Benedict makes a choking sound.
I'm sorry, what?
I follow August back outside to say goodbye, and now alone, he turns to me and cups my face with his warm palm. His familiar, fresh, and masculine scent hits me, and I find myself wanting to bury my face into his neck. You'll be okay? I nod, our gazes connecting and holding. There's something different about this moment. He looks like he wants to say something but is holding back. Finally, he leans forward and kisses my lips gently, catching me off guard. My eyes widen in surprise, and he smiles, so I do the same in return. He kisses me again, deeper this time and more sensual. His tongue touches mine, tasting me. I moan against him and touch my lips when he pulls away. My first proper kiss. I know we have a lot going on, and I'm not your mate, which is a hard fucking pill to swallow. But I don't care. Whatever we have, it's enough. I'll be back tomorrow. Okay, I reply, processing his words. He flashes me another smile, likely at my shocked expression, turns with fluid grace, throws a leg over Bear, and rides away, his captive still knocked out and tied behind him. Walking back into the cottage in a stupor, Benedict is already missing and nowhere to be found. I head out into his beautiful and well-kept garden to see what he has growing that I can use to make tonight's meal. I scream when he jumps out from behind a tree, scaring the shit out of me. He laughs, still half naked, like he's hilarious. You're not funny, I tell him. He simply grins and hands me a basket for the vegetables. I'm surprised you and my cousin aren't together yet. You're not getting any younger, that's for sure. I purse my lips. Aren't you single? I'm waiting for my mate, he replies with a shrug, running his hand through his shaggy blonde hair. There's no point falling in love with someone and then leaving them when one of us finds our true love. Then why are you surprised that I'm not with August? I ask, frowning. He's not my mate. He doesn't seem to care, not with that kiss he just gave you. I pick up a carrot and throw it at him. I should have known you'd be spying on us. Are you still a virgin? He asks, with a smirk I'd love to wipe off his annoying face. You must be the oldest virgin in all the kingdoms. You're the biggest asshole in all the kingdoms, I snap, turning back and going inside before I knock his ass out. Even though he's probably right. But it's not like I've had the chance to go out, meet people, and be reckless. I've been alone with August since his mom died, the two of us just trying to survive. And I haven't felt the need to go out and sleep with someone simply for the hell of it. I make a stew for dinner, and it keeps me busy and stops me from strangling Benedict. It was August's mom's recipe, which makes me think of her. The second I fall asleep, a vision hits me. August, smiling down at a beautiful blonde-haired woman with love in his eyes. His mate. She kisses him, and their power swirls between them. I wake panting and sit up with my hand on my chest. Now I feel more confused than ever. As it hits lunchtime the next day, I wonder when August will return. Benedict went into town to do something or another, and I've been outside doing some exercise and shadow boxing to keep myself occupied. The vision last night has left me questioning everything. It's like the vision knew that August had kissed me, and just when I was thinking about saying to hell with it and jumping into something with him. But August has a mate, and he finds her. And it looks like he got luckier than me with his. First, I saw my mate, and now his. I feel more like a fucking matchmaker than a seer right now. There is probably a market for that, I think. When late afternoon hits and August isn't back, I start to worry. When evening hits, I'm in a panic. "I'm sure he's fine," Benedict says, but I know concern when I see it in his eyes. I sleep another night alone, and then I jump on my horse and ride right back into the storm. Aravel. There are no simple coincidences in life, and right now, that's where I'm meant to be. Chapter 6. August always reminded me that it wasn't safe for a woman to travel alone. However, experiencing it firsthand is something else. He was right, and men are fucking pigs. I ignore the looks, the catcalls, and even the attempts to scare me. I am back in the city and looking for Sam when a fae grabs me by my upper arm, his fingers pressing into my skin hard enough to bruise. "And what have we here?" he leers, giving me a once-over that leaves me feeling dirty. "A pretty woman like you shouldn't be out here alone. You never know who you'll run into." I suddenly wish I brought Benedict with me instead of riding off without him. "Get your hands off me," I tell him, sliding my dagger out in one smooth motion and pointing it at his neck, almost breaking his skin. I let my magic sizzle through my skin so he can feel it. He might not know what gift I have, but he knows it's strong, and he takes a step back, letting go of me. I bring up my elbow and hit him in the face, breaking his nose. "Learn how to treat a woman, you piece of shit," I mutter, stepping around him and continuing on my way. Not long after, I find Sam standing out in front of his brown brick cottage, chatting with a group of 3 witches. They all stop and stare. He quietly says something to them, and they walk away. "Where is he?" I ask the shapeshifter. Although Sam's line of work isn't exactly heroic, I don't think he's necessarily a bad person, and I know he has a soft spot for August. When he rubs the back of his neck, his face paling slightly, I know he doesn't have good news for me. "What happened?" I press, my chest tightening. "He found the escapee, got the bounty," he explains, shifting on his large feet. "But when the palace guards searched him,
they found the diamonds in his pocket and arrested him.
My whole body freezes. What diamonds?
The ones I paid him to deliver to someone back in your village, he replies, scowling. I didn't think he'd walk into the palace with them on him.
How did they know they weren't his? I ask, wondering how the hell we have gotten to this moment. The thought of August, who has never stolen anything in his life, being accused of theft, pisses me off. He's many things, but a petty thief isn't one of them. Oh, and a mercenary is any better?
Because they were stolen from the palace,
Sam admits quietly, and I suddenly feel like I need to sit. And you didn't tell him that? I yell, and my magic rushes out, pushing him backward.
Fucking hell, Astrid, I didn't think. No, he didn't know that. He wouldn't have done it if he did, he replies.
Shit, I snap, turning around and walking back to Willow. What am I meant to do? I can't leave August to rot in the royal dungeons, but going there means walking into a future I was trying so hard to avoid. If my mate sees me, he won't let me leave. I know that. But what other option do I have?
Where are you going?
Sam calls out to me. To the one place I didn't want to end up, I reply, more to myself than him. And then I ride to the palace, the wind in my hair, enjoying what might very well be the last of my freedom. I've always known that visions and fate can change, but moments like this remind me that sometimes there is no fighting destiny. Maybe luck will be on my side as I stand before the castle, telling myself he might not even be here. But then I realize I'm a nobody and can't just show up and demand to see him. Walking up the stairs to the palace, I stop by one of the guards, a warrior highborn fae. Excuse me, who do I speak to about a prisoner here? He brings his green eyes to me, a bored expression on his handsome face. No one. Prisoners have to go in front of the king, plead their case, and then he decides what to do with them. So I can't even visit one? I ask. He shakes his head. I realize I have two options. One, I could try to break inside and find the dungeon, but without some inside help, I doubt I'd get far. Two, I could knock this guard out, or at least try, and get thrown in there. But then we'd both likely never see the light of day. People who end up in the royal dungeons are rarely ever heard from again, and that's why time is of the essence. Don't even think of doing anything stupid, the warrior rumbles, his eyes narrowed on mine. But I don't miss the spark of amusement there. I really need to see my friend. Surely there's a way to make that happen. Please tell me, and I will owe you a favor. He tilts his head back and laughs. I could stab him and then offer to heal him, but I don't think that would go down well either. And what could you offer me, little fae? He asks, lip twitching in delight. I'm about to open my mouth to reply when a vision hits me, and I stumble back. The warrior catches me and holds me while I'm lost in my head. I see the king, sitting on his earthen throne, ordering August's death. He's on his knees, chin up, not showing any emotion. The king looks down at the diamonds in his hands. The warrior holding me is the one behind August, sword at his throat. If I wasn't freaking out before, I sure as hell am now. Are you okay? He asks with a frown. Do you need to see a healer? Laughter escapes me. This couldn't get any worse. A healer won't be able to help me. Thank you, but I'm okay. Just felt dizzy for a second. I murmur, stepping out of his embrace. I walk back down the staircase with his eyes drilling into the back of my head. Not knowing what my next course of action will be, I turn left and walk around the side of the castle. It keeps going on and on, but I keep walking around the outskirts of the surrounding forest. I don't know what I'm looking for, something that might lead me to a new plan, because I'm not leaving here without August. I don't care what I have to do. Just as that thought hits me, I turn the corner and come to a stop. I've walked into a fucking party, and everyone has stopped to look at me. And then I feel it. That pull of power, that tug, that sense of fucking longing that I've been trying to escape. The shadow prince stands from his seat, the chair flying behind him. And it's like there's no one else here, instead of the 100-odd partygoers currently watching with their mouths left hanging wide open. His cold blue eyes narrow on me when I step backward, almost tripping in my haste. Then he storms toward me, his magic pulsing up his arms. And for what surely must be the first time in Fae history, I turn and run from the one fated for me. Chapter 7. Thinking it's my best bet, I run straight into the forest, but don't get far. I'm fast, but he's faster, even in the fancy-looking white suit he's wearing. As I dart through the thick trees, I feel the shadows closing in, the darkness working for him, sending a shockwave over my skin. Then, he's there. He jumps and grabs me, sparks shooting up my arms where his fingers grip my skin. In one smooth motion, he turns and stops our fall, so I land on him instead of the other way around. He is lying flat on the grass with me on top of him, our bodies touching everywhere. And I feel all of him. And there's a lot to feel. Time slows as he continues to look at me, both of us panting. He's the most striking man I've ever seen. Thick, dark hair, ocean blue eyes, and full lips, just like in my dream. His face is sculptured, with strong cheekbones and a straight nose. He has a chiseled jawline, and I find myself wanting to run my tongue across it. He is classically handsome, but there's a hint of darkness in that gaze, and there's a harsh tilt to his mouth. This is the man who is almost too beautiful to be real. This is the man who has the power to break me, should I let him.
"That was you I felt yesterday," he whispers. His voice has a deep, gravelly tone that sends a shiver down my spine. He brings his face to my neck and breathes in deeply, his nostrils flaring as he takes in my scent. In one quick move, I pull my dagger out of the sheath at my hips and point it right under his neck, my fingers tightly grasping the hilt. Let me go. My breathing is hard, my skin crawling with panic, but I try to remain impassive, but also uncompromising. I don't want him to know how terrified I am right now. I don't want to give him the satisfaction of seeing me vulnerable. But I also want to get the hell away from him. Cool, calm eyes glance down at my blade, and then back up at me. I don't miss the flash of hurt and maybe disappointment before he masks it. "You would kill your mate? I wouldn't even wish that on my worst enemy."
No, I would not kill him, but he doesn't need to know that. How am I meant to keep my distance when my body is calling to his? I need to be as far away from this man as I can. I shouldn't have come here, I whisper to myself, my throat tightening. But August... The truth is, I need the prince on my side to let August free. Threatening him might only land me down there to be roomies with August. But if I leave now, I won't be able to help him. With what I've heard about the prince, maybe he won't help me anyway. The Shadow Prince takes in my features, my eyes, then my lips, and then back up to my nose and cheeks, like he's memorizing everything about me. His eyes dart to my round ears, but he doesn't comment on them, nor does his expression show any displeasure. Then he grips the hilt of my dagger, his hand over mine, and lowers the blade, letting it fall to the ground. I think we both know you won't use this on me, he murmurs, and the smug tone makes me want to bury it in him to the hilt just to prove a point. But what I want to know is why you'd want to. Are you going to get off me? I ask, trying to sound resolute, but it comes out a little too breathy for my liking. I ignore his question because I'm not going to tell him about my visions. He smirks, but doesn't bother to move. The man is so close that I can see specks of silver in his eyes. I think I'm pretty comfortable where I am. Now, are you going to tell me why you ran? I must admit I pictured meeting my mate and future queen going a little... He tilts his head. Differently. I'm sure you did, I reply in a dry tone, pushing his hard body off me, or at least trying. But sorry to disappoint. He doesn't budge. He's well over 6 feet of hard, sculpted muscle, and looks even taller than August, so he must at least be around 6'5". His gaze drops to my lips, and I suck in a sharp breath as he brings his face even closer, so close he could easily kiss me if he chose to. You're anything but a disappointment. Yeah, I need to get away from him. Like now. Let me go, I demand softly. His brow furrows, and then he says in a low growl, I've been looking for you my entire life, and you want me to let you go? My eyes close, and a fresh dash of fear hits me. What is your name? The Shadow Prince asks as he slowly slides off me, standing to his full height with his shoulders pushed back, and offers me his hand to help me up. I don't take it, grabbing my dagger and pushing myself up off the cold, mossy ground. Astrid. We've come too far for me to try and lie now. He laughs softly, like that is somehow amusing to him. Well, Astrid, I'd like to know why you came looking for me in my garden and then ran away. Didn't like what you found? There's an air of something in his tone. Resentment? Torment? Frustration? But then he flashes his straight white teeth, grips my wrist, and gently pulls me along with him. Maybe your reputation precedes you, I reply, unable to help myself. Maybe you shouldn't believe everything you hear, he replies in a low tone. So he does know what people say about him, and how they fear him? I didn't come looking for you, I explain, dusting off the grass on my butt with my free hand. I was trying to... Trying to what? He presses, stopping and facing me. I have to look up, way up to see his face. It's probably going to get me into trouble, but I'm going to be honest here.
Please do, he muses,
still not letting go of my wrist, like he's well aware I'm a flight risk. My friend was arrested yesterday, and I was trying to find a way to get into the palace and the dungeons so I could at least talk to him. But mostly I'd like to break him out. He's the only family I have, and frankly, I don't plan on living the rest of my life without him. I blurt, rushing the words out. Then I saw you, and I didn't want to see you because I don't plan on bonding with you. So I ran. A myriad of expressions play over his face during my speech. Surprise, anger, and was that a dash of jealousy?
Who do we have exactly in our dungeons? He asks dryly, his jaw tightening. It sounds like you might not keep the best company.
My friend.
Is he your family or your friend? He asks, emphasizing the word friend like it has a double meaning.
Both. He's not blood-related, but we grew up together and do everything together. He's very important to me, I explain, confused as to why he seems to look angrier with each word that escapes my mouth. His eyes flash with a warning, and swirls of darkness start to appear around him, tracing the shape of his body like a second skin.
I see.
He seethes silently and then continues dragging me to the palace, this time a little more roughly. Are you going to let him go? I ask quietly, then add, please? He releases me to ask,
and what's in it for me?
I shift uneasily on my feet. What do you want?
You. I want you. I let him go and you stay, he offers. And to be honest, I already knew this is what he'd say. I knew it when I came here, and perhaps even if I didn't want to see him, being his mate was the only card I ever really had to play. I already knew I would say yes to anything he demanded, but he doesn't need to know that. The truth is, he doesn't want me. This prince only wants the power I can bring him. And then what? I ask, wanting to know the exact terms of this agreement. The thing about bonding with your mate that benefits me is that you can't force someone. The bond has to be freely given, so even the prince can't take that from me. But yes, he can keep me here. But hell, I would have eventually ended up here anyway. So if I can save August from being executed and let him live a long, happy life and eventually meet his mate, this will all be worth it. He says nothing, still angry, going by the darkness all around him. What was the party for? I ask as he leads me up the stairs to the palace. My birthday, he declares, laughing without humor. And happy fucking birthday to me.
Well then, he should have let me get lost in the forest like I originally wanted. We pass the guard with the green eyes, whose eyebrows almost hit his hairline at the sight of me being dragged inside by the prince himself. I wink at the guard, and the prince makes a growling sound, pulling me closer to him. I try to look back at the guard, but I'm heaved closer to the prince's large body, and eventually, he picks me up and throws me over his shoulder.
You know what this is? He says with resignation.
What? I ask.
Karma. This is fucking karma for all the shit I've done in my life.
I gasp out loud and hit his back. You got the good karma, thank you very much. It's me who drew the short straw. He stays quiet after that, taking me up more stairs, through a dining hall containing a massive table with gold embellishments, and down a long, white-walled hallway, until he opens the door to private quarters. His private quarters. And then he dumps me on his large bed and stands over me.
I'm a prince and the heir to this kingdom. And you think you drew the short fucking straw? Do you know how many women would love to be in your place now?
Well, they can fucking have him. Crossing my arms over my chest, I don't even justify that comment with a response. Although he's not wrong. He did just get stuck with a 25-year-old commoner virgin. I'm here now. Let my friend go. And I'd like to see him before he leaves, please. And my horse, Willow, is tied up outside. Can you make sure she's safe? Shadows. A lot of them. So many I can barely see his face anymore. And then he storms out, slamming the door behind him. He uses magic to lock me in. I sense it. He's powerful. I'll give him that. I can feel it in my bones, and it's rattling to my core. If we did bond, this prince would be fucking unstoppable. Removing my boots, I do anything a woman in my current position would do. I snoop. Chapter 8. After looking for an escape and coming up short, I decide to take a bath and contemplate my life. The Shadow Prince's bathroom is the most luxurious thing I've ever seen. It has running water and a massive claw tub. It's almost as big as some of the houses people live in. It's practically obscene. I don't know whether to be impressed or angry. His room is spotless, with not too many personal items, only some clothing, shoes, and weapons. It's only now I realize he didn't disarm me and let me keep all 3 of my daggers. I guess that's how much of a threat I am to him. I pick up one of his swords and am slicing it through the air when he returns. A woman with him. The same woman he was with at the markets yesterday. So I can't even wink at a guard in jest. But this asshole is allowed to bring his fucking girlfriend around me? I narrow my eyes at her as an unfamiliar feeling sours my stomach. She's red-haired, pretty, taller than me, and has bigger boobs. She looks at me like she detests me, her dark eyes spitting fire in my direction. And yes, I can feel her magic. I let my own flow, testing her out, suddenly knowing exactly what she is and why she's here. A truth-sayer? I murmur, pointing the sword at her. Don't trust me, mate? I'm a little hurt. He tilts his head to the side and watches me, eyes shadowed. How do you know what she is? I shrug. I don't know, I just can. Can't everyone? There are different levels of truth-sayers. Some can simply detect when one is lying, while others can find the truth by digging around in your head. I'm hoping she's the former. Sliding the sword back into its sheath on his wall, I sit on the edge of his bed. To free my best friend, I need to play his game, and I need to play it well. What is your name? She asks. Astrid. How old are you? She's starting off nice and slow, I see. 25. And what gift do you possess, Astrid? She asked what gift, not gifts, so I use that loophole. I'm a healer, I reply, and with those words, the prince's eyes widen in surprise. Healers are rare, especially good ones. The 2 of them share a look. Which level of a healer are you? Can you fix up shallow injuries or more serious ailments? I look at Rave while I speak. I don't know exactly, but I've healed stab wounds, broken bones, and things like that. He jerks his head back and stiffens his posture in surprise. Did he expect the fates to give him a weak mate? He would have felt my magic when he saw me, as I felt his. The bond hits males stronger, so I wonder how much more intense it is for him than for me. She eyes my clothes and my round human-looking ears.
And you're obviously not from a royal line. You are a commoner?
I don't know who my father was, I admit. But my mother was a common fae, yes. Is that a problem? Why did you run from the prince when you saw him? She asks, and my lips tighten at the snitch who already told her every fucking thing that happened between us. I don't want to bond with him, so when I saw him I panicked and ran. She gasps, like I just told her that her puppy died. It's then I feel her trying to poke around in my head, but I block her out. I'm a seer, a soothsayer as they used to call us, and that's where most of my power lies. She's not getting in there, no matter how hard she tries. Interesting, she whispers to herself. Is the prince safe around you? Yes, but I think you should be asking if I'm safe around him. The bastard himself finally speaks.
You're my mate and in no danger from me. To lose you would.
He trails off, but I don't buy his act for a single second. He wants his magic amplified, and I'm the treasure trove. He also wants to use and destroy me. I also don't miss how the woman's eyes flash with hurt at his declaration. A lover, maybe? Anything else you want to know, my prince? She asks him, her voice a sultry purr she definitely didn't use when talking to me. He snaps his cold eyes at me, and I know he's about to ask something I'm going to dislike.
Ask her if her friend in the dungeon is her lover, he says.
And this tells me two things. 1, he's an asshole. 2, she has to be asking the question herself to find out if I'm lying or not. She can't tell when it's only him and me speaking to each other. So, for future reference, I could lie to him if he asked me something directly, and she wouldn't be able to tell.
Is your friend in the dungeon your lover? She asks, dark eyes flickering.
Okay, I go over it in my mind. We kissed, but that doesn't make him my lover. I mean, we've never slept together.
No? She nods. Are you in love with him?
Fuck. Am I?
No, I love him, but I'm not in love with him. I admit the truth to myself and them. That just saved his life, the prince remarks, and I've never wanted to punch someone more in my life. What's his name?
August Breyer.
He will be freed, and your horse is in the stables, he says, looking at the woman at his side. Thank you, Vera. You can leave now.
She hesitates.
Vera, he warns.
Yes, my prince, she says, bowing as she leaves. He closes the door and leans against it, his leg bent at the knee. Was that necessary? I ask him, leaning back against the black silk on his bed. Again, obscene.
I need to know who I'm bringing into my life and around my family and friends, he says, pushing off the door and coming to sit next to me. Can I see August before he goes? I quietly ask. What do I get if I allow that? He inquires after a few tense seconds. I'm already letting him go after he stole the king's diamonds, which means I'm going to have to answer to my father. So I need to know how this benefits me. First of all, he didn't steal those diamonds, I grumble. turning my body to face him. "And what do you want?"
"A favor, at my time of choosing. I'll ask you something and you have to say yes."
"That's very broad," I comment, rolling my eyes. "Can't you just ask for a kiss or something and be done with it?"
"If you want to kiss me, you should have just said,"
he replies, his eyes roaming over my hair, face, and body.
"I have to say, the fates really crafted you to exactly my tastes."
Feeling my cheeks heat at his words, I change the subject.
"I agree. I owe you one yes at the time of your choosing."
Magic washes over me as our deal is sealed. He stands.
"Okay, let's get this over with."
Following behind him, he leads me deep inside the castle, but doesn't let me go into the actual dungeons.
When he returns with August behind him, tears pool in my eyes. He doesn't seem to be hurt, a little dirty, if anything.
"No," he whispers as his eyes land on me. "What did you do, Star?"
"Star?"
the prince asks, eyebrows rising. "What did you do?" I fire back, swallowing hard and closing the space between us to hug him.
He stands still for a second before squeezing me tightly. I don't give him time to answer my questions before murmuring, "Go and live your life. I'll be fine, okay?"
"What do you mean you'll be fine?" August asks, glancing between the prince and me.
"She'll be staying here with me from now on,"
he tells August, his hands landing on my shoulders, an unequivocal sign of possession.
"And as my mate, she will be safe here."
August's brown eyes widen in shock, and I'm sure the realization of why I didn't want to find my mate hits him.
"Star, that's enough,"
the prince says casually, like he's not witnessing two hearts being broken.
"Guards, take him out." "You shouldn't have come for me," August says as he's being ripped away from me by two guards. "I love you, Star."
"I love you too." My hand goes to my heart like it can heal the heartbreak. If I had that magic, I would use it.
"August!"
And then he's gone. Tears drip down my face. He's never said that to me before, and I've never said it to him either. The prince says nothing on the way back to his quarters. Instead of stopping at that door, we walk to the one next to it.
"Your room,"
he says, his voice tight and restrained.
"Someone will bring you dinner."
And then, before I have time to react, I'm locked in, warded by magic. It's then I really let myself cry. Chapter 9. My room is beautiful, with white sheets on a large wooden bed and thick sage-colored curtains behind it. A big chest in front of the bed is filled with extra blankets, and there is an armoire full of clothes. In my size. How did he get these so soon? Although my bathroom isn't as big as his, it's perfect, with the same tub and a massive full-length mirror. Peeling off my clothes, I get into the warm tub and wonder what my life from here on out will look like. They aren't going to put up with me not wanting to bond with him for long, and although they've been kind to me so far, things might get ugly sooner rather than later. At least August is safe. My hands fly to my breasts as I hear someone entering the room. "You better not be in here," I call out, scowling. "It's not the prince, Astrid," a sweet female voice replies. "Can I come in?"
Yes, unless you're that red-headed witch. The woman laughs and steps inside, a fae with blonde hair, blue eyes, and pointed ears. My name is Celeste. The prince asked me to look after you. You work in the palace? She nods. Yes, I have for a few years now. I mostly help in the kitchen and clean the rooms, whatever needs to be done. I'm happy to be chosen to be your maid. Hearing that I have a maid really shows me how much my life has changed in a day, and I don't know how to feel about it. I sense this is one big trap I need to get out of before it's too late. Well, I'm glad for the company, I reply with a grin, and then lower my voice. Do they treat you nicely here? Blink twice if you want me to try and break you out. She laughs again, a melodic sound. They treat me well. Thank you for caring. The staff is well looked after. So the princes aren't all evil tyrants. I will choose some clothes for you to wear this evening. A nice gown, perhaps? She suggests. A gown? I thought I was eating dinner alone in my room. Celeste winces and wrings her hands together, a sign she's about to give me bad news. I think that was the plan, but then the king found out that his son's maid is here, and he wants to have a family dinner with everyone. I blink slowly, twice, because now I'm the one who needs saving. A family dinner? Yes, and you need to look the part. Just a warning, the king doesn't have much tolerance for, well, anything, so be polite and speak only when spoken to, she says in a low tone. He and the princes have returned from their hunt to celebrate the end of Prince Rave's birthday with him. Wait, so it's just me, the king, and the 4 princes? I ask, my jaw dropping open. Is there going to be alcohol? I'm going to need some. Yes. I don't know if Vera is invited or not, but otherwise it will be you and the gentlemen. Who is Vera to them exactly? I ask, knowing this woman is going to be a problem. She is a family friend. Her parents died, so the king took her in. I am pretty sure the king keeps her around for her magic. It definitely comes in handy, she says, zoning out for a moment before standing up with a strained smile. Call out if you need me. I can keep my mouth shut and be polite, I say to myself, nodding. Play the game, Astrid. Play the game. Celeste dresses me in a black silk gown, and I know the color choice isn't by accident. She puts a red ruby necklace around my neck and brushes my brown hair out of its braid so the ends sit at the curve of my ass. It's so long, she comments, standing behind me as I sit in front of the mirrored table. Beautiful. You and the prince will be quite the pair. I've heard some things about Prince Rave, I say softly, clearing my throat. They say he tortures people with his magic, and he's a walking nightmare. Celeste's eyes connect with mine in the mirror. I wouldn't want to be on his bad side, but he's a good man, and you will never have anything to worry about. One single knock sounds at the door, and the prince steps into the room, dressed in all black, making his eyes pop and look like magic itself. He is wearing a silk tunic that shows off just a hint of smooth, tanned chest. While I've been checking him out, he's been doing the same. His eyes linger on the curve of my breasts in the silk and then on my hair. Not wanting to be caught out, I make sure to keep my eyes on his as he finishes his perusal. He clears his throat when I arch my brow at him, like I hadn't just been doing the exact same thing.
You look beautiful, Astrid. Or should I call you Star?
His comment ruins my somewhat better mood, reminding me how he had August dragged away in front of my eyes. Astrid is fine, I say coldly, but accept his offered arm. Would you like to warn me what I'm walking into right now? I'm out of my comfort zone. I am in a palace, and about to have dinner with 4 princes and a king.
They want to welcome you, feel you out, test you. You're walking into a room full of power,
he says, leading me back down the hall and to what I assume is their dining area.
I won't let anything happen to you. You're mine to protect, given to me by the fates.
You just want my magic, I retort, and he stops at the door, turning to me with a bark of laughter and a skeptical gaze.
You're very cynical for someone so young.
Of course, he'd think I was young. Fae are immortal, and being 25 is nothing to them. How old are you? I ask. He looks a few years older than me, but that doesn't mean anything to the Fae.
35.
So young, and already so powerful. I arch my brow. Is that all? I know you think I'm naive, but I'm not.
I don't think anything. I don't know you yet, but I want to get to know you,
he says. The trouble is that I don't trust a word coming from his delectable mouth. Maybe the fates gave you a commoner to humble you, I think out loud. When he laughs, I have to look away because it makes my heart smile. This man has the sexiest dimple on his left cheek, which pisses me right off. After a short walk, we arrive at 2 large ornate wooden doors that open, and around the table sits the king at the head and 2 sons on each side. With a fake smile, I step into the room, and a sudden burst of power hits me like a storm. The princes all start to step forward, coming for me. What do they want? Magic pulses across the room, pushing me backward. And then all I see are black shadows. Chapter 10. My eyes open slowly, my head hurting. I hear a heated conversation, spoken in angry whisper tones, and I know Prince Rave is nearby. When I force myself to sit up, my legs dangle over the edge of the bed. He is standing at my door, talking to one of his brothers, a blonde with his hair tied at his nape. He has blue eyes similar to Rave's, but that's where the similarities end.
I deserve to see her just as much as you do,
I hear his brothers say. Rave mutters a curse and lets him in, closing the door behind him. What happened? I ask Rave, keeping my eyes on him. If I thought he was unhappy with me prior to this, I had no idea. He looks furious and like he wants to lose his shit but is holding on by a tiny thread. It's his brother who comes over and kneels in front of me. I arch my brow.
My name is Cove, he says. I'm second in line for the throne.
Okay, I reply, looking up and behind him at Rave, who is watching me a little too closely. I don't particularly care who is getting the throne. I only want to know what happened. I didn't even get to eat dinner. That was going to be the highlight of my fucking shit show of a day. Cove doesn't look impressed with my mouthiness.
Our magic hit you all at once, and you passed out. I don't think it will be like that next time, just like it's not too strong between us now. My eyes narrow. What is he talking about? I ask my prince, not his brother, who I don't even know why he is in my private space. Remember I said you were my karma? Rave asks, and I nod slowly. It seems the fates are sitting up there laughing because you triggered the mating bond for not just me, but my brothers too. Glancing between them, I start laughing, but they don't join in. Wait, you're serious? I only saw Rave in my visions. I've never seen anyone else, so I'm extremely confused. I might not like the Shadow Prince, but I like this cove even less. I now know why Rave is so pissed, and frankly, I feel kind of sorry for him. This situation went from shit to a complete and utter shit show. Cove sits at my feet, looking even more desperate than his brother to gain his power. I stare at him for a moment, but feel nothing. There's nothing pulling him toward me like there is with Rave. Could you please leave me with Prince Rave for a moment? He nods and stands, bowing before taking his leave. I don't know what to think. I had long accepted that the man in front of me was my longtime nemesis, but now I have to deal with his brothers. If I choose one of them, will my vision change? Or will choosing one of them lead to that vision? Fuck. Sit down. You look tired, I say, forcing a smile. He sits next to me, and I can feel the disappointment in the air. Rave really wanted this, and now he has to play a longer game with his brothers all involved. He's obviously not good at sharing. I'm not buying this whole thing with his brothers, but it has handed me the gift of extra time. So what? I choose one of you, and then what happens to the rest? You don't get another mate? You never get your full power? I ask. He shrugs his broad shoulders. I don't know. I've never heard of this happening before, and neither has the king. I can tell you one thing. I'm glad I have to willingly choose to bond, or who knows what would happen to me right now. His head snaps to me, eyes covered in shadows. You think I would take this from you? Force you? I'm many things, Astrid, but a rapist isn't one of them. The air is thick with tension. To bond, you must have sex, but I have to be willing. If that weren't the case, do I think he or one of his brothers would have lost patience and taken what they wanted from me? Hell yes, I do. Maybe not him, but with 4 men, my chances wouldn't be too good. The Shadow Prince almost seems like the known devil now, and I don't want to deal with the rest of them. They will all want to get to know you, he says quietly. And I know I shouldn't sympathize with him, but I can't help how my chest tightens at the tone of his voice. He badly wants this, and that doesn't necessarily mean he wants me, but he wants this. In a way, he went from having all the power to having none. Now I have it. I reach out and touch his arm. He stares down like it's a foreign object. Rave? Can I call you Rave? He nods, his eyes darkening. Okay, well, what does this mean for me? I'm stuck here with you all while you pretend to like me to get me to choose you? And then what? I ask, frowning. Depends on who you choose, he replies, standing up. I'll get you some food.
1 point for him. He hasn't even been gone for 5 minutes when there's a knock at the door, and I sigh, knowing it's going to be another one of his damn brothers. I open the door to brown hair and blue eyes with a look in them I instantly dislike. "And which one are you?" I ask, leaning up against the doorframe. He purses his lips.
Prince Nico. I've come to see what all the fuss is about.
I've heard about Nico. I think he has the gift of earth magic, like his father. The name of the throne changes depending on the king, so right now it's the Earthen Throne. Nico's would be called the same. When Rave takes the crown, it will be known as the Shadow Throne. "Well, it's nice to meet you," I lie, looking behind him to the final brother. Messy red hair, blue eyes, and a mischievous smile. Prince Elios, the youngest, with the gift of fire. "I'm Astrid," I say to him, liking his warm energy. Maybe that comes with the whole fire thing. "Elios," he says, grinning. "And you are just as I imagined my mate would be." I grin. Okay, he's charming. Nico says nothing. He simply studies me without giving away anything. "I just wanted to say hello, but maybe tomorrow I could take you out on a date," Elios says, grinning widely. "Yeah, sure," I agree. He seems like the less threatening of the four, and I might be able to get some information out of him. Good night. Like with Cove, I don't feel toward them what I felt when I saw Rave across the palace gardens. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I'm going to roll with the punches, because it's all I can do. Not long after, Rave comes back up with food. Yeah, it's sweet, and yeah, he could have had one of his servants send it up instead of him. But anything he does, I can't trust his motives. If I had nothing to offer him but myself, would he be as kind? Probably not. "Thank you," I say to him, eyeing the meats, vegetables, and fresh bread. I'm starving. He sits opposite me and watches me eat. "I'm sorry. I should have brought food up earlier." "It's okay. It's been a very stressful kind of day," I say, shoulders drooping as the reality of everything hits me. I have no one I can trust. August probably went to Benedict's, and I hope he lets it go and moves on with his life. Maybe one day I'll be able to return to him once this is all over. Once I've fucked one of the brothers, bonded to them, and potentially, depending on their character, given them enough power to rain hell on anyone they see fit. I grabbed the glass of wine he poured me and finished it in one gulp. "Apparently, I'm going on a date with your brother tomorrow." I bring my eyes to him to find he's still watching me. "Why haven't you asked me on a date?" "Which brother?" he asks, a low, growling tone in his voice. "The baby one." He relaxes a little, and by that action, I know I've made the right decision. But then he surprises me by reaching out and gripping my jaw, his hand firm. "I don't care what happened tonight. You are mine. You know it, and I know it. We were drawn to each other from a lot farther away than a room. Our magic was stronger than all three of them put together." He's right, and I do know it. But that doesn't mean I'm going to admit it. Chapter 11. So, you're a shadow daddy. But what else can you do? I ask Rave, and he chokes on his wine.
What did you call me?
He asks, clearing his throat. I must be drunk by this stage because I'm kind of enjoying our conversations and getting a rise out of him. A shadow daddy, I repeat, in a huskier tone. His throat works as he swallows another mouthful, and my eyes are drawn to the corded muscles of his forearms as he lowers the glass.
I can't say I've ever been called that before,
he says, heated eyes flickering to my mouth.
And there are many other things I can do, Astrid.
Like what?
Make things explode, blind my enemies, turn a room into complete and utter darkness,
he casually lists off, like all of them aren't terrifying.
How about you?
I have a few tricks up my sleeve, I admit, my lip twitching.
You could tell what gift Vera has. That's a special ability. I don't know anyone who can do that, he says, studying me. You acted like it was normal.
I thought it was, I admit. I can't do that with everyone, but I can generally sense magic. And I know how different magic feels. It's hard to explain.
So what else can you read from me then?
He asks, curious. Closing my eyes, I reach out to him. All I can see is the shadows. I think they block all else. But I can feel people's magic, and yours is strong. Very strong.
Healing is an incredible gift,
he comments, and when I open my eyes, he's watching me so intently that I squirm in my chair.
I can only destroy, and you can mend. Maybe we're meant to balance out each other.
And what if it's me you destroy? I reply, and the way he finally breaks our eye contact speaks volumes.
I wouldn't destroy you, Astrid,
he murmurs, raking his free hand through his hair.
I would keep you safe and make sure you're taken care of. You know how valued mates are in our world. Why would you think that I'd be any different? You aren't my enemy or meeting me on the battlefield, so you can't believe what you've heard about me. You get a different version of me, and you always will.
He doesn't say anything about loving me. So you admit to being a brutal killer and murdering countless people. His lips tighten.
I'm a warrior and a prince. I will do anything to protect my people and those I love. If that makes me a monster, then so be it. But it also makes you one of the safest women in the realm.
I'm tired, I announce. Rave takes the hint and stands. I feel his eyes on me while mine are on the door he's about to exit through.
Just give us a chance, Astrid. That's all I'm fucking asking for,
he says, so quietly before he leaves my room, taking the rest of the wine with him. He wards the door, and I sit there for a few minutes, unmoving, before I stand and get ready for bed. Being in a new environment and without August, I didn't think I'd get any sleep. But I'm so tired, I'm out before I know it. Celeste steps in early the next day to help me dress. I skip the gowns for some pants and a clean white shirt. She does 2 braids in my hair, just finishing when Rave knocks at my door to take me for breakfast.
Good morning,
he greets, giving me a once-over.
How did you sleep?
Wonderfully, I reply, ducking my head. The truth is, I dreamed of him. I don't know if they were visions or dreams, but he was on top of me, sliding inside me, and I woke up feeling so turned on. I've never had a dream like that in my life, and even thinking about it makes my cheeks heat. What is happening to me?
Good.
He's wearing all black again today, and his hair is still damp. He smells so good, a spicy sandalwood scent mixed with leather and rain, and I have to stop myself from burying my head into his chest. I know it's because he's my mate, and I'm naturally inclined to want him, but I didn't realize it would be this hard to stay away. Is everyone going to be at breakfast? He nods.
Yes, but the power shouldn't hit you like it did last night. We can be around each other without feeling what we did the first time.
When I saw you in the market, I felt it straight away. Then when you turned around, I hid and ran, I admit.
You ran, and look what the fates did. They brought you right to me instead.
Maybe we're all just pawns in their games, I say absently, waving when I see the green-eyed guard. Hello again. I found a way in.
I can see that,
he replies, bowing to Rave.
My prince?
What's your name? I ask him.
His name is Cinda, and don't speak to him,
he snaps, dragging me away.
Unless you want to get him into trouble. Isn't having 4 princes throwing themselves at you enough? Now you want one of the guards, too. How about your little best friend, who is also in love with you?
I lift my chin. I don't see anyone here throwing themselves at me. Only you being an asshole as usual.
There she is.
Elios grins as he watches us approaching. After giving him a little wave, Rave takes me to the head of the table, where the king sits. He has salt and pepper hair and those infamous blue eyes.
Father, this is Astrid,
he introduces. I do a slightly awkward curtsy type thing, showing my respect. When I lift my head back up, he's watching me closely, as if trying to figure me out.
Astrid, he greets. You've caused quite a commotion since your arrival yesterday.
I didn't mean to, Your Highness, I reply, wincing. I don't know what the protocol is here. I'm merely hoping not to offend the king any further than I already have.
I'm sure you didn't. But nonetheless, you got my son to chase after you through a forest, break out a prisoner, and now you've caused a war amongst all of my sons who want to get their hands on you,
he says, clearly unimpressed. Well, when you put it like that...
It's not her fault,
Rave interrupts, stepping closer to me. I don't miss that action, and neither does the king.
She's your responsibility,
is all he says, and Rave nods solemnly. I wouldn't want that pressure on me either. So much has happened in such a short time, and I don't know how to process it all. I've been put entirely out of my comfort zone, but I have to pretend it's all fine. I will not appear weak. We sit and eat breakfast, and Rave sits beside me.
Where's Vera today?
Nico asks, smirking as he glances between us.
Replace one shadow with another?
Intrigued, I look at Rave out of the corner of my eye to see if he takes the bait, but he doesn't. A muscle works in his jaw, but he continues to eat in silence.
What did you want to do today, Astrid?
Elios asks, ignoring his brooding older brothers.
Lunch? A ride? We could leave the castle and explore the city. "She's not leaving this castle without me,"
Rave rudely announces, and I roll my eyes. The worst thing in this city is him, so I'm sure I'll be perfectly fine. I'd love to explore Aravel. I've been here a few times, but I never get to do anything fun.
"What do you normally do when you're here, then?"
Rave asks, and I put my fork down, wondering how best to answer his question. August used to work various jobs, and I'd pretty much go with him. He didn't like to leave me alone, so I'd tag along.
"Well, we know what kind of jobs he did,"
Rave mutters, and I scowl in his direction. He's taken care of me all these years, so you should be thanking him. Or your little mate might not be alive right now for you all to fight over. I snap, pushing my plate away. Suddenly, I am not the least bit hungry.
"You're right,"
Rave agrees, pushing my plate back toward me. He also slides my chair closer to him with his foot at the same time.
"Eat more."
I look back at Elios. Is he always like this?
"No, I think you bring it out in him,"
he replies, chuckling. Cove reaches over the table and takes my hand. He's the one who is the most forward, but not in an aggressive way.
"Would you have dinner with me tonight?"
I turn back to Rave, who looks like he wants to hit something, anything, right now, and it gives me an opening. Sure, why not? Shadows appear like mist. I ignore them. I'm going to give them all one date each, so it seems like I'm trying to get to know each of them as individuals. I'm going to get them all to trust me, and then I'm going to get the hell out of here. Chapter 12. Laughing, I pull Willow to a stop as soon as we reach the lake, with Elios and his horse right behind me. He gets down first, then moves to help me, and I allow him. Thank you. It's beautiful here. I can't believe how much land you have, I say, taking off my shoes so I can dip my toes in the water. It is beautiful, isn't it? I can't remember the last time I've been out here, he replies, sitting beside me on the grass. What do you mostly do with your time? I ask, knowing he's the fourth-born son, so I'm assuming he'd have the least responsibilities. I train, hunt, and work on my magic, he replies, opening his hand to show off the flame that flickers there. With fire, I need to be in control at all times, so I practice daily. That's incredible. Thank you, he replies, closing his hand. Rave says you are a healer. I am, so if you do accidentally burn anyone, I can be there to help. He grins, and I realize he is quite handsome. His clear blue eyes are less calculating and a little less guarded than Rave's. I'll have to have you around me all the time, then. I guess so, I say, laying back and staring up at the clear sky. I wonder what August is doing right now. Is he okay? Did he eat? Does he have enough money? I was enjoying the peace and quiet with Elios lying next to me when an angry face stands above me and blocks my sunshine. What are you doing here? I ask Rave.
You've been gone for hours,
he grumbles, sitting next to me. You were worried? Or did you miss me? I ask, my gaze momentarily dropping to his lips, full, soft, and usually expressing his displeasure, but also extremely kissable. I lift my eyes before he can catch me staring. Rave stays silent, and Elios laughs as he stands. I'm going to ride back.
I'll see you later, gorgeous.
Bye, Elios. Thanks for taking me out, I reply, ignoring Rave as he mutters something under his breath. Anytime, he replies, winking at me. I lie back down on the grass, and eventually Rave does the same. The silence is comfortable, warm even, which surprises me.
I can't remember the last time I just relaxed like this,
he says a little later. Elios made a similar comment, so I'm guessing it's all work and no play for the brothers. Everyone needs some time to just be, I reply, rolling onto my side to face him. Elios said he does training for his gifts, and I'm guessing you all train in hand-to-hand and with weapons. Rave nods and copies my body language, turning to look at me. His black hair falls onto his forehead, and I want nothing more than to brush it away with my fingers.
Yes, we've trained ever since we could walk. Why do you ask?
Can I train too? August taught me how to fight and use weapons, but I've never trained my magic. I've always hidden it, I admit, letting him in a little. I don't know why. It's like I almost have to remind myself that this man is my enemy. He is not my friend, and he doesn't share my interests.
You can fight?
He replies, eyebrows rising. Of course I can. He smiles a proper smile, that damn left dimple making an appearance, and for a moment, I wonder if giving him all my power might be worth it.
I can train you, and we can find you a magic tutor.
I'd like that, I reply, staring back up at the sky. Because looking at him hurts, and not physically touching him fucking hurts more. My mind, body, and soul call for him. There's no other way to explain it. Everything is a lot more complicated than I ever thought it would be.
You're not what I expected,
Rave says after a moment, and his tone makes it sound like a good thing. You're not either, I admit, biting my lip. I called him a monster and painted him in my head as the evil shadow prince and a man I swore I would never trust. He keeps things from me, but I do the same with him. And we've only just met. Maybe one day it won't be like this. Or maybe one day my vision will become a reality.
We can start tomorrow, he says, sitting up and offering me his hand.
This time I take it.
Let's go get something to eat.
Race you back, I say, getting on Willow quickly to get a head start. He jumps on his beautiful black horse I heard him call Apollo, and soon he catches up, riding next to me, side by side. With my long braids flying in the wind, I smile to myself. And when I look back at Rave, he's watching me with a look on his face that I don't know how to interpret. Or maybe one I'm not ready to. I beat him back to the palace, but I know he lets me. And when Cove arrives at my bedroom door to take me to dinner, I find myself wishing it was the brother with the ice blue eyes that see into my soul instead.
You look stunning,
he says, taking in my light blue gown. It has one sleeve draping over my body sensually without showing too much skin. I know Celeste dressed me just for Cove, but I don't mind too much because I love the dress. Thank you, I reply, taking in his white tunic and trousers. His blonde hair is down today, framing his face, his pointed ears sticking out a little through the locks. You don't look too bad yourself. He beams and offers me his arm.
I thought we could leave the castle and go for dinner in the city.
I don't know why, but warning bells go off in my head. not knowing this man enough to let him take me away into the night. Rave said I'm not allowed to leave the palace without him, I remind Cove. His eyes flash.
Rave's not here, and you are my mate too. If I want to take you out to spoil you, I will.
Okay, I reply, not knowing what else to say, and let him lead the way. I don't know if I am overreacting. I wanted to see the city, didn't I? Yes, just not with this brother. When I see Cinda waiting for me at the front of a carriage, I smile. When he doesn't return the smile, my eyes narrow on him, and he shakes his head slightly. Okay, maybe my gut feelings are right. Touching the dagger sheathed to my leg, I slide into the carriage and rest my clasped hands on my lap. I wasn't planning on running tonight, but maybe the opportunity will present itself after all. Will my returning to August put him in more trouble? I'll be on the run forever, and I know August will come with me. But what kind of life will that be for him? And when he finds his mate, he'll want to settle down and make sure she is safe. Where are we going exactly? I ask Cove as he takes the seat opposite me.
There's a restaurant that serves the best seafood in the kingdom. I thought we could start there, then take a nice walk, he says, studying me.
Okay, that sounds nice. Except I don't like seafood, but I'm not going to point that out. I can't get a read on Cove, and he's coming off so differently now than he did the first time he came into my room. The air is now tense between us, like he's angry at me but is pretending he isn't. I'm walking on thin ice, but I don't know why I have that feeling. Pun intended.
So, do you have any idea of when you will be making your choice?
Cove suddenly asks, taking me aback. I didn't realize I was on a time crunch, I reply, my brow furrowing. It's a big decision, you know? One I don't plan on sticking around to make.
Well, you can't expect to be walking around and teasing us for a long period, he replies, his eyes flickering. There's more animosity between us than there ever has been. The sooner you choose, the sooner we can all move forward and find our other mates.
Cove seems confident there will be another mate for whoever isn't chosen, but I'm not so sure, because, as they said, no one has ever heard of a situation like this before. I understand what you're saying, I reply, glancing out the window. There is a lot of pressure on all of us right now.
Yes. And you might not know this, but there's tension between our kingdom and the vampire kingdom. If war breaks out, we're going to need this bonding. We don't know who is going to ally with us.
My eyes widen at the thought of war with the vampire kingdom. Why is there tension? He doesn't reply, and I'm taking that as the end of our conversation. The carriage stops in front of the restaurant, and Cove helps me out. Cinda stands quietly, but doesn't look at me. But I don't miss the strain in his stance. Chapter 13. It doesn't take me long to see through Cove's plan. He wants to seduce me and try to get me to eat out of the palm of his hand with his charm. Little does he know I feel no attraction to him, and when he brings my hand to his lips to kiss, his mouth lingering there, I have to force myself from cringing, not to mention the intense eye contact he is applying all the damn time. I order a salad because there's nothing else I would enjoy on the menu, and sit waiting for the night to end. Cove flirts with every woman who comes near him, lapping up all the attention he gets as a prince. And I think he's trying to make me jealous, or maybe to show me how lucky I would be to be the one to have him.
I'm sorry. You must hate it when so many women come up to me,
he says, eyes twinkling. I blink slowly, wondering if he's always had this ice shard shoved up his ass. Not at all. I like being able to see you in your natural habitat. He laughs, enjoying another glass of wine. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't make him any funnier. I slowly sip my own, not wanting to be tipsy. I don't trust him. And I know it might be unfair, but I'm pissed at Rave for not protecting me from this. He said I wasn't to leave the palace without him. Well, where the hell is he then? Should we head back? I ask, placing my napkin on the wooden table. Thank you for dinner. It was lovely. He didn't even notice I didn't eat the seafood or ask why I wasn't. He's definitely the lowest on the scoreboard. Hell, even Nico is beating him, and he can't stand me. The carriage ride back is painful. Cove keeps trying to feel up my leg, and I keep pushing him away, trying to laugh it off. I know his type. If I get mean, he will lose his temper, and it won't go down well. I don't think the king will take kindly to me if I stab his second-born, but I'm not going to lie that I'm considering it, especially when he brushes his hand over my breasts. Cove, I've said no, I snap, sliding to the window as far away from him as I can get. Let's not ruin our nice date by ending it like this. Lie. Ice frosts the windows. The temperature drops dramatically. I just want to touch my mate. Can you blame me? Cove asks, opening his hand and showing me a giant snowflake. I'll give you everything you want, Astrid. And I will share my magic with you. We'd be the ultimate power couple. I could point out that if I wanted power, I'd go for Rave. He's the strongest, the oldest, and next in line to the throne. Instead, I reach out to touch the snowflake, and he places it in my hand. It's beautiful. As it melts in my hand, the carriage finally stops. But when Cove helps me out, I realize we're not at the palace. Where are we? I ask. Fear hits me. We're at my house, Cove says, grinning and spreading his arm out toward the beautiful building. We each have one, so we can have some privacy if need be. Oh, fuck. This explains Cinda's tension. He must have known Cove was dragging me out here without telling me, hoping he is going to get laid to rub it in his brothers' faces. I'd like to go back to the palace. I'm feeling a little tired. I tell him, licking my suddenly dry lips. I'm never going anywhere with this man again. I should have trusted my gut and refused to leave the castle. I should have asked to speak to Rave before I left with Cove. Anger fills me. All I see is red. I want to leave here. Now. Magic fills me, and when Cove reaches for me, I push all of it out to block him. Falling to my knees, I open my eyes and frown, seeing him trying to get to me, but he's unable to. I look up and around, taking in the energy force field I've created around myself. Protection. He can't touch me. Smiling, I stand and touch the shield. What the fuck, Astrid? Cove says, eyes wide. I didn't know you could shield. I didn't either. And then I hear a swooshing sound, and shadows start to fill the air. Rave. I know it's him before I see him, but when I see him flying down and landing in front of me, the ground shaking with the impact, I can't help the gasp that escapes me. Big, beautiful black wings made of shadows and smoke spread behind him. A surge of powerful magic explodes, and I don't miss Cove wincing when it hits him. I didn't even know Rave had wings. I wait to see if they solidify, but they don't, remaining powerful wisps of darkness. Incredible. Magnificent. Amazing. The words keep coming, but then ice frosts around us.
What are you doing here?
Cove asks his big brother. While keeping my shield up, the magic still flowing around me, I watch as Rave grabs his brother by the neck and slams him down onto the ground, angry wisps of shadows curling off him. The predatory energy makes me want to take a step backward.
What am I doing here? I thought I told you not to take her outside the castle.
Rave growls, and Cove makes a choking sound.
I trusted you. You will never be alone with her again.
He lets his brother go, who quickly stands with his palms down and attacks him with ice shards. Rave's shadows stop them before they make an impact, and they disintegrate in front of my eyes. Cove doesn't stand a chance. Rave doesn't even look like he's trying. Cove tries again, sending the shards in different directions, perhaps hoping to catch him off guard. But with a simple swipe of his hand, Rave destroys them, covering his brother in eerie tendrils of darkness. Cove starts to scream, and I wonder what he's making him see. Cinda grabs and lifts me back into the carriage, closing the door.
I'm sorry, Astrid. I knew he was going to take you here, but I couldn't stop him.
I know, I don't blame you. He's a guard, and no one can tell a prince what to do, especially with his mate. Even if our situation isn't as black and white as that. Which prince do you trust the most? I whisper, watching the two brothers continue to fight each other. Rave now has his fist in Cove's face, hitting him repeatedly. Cinda winces, as if he knows this question is going to get him into trouble. But he considers it anyway. Prince Rave, no question about it. Interesting. Rave's shadows are now lifting Cove in the air, and there's blood dripping down his face. I can't find it in me to feel sorry for him. I don't know what would have happened if he had dragged me into his house. Suddenly, the carriage door bangs open, and Rave is standing there. His eyes roam over my face and body, like he's looking for any injuries and making sure I'm in one piece.
Are you okay?
He asks, his eyes wild. His gravelly tone is deeper than usual, almost a growl. I nod. He lifts me out of the carriage.
Hold on.
I wrap my arms around his neck, my face so close to his. One of his hands is around my waist, the other under my thighs. And then he flies up into the skies with me, darkness all around us. But all I feel is safe, calm, and home. Chapter 14. He doesn't land in front of the palace. Instead, he takes me to the gardens, the moonlight shining on us. We didn't say a word to each other while we were in the air. I simply enjoyed the view, knowing I was safe. For now, anyway.
I'm sorry. I told him not to take you away from here, and I thought he knew better than to disregard that,
Rave says, taking my hands in his.
Are you sure you're okay? Did he do anything?
No, I mean, he tried to touch me, I say, swallowing hard. Shadows appear all around his feet, ominous as ever. His jaw tightens, and he looks away from me as if trying to compose himself. Slowly, the darkness retreats.
You won't have to deal with him anymore. Fuck, any of them,
he promises, taking a deep breath. Where were you? I ask. And how did you find us?
Cinda told one of the guards to tell me that Cove was leaving with you. So when I got back to the palace, I went looking for you. When you weren't at the restaurant, I figured he might have taken you to his private residence.
He explains, his lips tightening. He didn't tell me what he was doing, though, and why he wasn't at the palace in the first place. I am angry at you, I admit, letting go of his hands. You let me be put in that situation with your brother, and you didn't protect me like you said you would. He flinches, eyes shuddering.
Astrid.
I protected myself.
You did. That was an impressive shield. Even I couldn't have gotten through it,
he states, with that pride flashing in those icy blue depths.
I didn't know you could do that,
he adds, eyes narrowing. I didn't know you could fly, I state, gesturing to where his smoky black wings were once protruding from his back. We stare at each other. I know why I'm hesitant to trust him, but why is he? He doesn't know about the visions. He doesn't know anything about me. What is he not telling me? It's me who breaks the silence. I didn't know that I could. I got so angry and scared, and it just happened. Rave steps closer and lifts my chin with his fingers.
You are so much more than you seem, aren't you?
I could say the same about you, I reply, taking a step closer to him. His eyes widen, but he doesn't stop me as I rest my cheek against his chest. Thank you for coming for me tonight. I don't know what would have happened if you didn't, but I feel like I might have stabbed him.
You shouldn't be thanking me. It shouldn't have happened in the first place,
he says softly, but in a deathly tone that sends shivers down my spine.
Are you cold?
He asks, his arms finally coming around me. No. Are your wings made of shadows? I ask, staring at them over his shoulders. I've never seen anything like them, and I know I shouldn't be surprised by how powerful he is, but I am. He spreads them out to their full wingspan, showing off for me. I reach out my hand to touch them, my fingers disappearing into the darkness.
They are,
he responds, lips against the shell of my ear, his hot breath causing my skin to goosebump. My throat works as I swallow. I shouldn't like being in his arms so much. I should step away and put some distance between us, but I don't. I don't want to. How? I ask, frowning. I don't know any other fae who can fly. He lifts his head and gives me a long look.
I'm not just any fae.
I roll my eyes at his answer and change the subject. What will Cove do now? You kind of kicked his ass. Rave's big hands run down my back, and goosebumps appear all over my flesh once more.
He'll be angry at me, but I don't care. And if he tries something again, I'll kill him myself.
Swallowing hard, I lift my head and look into his eyes. I'm sorry to throw myself on you. I just needed a nice touch after his slimy ones.
Where did he touch you?
He asks, his thumb rubbing along my jaw.
Here?
I nod. He tried to kiss me.
Where else? He whispers.
My thighs, I admit, licking my suddenly dry lips. And across here. I take his hand and let it touch the curve of my breasts. His eyes darken as he trails his fingers across them.
Maybe I will kill him after all.
I should probably tell him no one has touched me before. My experience is limited to August's kiss, which only recently happened. But we are kind of having a moment right now, and I don't want to ruin it. Him touching me felt wrong, I admit, wondering how Cove could also be my mate. It doesn't make any sense, and it can't be right.
And when I touch you?
Rave asks, fingers now trailing up the side of my neck, sliding under my hair to grip my nape. I like it more than I should, I say, without thinking. His muscles contract as he brings me even closer against his hard body, and then he lowers his head, his lips just a hair's breadth from mine, giving me time to pull away if I want to. I don't. So he kisses me. Softly at first, testing. But then he pulls back slightly, scans my eyes, and then kisses me harder and deeper. His tongue touches mine, searching my mouth, tasting me. The kiss is so different from my first, and my body lights up, warmth spreading throughout until I can't think of one coherent thought. My arms find his neck and all but lift myself onto him, and he grips my hips like he never wants to let go. My nipples harden, and I moan as they rub against him. And then his shadows appear, and we're flying up to his room's balcony without breaking our kiss. When silk hits my back, I know we're on his bed, and he's kissing down my neck. His knee is in between my thighs, and I'm making sounds that have never left my lips before. I'm not thinking, merely feeling, and for the life of me, I can't think of a good reason to stop this. And then he rips off my dress, right off my fucking body, and growls.
Wanted to do that ever since I saw you in his color.
I prefer me in black anyway, I rasp. Rave hums his approval, taking in my now exposed body.
Beautiful.
He lowers his mouth to my nipples, gently sucking one and then the other. When he lifts his head to look at me, his eyes are almost black.
Are you sure you want to do this?
He asks, even though I think we both know it's too late to go back now. But I need to get a few things straight, my head clearing a little without his talented mouth on me. Yes, but we aren't going to bond, I remind him, starting to pant a little when his fingers begin roaming down my stomach and to the edge of my white lace panties. Which means we probably shouldn't have sex. Oh, fuck, but don't stop doing that. I moan as he slides my panties off and spreads my thighs, his mouth now on me. The sensations sparking through my body are second to none, and I wonder why the hell I waited so long to experience this. "Rave," I whimper, and he stops, lifting his head and looking right at me from between my thighs, his lips wet. Fuck, I should probably tell you that this is my first time doing any of this, and his eyes widen.
"I'm the first person to taste you here?"
he rumbles. I nod. Possessiveness and satisfaction flash in his gaze before he lowers his head and licks me like he's starving, and I possess his only means of sustenance. And then the pressure builds until I'm seeking something I've never experienced before. Stars. Fucking lightning. The world around me lights up like a Christmas tree. "Rave!" I scream, as wave after wave of pleasure hits me, my thighs trembling and my back arching. I've never felt anything so incredible or so out of my body. A golden glow emanates from me, a dangerous reminder of the game we are playing, the bond letting it be known it's waiting. When I come back to myself, I find him watching me so intently, his body still. I sit up on my knees and reach for him, lifting his tunic and throwing it on the floor. "I want to do that for you," I say, and his throat works as he swallows. With the moonlight hitting one side of his face, I trace his features with my gaze, roaming down to his muscled chest. His abs are so defined from years of training, I can't help but run my tongue down them. I don't know what I am doing, but this feels right. Tasting him feels right. "Take it all off," I demand, and Rave does as he's told, removing his shoes and trousers, leaving him bare before me. Positioning myself on the edge of the bed, I take him in. "You are perfect," I murmur, my gaze finally going to his cock, which is at eye level. I gulp. It's big, hard, and pointed right at me. Reaching out, I touch it, stroking his length gently with my fingers. "Show me what you want me to do." Rave makes a strained sound deep in his throat and places his big hand over mine, showing me how he likes it, stroking himself up and down with my palm. Just like that. He removes his hand and tilts his head back in pleasure, and then he commands, "Faster." I follow his instructions until his body is straining in tension, and then I take him into my mouth, tasting the tip first and then licking down his length. I've heard of people talking about this, and I want to give him the same release he gave me. His fingers tangle in my hair and gently encourage me as I suck him in and out of my mouth. Having him at my mercy like this is so powerful, and I'm enjoying every second of it. "I'm going to come," he warns me, trying to pull me off him. But I suck harder until he spurts into my mouth. The same golden glow hits us. Another warning. I swallow without thinking too much about it, then continue to torture him until I release him. "Fuck," he whispers, staring down at me like he's never seen me before. You've never done that before?" I shake my head. I've only had one kiss, and that happened last week. His blue eyes widen. He opens his mouth, then closes it, and sits on the mattress next to me.
So you're saying I could have almost been your first kiss, too?
Almost, I reply shyly, realizing we're both naked and just sitting here having a conversation.
I bet I can guess who it was,
Rave says in a low growl, his eyes darkening. I roll mine. You don't get to be jealous about my one kiss, when I bet you've slept with lots of women. His silence confirms my theory. Picking up my dress, I realize there's no saving it. Rave slides out of bed, hands me a shirt from his wardrobe, and I pull it on. What happens now? We crossed a line, and although we didn't bond, we're still walking on a fucking tightrope. And the most messed up thing? All I can think about is having his lips back on me again. Chapter 15. The next morning, I start training. Last night, Rave had walked me back to my room, kissed me, and appeared back at my door at sunrise, telling me to get ready. And now we've both got a sword in our hands, and it feels a bit like foreplay. He hasn't mentioned last night, and neither have I. But frankly, it's all I can think about.
You've got some basic skills, but you wouldn't survive in a war,
Rave says after about an hour of us going back and forth. Okay, well, train me so that I would, I reply, rolling my eyes.
You were pretty good with the bow, though,
he admits, and I can't help but stare at his mouth and think about where it was last night. I am good with the bow, and even better after he stood behind me and patiently helped me with my technique.
If you keep looking at me like that, Astrid, this session is going to be over very soon,
he says in my ear, so close I can feel his breath lingering on my skin. He suddenly stiffens, then stands to his full height as two of his brothers approach. I don't miss the fact it's the two assholes. Cove looks a little worse for wear, with a black eye, cut lip, and what looks like a broken nose that's been reset. Nico looks at me. He's wearing a brown, sleeveless tunic, and his hair is brushed back and neat.
Heal him. He is accompanying my father to meet with the other leaders, and he can't walk in like that. And Rave is the one who was meant to go, but he doesn't want to leave his precious mate, so Cove is going instead.
I look to Rave, who is scowling at his younger siblings. He doesn't want to leave me alone? After last night, I can understand why. I glance between them and notice how different they look. No one has mentioned their mother. I heard she passed away, but I don't know what happened. After the way you behaved last night, I don't think I will be healing you, I say directly to Cove with a shrug, unless Rave wants me to. I don't think I should be feeling his pain under the circumstances. He deserves it.
She's not going to heal you,
is all he says, his biceps flexing as he bends to pick up the bow and arrow.
And if you try to touch her again, I won't go as easy on you as I did last night.
That was him going easy?
She isn't just yours.
Cove seethes, eyeing me like he wants to strangle me.
And we had a nice dinner.
Yes, I was a little enthusiastic.
But can you blame me? I want my power. I want to win this war. I want to help our kingdom.
Enthusiastic? going to murder him with my bare hands."
"It's not only about what you want," Rave fires back, his jaw like steel.
"And, Cove, you told me I should hurry up and decide who I want to be my mate, but I can tell you right now that it's not going to be you. I hope that saves you some time," I say, flashing him a fake smile that is all teeth. He's about to say something to me, but is stopped by the look of warning Rave gives him.
"So when do I get my date then, mate?" Nico asks, crossing his arms over his chest, especially if my odds just went up.
"I don't want to go on any more dates," I grumble, playing with the end of my braid. "Definitely not alone. I can't trust any of you, and I'm done doing this your way. Let's be real. The one prince I would choose will lead to my demise. What the fuck am I meant to do with that? He's a red flag who I shared my first sexual experience with. What is wrong with me? I know he's bad for me, and I know it's wrong, but I can't seem to stay away. I've lost all common fucking sense."
"And what is your way?" Nico asks, lips tightening. "Hiding away with Rave and ignoring the rest of us? If you want to be queen, just say so. You wouldn't be the first. A commoner on the throne, though, now that will be a first."
My foot taps in agitation as I study him. If I cared about the throne, why did I try to run away from him? All I want is to survive and be happy, and, no offense, but you are all princes living in this fancy castle with everything you could ever want or dream of. But none of you seem happy. You're all miserable and fighting for power. So clearly I'm not going to find what I want here. They all go silent because they know I'm right. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to be late for my lesson with the magic tutor, I say, leaving them all behind. I'd tell them to pull their dicks out and measure, but I know there's no way they get much bigger than Rave's. And if they did, I don't want to be near them. The tutor is a short man named Bob, and I'm pretty sure he's a sorcerer. He even wears a little hat on top of his white hair and has a long beard. "Hello," I say, waving. "I'm Astrid." "I know who you are," he replies, giving me a clinical once-over. Then he turns and hits me with a rush of magic, pushing me backward. "You almost pushed me over," I yell, scowling. "I know. Try to shield me." Bob grins and does it again. Only this time I fall back on my ass. I've only used my shield once, so a little instruction might help. "Go into that place in your mind. You know the one. When you are alone and no one is coming to save you. Think about a bubble of protection around you, and then envision it as you push it out," he says, arms up and ready to hit me again. I do as he says, and I also picture Cove trying to reach out to get me. That seems to do the trick, because a wall comes up to protect me before the blast hits me. "Good," he murmurs, stretching his neck from side to side. "And again." We repeat that for 2 hours, and then he suddenly says, "I will see you tomorrow," and disappears. What an odd man. It's just Rave and me at dinner, and although he hasn't said anything, it feels like a date. Candles are lit, and none of the servants are seen again after serving the food. We're both wearing black, my dress long and flowy, willowing around my chair. "You could have gone with your father," I say, taking a bite of the chicken on my plate. I would have stayed in my room or chatted with Celeste for the night. I don't want him to have to babysit me instead of attending to his royal obligations as heir.
I know,
he replies, lifting his glass of wine to his lips and taking a sip.
But after last night, I didn't feel comfortable leaving you alone.
Did you see the golden glow last night? I blurt out the words, not knowing why. His fingers tighten around the glass as he places it on the table.
I did, and I think it proves who your true mate is. It wanted us to bond. I felt the pull.
I did too. And my bond with Rave has always been 1,000,000 times stronger from the get-go. Are we going to talk about last night? I ask, clearing my throat. Or should we pretend it didn't happen? His eyes flash, turning hooded.
Considering I've been replaying it in my head all day, I don't think the latter is an option.
Are we going to do it again? Is what I want to ask, but I don't. I wouldn't say no if his answer is yes. Maybe I'm the toxic one. He's the red flag, and I'm the fucking bull. I probably should have told you earlier I am a virgin, I add, instead of telling him while his tongue was on my sex. Squeezing my thighs together, I remember how it felt.
It was a bit of a surprise,
he admits, flashing me a predatory smile.
But I like being your first. I want to be your first everything.
And what do you give me? I'm not your first anything.
No, but maybe you'll be my last.
I scan his eyes, but he seems to mean it. We don't move or say anything else. We simply stare into each other's souls. What are we doing? I whisper.
I think the question is, why are you fighting this?
Rave replies, those blue eyes not leaving mine, so clear but also so shadowed. How do I explain this to him without giving it all away? Would he tell the king about my magic? Or would he try to use me to benefit the kingdom? Or maybe it wouldn't change anything at all. I don't want to give up my freedom.
You're living a much better life than you were, he says quietly. Are you not? Or is this about your friend?
I worry about him, yes, I admit, tucking my hair back behind my ear, his eyes following the motion. I've never spent this much time away from August since I was 8. But he has his own path to follow and his own mate to meet. I hope he's accepted that I'm gone and isn't going to try anything stupid. But he is not why I'm hesitating to complete the bond.
Then tell me why, he demands, running his hand through his hair in frustration. I would be a good mate to you, Astrid. And I know you don't want any of the other princes, so let's not even bother to discuss that situation. It's me and you.
I don't even know you.
I'm your mate. You know my fucking soul, he fires back, frowning. And I know yours. You're fighting your own instincts by rejecting this.
Everything he says is true. But how can I forget that image of me on my knees? Broken. I need to either take a leap of faith and trust him, or I run. Chapter 16. After 2 weeks of daily training with Bob, my shields are coming more naturally. Rave also continues to train me, and my body is slowly becoming stronger and more capable than it's ever been. I'm honing myself into a weapon. What for? I don't know yet, but I know something is coming. Rave hasn't so much as kissed me since our intense conversation at dinner, but I have noticed he's trying to get to know me, and we do spend most of our time together. Unlike Cove, I don't feel pressure from Rave. He lets me be me, and I appreciate that. I'm sliding my dagger into the sheath in my ankle when I see Rave staring at it.
Where did you get those from?
August got them for me. Why? I reply, grabbing Willow's reins. I'm going on an adventure with Rave outside the palace, and I, for one, am excited to taste some freedom.
Just wondering,
he replies, but I don't miss the shadows that flash in his eyes. When I saw you for the first time, I was looking at these beautiful daggers in the market, I say, gripping the saddle horn and lifting myself. They were the prettiest ones I'd ever seen. One had rubies in the hilt.
Prettiest?
He smirks, maneuvering Apollo so he's next to us.
I've never heard someone call a weapon pretty.
Wait until I continue my training, I mutter to myself, but he hears and laughs, a deep, sensual sound that sends a shiver down my spine.
A beautiful weapon. You are much more than pretty, Princess.
My body freezes, and I keep my gaze straight ahead. That's the first time he's called me anything other than Astrid, especially after I told him I'm not ready for him to call me Star like August does. Princess. It hits me that if I mate with him, that's what I will be, the Princess of Aravel and the future queen. I've never had imposter syndrome, but I imagine this is what it feels like. I don't know how to be a princess. I'm not even a highborn fae, and my lack of pointed ears will let everyone know exactly that. And yet, I want to smile at him for calling me princess. I'm in a lot of trouble. I'm not a princess, I finally say, clearing my throat and turning my head to face him. Of course, his eyes are already on me. They always are, forever watching and learning.
Yes, you are. You're my mate, whether you've accepted it or not,
he replies, then charges ahead, leaving Willow and me to catch up. The guards open the gate and let us out. I realized the gates were open when I arrived because of the party guests, so that's how I was able to walk in like I owned the place. Another coincidence? It's almost like the fates led me here. I thought the guards would follow us, but they don't. It's Rave and me. We ride in silence until we stop at an inn. There's a big wooden sign out front that reads, Rita's Stomping Ground. Before I can jump down, Rave's there helping me. Thirsty? I ask him as I accept his hand, arching my brow. His lip twitches.
I always drop in and say hello to a friend. But yes, they do sell great beer here.
As his hands slide down my body, he steps forward so I'm flush against his hard chest. His body has clearly been carved by the gods, and now that I've seen what he looks like underneath his tunic, it's hard not to think about it. As he gently tugs on one of my braids, my scalp tingles, and I want him to do that again, but with his fingers or mouth between my legs. Swallowing, I step out of his embrace and toward the establishment. He follows right behind me, but quickly steps in front of me to open the door.
Rita's is neutral ground. No one is allowed to fight here, so it brings in people from all over. The only rule is you leave your vengeance at the door.
Interesting. I suppose it explains why the inn is so busy, with most tables taken and people eating and enjoying a drink. It's bigger inside than I would have expected, with a high roof, a large makeshift stage, and a dartboard in the corner. Everyone turns to stare as we enter, and then I'm almost bowled over as a buxom lady pushes past me to get to the prince. "Rave! It's about time you came to visit me," she says, hugging him tightly. "You're looking well."
Thank you, Rita. So are you,
he replies, looking at the lady with genuine warmth. He turns her around to face me.
I brought someone to meet you, even though you almost knocked her over. This is Astrid.
She grins widely, grabbing my shoulders. "Let's have a look at you then. Yes, very pretty, isn't she?" Thank you?" Rita looks at my ears, which are just like her own. "Interesting. Come on now, I'll get you something to eat and drink." She finds us a table, and we both take a seat. I feel all eyes on us, but mostly everyone is staring at the prince with various looks of lust, fear, and envy. A few fey women stare at him greedily, and my eyes narrow.
What's wrong?
He asks, and I shake my head, forcing a smile. Nothing, just noticing everyone is watching us. He shrugs and glances around as if only just noticing.
Ignore them. No one will dare harm you.
Soon enough, Rita comes back and places 2 beers before us. Then minutes later, 2 plates of food. "The fish is the special today, and you're going to love it."
Thank you. It looks amazing. But Astrid doesn't like fish. Can you get something else for her, please?
Rave asks, sipping the ice-cold beer. My eyes widen. I never told him I don't like seafood, but he seems to have picked up on it by himself.
Every time any seafood is served at dinner, you avoid it,
Rave says, answering my unasked question, then runs his teeth along his bottom lip.
You usually go for the chicken.
And you always eat everything on your plate in an order, I reply, smirking. Usually meat first, then vegetables last. He's not the only one who's been observing. He laughs, his broad shoulders shaking.
It goes in order of what I like best on my plate.
Rita returns with roasted chicken and vegetables, and my mouth waters. Thank you. You're welcome, sweetheart. Call out if either of you need anything else. And tell my son to please come and visit me before I show up at the palace and kick his ass. She reminds me of August's mom, and it makes me miss her. Who is her son?
Your favorite guard,
Rave replies, his lip twitching. Cinda? I gasp, looking back at the woman. She does have his green eyes.
Yes, Rita used to be my mother's maid. The woman basically raised me. She fell in love with a high-born warrior, a guard at the castle, and they had Cinda. When my mother died, Rita left to open her own inn.
So Cinda is half highborn. It's nice that you still come to visit her, I say, smiling up at him. He might have a dark side, and I'd hate to be his enemy, but he obviously has a caring side too. I don't know why he is always painted as the worst brother. Or maybe he's simply nice to me because he needs something from me.
How's the food?
He asks after I take a few bites. Delicious. He eats all the fish first, then the vegetables. And when he hands her the money, I notice it's a substantial amount. Rita tries to decline, but he makes her take it. The Shadow Prince has a soft spot, and I feel like I'm living right in it. Chapter 17. We ride around the city viewing all the sights and stop to walk along the markets.
"If there's anything you want, take it,"
he says, but I shake my head. I remember when I first saw him walking with Vera. I wondered if he told her the same thing. She's been noticeably absent since I last saw her, and I'm dying to know why, but not enough to actually ask and let it be known that she has indeed crossed my mind. A woman stops me and asks if she can put flowers in my hair. She's surrounded by 3 little girls looking up at me with hope in their eyes. So I smile and agree, taking a seat. Rave says something to the lady, who nods.
"Stay here. I'll be back,"
he tells me, his expression giving nothing away. "Your hair is so beautiful," the lady murmurs, and the little girls hand her flowers as she slides them into my braid. "Thank you," I reply, smiling at the children, who have beautiful pink flowers in their hair. "You all look so pretty." The blonde one in front of me grins and takes my hand. A vision hits me at her touch, a scene playing out in my mind. "Is this your daughter?" I ask the lady. "Yes," she says from behind me. "All of them are." When she finishes my hair, I stand and look at her. "There's a big man with a gray beard," I say, trying to read exactly what I saw. "He is coming for her. If he finds your shop here, he will try to take her." She blanches, her face losing its color. "That's her father. We ran from him. I was with him until he found his mate. He's found us?" I grit my teeth. There's an old Fae practice that when people find their true mates, they are free to discard any children from before, and no one thinks anything of it. Like bonding with someone entails a fresh start, including getting rid of any kids like they are excess baggage. I think it's disgusting, and I sometimes wonder if that's why my father left me. My mother never mentioned being mated to him. "He will soon," I say, touching her arm. "Don't panic, please. I just want to help." She nods, glancing down at her daughters. "The other 2 have a different father. I won't come back here." Suddenly she pulls me into a hug as Rave returns.
"Astrid, are you okay?"
he asks, placing a protective hand on my neck. "Yes, we are fine. I'm ready to go now." I turn and lean my body against his. "Can you give her some money, please?" He nods and hands me a bag of gold coins, so it's up to me how much to give her. I take out enough to last her a few months and place them in her hand. Her eyes widen, and tears of gratitude pool in them. "I won't forget you." I felt evil in the man with the beard, and I don't want him going near that beautiful little girl. Rave's eyes are on me as we walk back to our horses, and I know he's wondering what the hell just happened back there. But he doesn't ask. So we keep riding and end up at a hot spring hidden away in the ethereal, lush green forest. Wow. I breathe in, taking in the view. All I can see for miles is green trees, hills, and plants. A large tree curls over the springs, giving it some privacy. When he helps me down this time, his hands grip my waist. "You going to tell me what happened back there?" "We had a moment," is all I say, stepping away from him and walking over to the water. "What kind of moment?" he asks, following behind me, his eyes narrowing as I sit on the grass and remove my shoes. There's no way I'm not going into that water right now. His eyebrows rise when I stand up and pull off my pants.
"Okay, if you're trying to distract me, it's working."
Gripping my tunic, I slowly slide it over my head, leaving me in nothing but my bra and panties. Pretty bold of me, but it's nothing he hasn't seen before. "Are you going to come in with me?" I move to pull down my panties, but a growl stops me. When I look back at him, his eyes are narrowed as he glances around, maybe making sure no one else is here. Then suddenly, shadows swirl all around us like a dark mist.
"Okay, now you can continue what you were doing," he rasps, leaning forward to touch my bra strap.
"Not an exhibitionist, then?" I tease. The panties come off and the bra follows.
"No one gets to see what's mine," he rumbles out, licking his lips as he takes me in from head to toe. "And I don't share. Remember when I told you how my shadows can blind people? I doubt you'd want to see that firsthand."
Well, fuck. I imagine how we look right now. He's fully dressed in black from head to toe, sword at his waist, and I'm naked before him. Turning around, I smile when I hear his pained growl at the view from behind. Ignoring him, I step into the spring, moaning at the sensations of the warm water. When I hear the rustle of clothing, I turn to catch him stripping down. His chest is smooth and tanned. He has a scar just above his nipple, which looks like a knife wound, and a few more down his torso. He's a fighter, a warrior, and his honed body tells the tale. He raises his hand to push his hair back, and his bicep flexes, his muscles rippling. My gaze drops further to the abs I love so much, and then to the sexy V that points directly to his cock. My mouth waters. He's long, thick, and more than ready for me. And then there are his strong, muscled thighs. Fuck.
"You can close your mouth now."
He laughs, and his cock bounces with the movement. For once, I do as I'm told, silently watching as he wades into the water and stops in front of me.
"This is one of my favorite places in the city, but I've never seen it look so beautiful,"
he murmurs, touching one of the flowers in my hair. The shadows are still there, blocking us from view should anyone walk by. I look down at his body. I don't think I've seen a more perfect view. His eyes darken as he reaches for me.
"We were made for each other, princess."
When his lips touch mine, his hands dive into the water to hold my ass possessively. My breasts tingle against his bare chest, and his cock presses into my stomach, begging for attention. After a few minutes of his mouth on mine, he lifts me against the bank, spreads my thighs, and goes down on me. My fingers thread through his thick hair, finally getting to do what I've wanted to all damn day. He licks down my sex, and then his tongue circles my clit with hot strokes that have me seeing stars. He lifts his head, his mouth glistening with my wetness while his fingers take the place of his tongue, and asks,
"Now tell me what happened back at the market."
My eyes narrow, even as I take a deep breath, trying to contain my pleads of please. Are you serious right now?
"I want to know,"
he demands, sliding one finger inside of me. He curls it, and I moan. A golden glow flashes at the intrusion, at how fucking stupid I'm being right now by letting him have me like this. Not only that, he's trying to use how much I want him against me to get information out of me. When I say nothing, shadows flash in his eyes.
"You're so fucking stubborn. Just let me in a little. I'm your mate."
I look down at his fingers inside my pussy. Pretty sure I'm letting you in a little bit right now. His jaw snaps shut, and I close my eyes, moaning as his fingers swirl around in just the right places.
"Not here,"
he whispers, reaching his free hand out to land on my chest, over my heart.
"Here."
Fuck, I say, sucking in a sharp breath. If you stop, I'm going to kill you, Rave. I can tell you that much.
"It would fucking kill me more to stop,"
he snarls, removing his hand. No, I whisper. But then his mouth is back on me, and I'm all but fucking his face, grinding into him as I come with his name on my lips. When I've finished, he lifts me back into the water. By the swirling darkness and the coldness in his eyes, I can tell he's pissed. When I touch his cock, which is still hard as a rock, he steps out of my reach, diving underneath and swimming to the other side. The rejection stings somewhat, and I don't like the physical and emotional distance he put between us, even if I understand why he'd be mad. If I asked him something and he didn't answer me, I'd be angry too. But it's not like I'm doing it on purpose to hurt him. I don't want to hurt him. Rave, I say when his head emerges, water running down his face and body. I swim up to him, and he doesn't move away when I wrap my arms around his neck and my legs around his waist. You don't want me to touch you? I kiss his ear, then trail my lips down his neck. Maybe you'd be less angry if you let me. More shadows. Pressing my forehead against him, I look him dead in the eye, and then I kiss him softly, gently. After a few tense moments, he kisses me back. We get out of the water, and he lays back while I get my turn to taste Rave and make him come. To have control. A while later, when we get back on our horses, I turn to him and say, I'm only just experiencing sex and a connection like this for the first time. Don't try to use it against me again, or I'll find someone else to give it to me. Surprisingly, there are no shadows to be found. Chapter 18. When I rise out of the bath that evening, there's something lying in the middle of my bed, wrapped in black silk. Opening it, I smile at the ruby-embedded dagger, the one I mentioned to him in passing. He must have gotten it today when I was getting my hair done. Rubbing my thumb along the big ruby in the middle, I pretend to stab someone a few times to test it out. Perfect. After throwing on a black linen dress, I knock on his door. Rave opens it in nothing but a red towel, sitting low on his hips. His hair is wet and messy, and those damn V-lines have me wanting to drop to my knees before him. My eyes are up here, he comments, flashing me that dimple. Can I come in? I ask, and he arches his brow but steps back to let me enter. Closing the door behind me, I turn to face him. Thank you for the dagger. It's even more beautiful than I remember. You're welcome, he answers, gently touching my chin. Who knew the Shadow Prince could be so thoughtful? I reply, smiling at him. His fingers move down my neck, his thumb stroking me. Your eyes, he says, tilting his head. They are stunning. Hazel with green specks the closer I look. I arch my brow. I always think that about you. Your eyes are the clearest of blues, so pale. The color of icy ocean water. They are lighter than your brother's. His lips tighten as if he doesn't like me mentioning that I've been looking into their eyes too. Reaching out to his towel, I ask, may I? All I can think about right now is getting down on my knees in front of you. Astrid, he says in a low growl I'm getting used to hearing from him. Not calling me princess anymore? I tease. He doesn't say no, so I flick the towel off him, his cock springing free and right into my hands. Kneeling in front of him, I lick its head, which he seemed to like last time, and then go to town, sucking him as deep as I can take him. His fingers in my hair are a little rougher than they were the first time, as he encourages me back and forth. And when he tugs a little on the strands, I wonder if he could read my mind about liking it when he does that. Just like that, he murmurs, and I look up into his eyes. My princess on her knees in front of me. You look so beautiful with my cock in your mouth. Fuck. It's different this time. Instead of moonlight streaming into the window, the lights are on and we can see everything. Everything. I can see a little birthmark shaped like a star he has on his inner thigh, so I run my nails over it. Wait. Lifting my head off him, I stare at the mark and plant a kiss there. You have a star on you. I know, he says quietly. That's why when you told me your name was Astrid. Astrid means star, hence my nickname from August. It makes sense now why he laughed a little when I told him my name. Pushing that aside, my mouth goes right back on his cock. I slowly learn what he likes and dislikes, and when he comes, I swallow it all just like before, closing my eyes to shield me from the golden glow, which, at this point, is a reminder of how stupid I am. Good girl, he says, stroking my hair, and my eyes widen as pleasure strikes right down my body. Okay, I kind of liked that. A lot. Do I have some kind of praise kink? He must notice because he smiles, his eyes dark and voracious. Rave helps me up and then carries me to his bed. I haven't been in here since that first day, but I forget all about that when he strips me down and bends me over the bed, eating my pussy from behind. He makes me come 3 times before he tucks me in bed, curled up right next to him. And I have the best sleep of my life. Elios finds me after my magic training the next morning, wearing his usual easy smile and good mood. We've spent a little time together, but it's clear he's not trying to woo me as his mate. I think the brothers have given up on me, noticing I spend most of my free time with Rave, who, speaking of, was gone when I woke this morning, but then came back with breakfast for me, which I ate in his bed. Naked. And then he made me come with his fingers and mouth before disappearing. I've gone from having no sexual experience to sitting on a prince's face, suffocating him with my pussy. Life is weird. Are you busy? I ask Elios. Depends on what you want to do, he replies, smirking. Rave is missing, and I want to do some training. Want to spar with me? His eyebrows rise, and he runs a hand through his red hair. You want me to end up looking like Cove, don't you? Do you not think Rave will kick my ass for sparring with you? You don't have to go hard and knock me out, I reply, rolling my eyes. Just teach me some of your moves. Come on. Pulling him along past the gardens and out into the open field, I turn to face him, stretching my neck from side to side. Okay, what is your signature move? Teach me something no one else can. He spends the next hour showing me how to take someone down, especially someone much bigger than me. Elios circles and shows me his favorite moves to attack, the best way to punch, kick, and use knees to my advantage. By the end, I drop him to the ground with a knee to his stomach. Holy shit, that was awesome, I say with a grin. For you, he gasps, but soon recovers and flashes me a slow, lazy smile. I'm impressed. My hands cover my face as a vision suddenly hits me. Rave, with a little boy sitting on his lap. He has black hair and icy pale blue eyes. Rave turns to me and smiles widely, then kisses the little boy on the forehead. Astrid, are you okay? Elios asks, lifting me in his arms. Oh, fuck, he's going to kill me with his bare hands. I'm okay. I just feel a little dizzy, I say, resting my head on his shoulder. Was that Rave's and my son? How do we have a son and seem so happy? What about the other visions? I haven't had that one since I met him, so has the future changed? My gift needs to come with a user's manual. What the fuck happened to her? I hear as Rave lands from the sky, tendrils of shadows around him. Elios? I'm fine, I tell him, lifting my head. What happened? Rave asks again, taking me from his brother's arms. We were sparring, and she suddenly collapsed and said she felt dizzy, he replies, stepping back and away from us. I didn't do anything. And now I'm going so she can deal with you. He disappears, flames appearing all around him. Did he just zip away? I ask, referring to the teleportation that I thought only vampires used. Yes, he did. Now tell me what happened. Sighing, I bury my face into his neck. I can't exactly tell him I saw a vision of us with our child. Or can I? This changes things. It changes everything. Exactly like your brother said, I felt dizzy. He did nothing wrong. I made him train with me since you weren't here, I explain as he carries me back to his room. His room, not mine. I'm going to get a healer to look at you, he says, laying me back on his bed. I feel perfectly fine now, I say, sitting up against the headboard and wringing my hands together. He kisses my forehead, and I think that's what breaks my final barriers.
I'm going to get the healer and some water and food. Don't move.
When he brings in Bob, my brow furrows. You're a healer? Then why haven't we worked on anything to do with healing? He ignores me and puts his hand on my forehead, closing his eyes. I put my mental block up just in case he tries to poke around in my mind, but he doesn't do that. I can't sense anything wrong, he finally says. Bob checks my heart rate and vision and then leaves the room. I told you I was okay, I say before yawning.
Drink some water before you sleep,
Rave says, holding the glass for me, and I take a sip. And when I snuggle into his sheets and close my eyes, I know he has broken through any defenses I had up, which gives him the power. And I'm fucking terrified. Chapter 19. When Cove returns the next day, he looks down at my bare wrists and laughs. He can see we haven't bonded yet, and apparently he finds that hilarious. Still haven't put Rave out of his misery, hey? Do you wonder if he's not getting sex from you, that he's getting it elsewhere? I mean, that's what I would do, he says, pulling out a chair and taking a seat. Meals were a lot more enjoyable without him being here. The prince can do what he likes, I say, as my stomach twists at the thought, even though we aren't officially together. Rave returns after going to speak with the king and sits next to me. He slides my chair closer to him with his foot, so our shoulders are almost touching. I hate that Cove has put the idea in my head, and now I'm wondering if he is sleeping with other women. How's that incomplete bond treating you, big brother? Must be slowly eating at your soul having her so close, yet so far. He smirks. Uneasiness fills me. I've heard how the bond affects the males more than the females. It makes them jealous, territorial, irrational, and, yeah, just plain old miserable. He eyes his brother with distaste.
Don't even look in her direction if you have nothing nice to say.
Purely making conversation with our princess, he replies, stabbing a piece of bacon. You know, that initial meeting with her must have been fate playing a prank on us, because I don't feel any draw to her anymore. Good, I mutter, blowing on my hot morning coffee. Nico and Elios also join us, and I silently contemplate whether I'd be allowed to take meals in my room. Elios kisses the top of my head, earning a scowl from Rave. But I like Elios. It feels like he's my little brother, too. Good morning. And to you, I reply, grinning. You're in a good mood today. Of course I am. Tonight we are having a party at the castle, and I get to mingle with all the pretty women of Aravel, he says, smiling widely. I glance at Rave, because this is the first I've heard about this party. I'm about to ask what the occasion is, but then I remember the date. Of course, it's Beltane, a celebration where all the Fae get together and light a bonfire to purify themselves and increase fertility. It also marks the beginning of summer. Although we did celebrate it in our village growing up, we mostly danced around the fire and were then sent home while the other activities took place. Those activities involve a lot of sex, and sometimes with multiple people. I overheard one of August's friends telling him about it once, and he said he saw 4 people together getting it on underneath the stars. Is it the same here? I would assume so. And it would explain why Ilios is looking forward to it.
It would be nice to let loose,
Nico says, glancing around at his brothers.
It's been pretty tense around here recently, so let's enjoy it like we used to, shall we?
Used to? As in, before I got here? Or is he talking about something else?
Agreed,
Cove replies, sending a glare in my direction. Just make sure it's consensual, I say to him, flashing my teeth. I know I shouldn't poke him, but I have a problem where I need to get the last word in.
Don't worry, women fall at my feet, Astrid. I'm a prince, remember? As long as you leave my woman alone, I don't give a fuck.
Rave adds, his hand possessively touching my thigh.
Is she your woman, though?
Cove replies, pointedly looking at his bare wrist.
I don't see a mating bond. I was just telling her that if she's not giving it up, I'm sure other women are. You're not known for going without.
And then my shadow daddy is out in full form, and I put up a shield in case Nico shatters the earth, Cove sends ice shards, or Ilios shoots flames. None of them are going to interrupt me finishing my fucking coffee.
You can't let it go that she doesn't want you. And you need to, little brother, because she is mine. She always has been and always will, he snaps at Cove. The fates sent her here like a fucking plague, tricking us into thinking she could mate with any of us. Even if she did choose one of us, I don't know if it would have worked. He fires back, snow starting to mix with the shadows. And what even is she? Because no one has ever heard of the mating bond taking effect for more than one person before.
A plague? I've never been called that. And yeah, ouch. I ignore the what is she comment because I'm not touching that one. Well, at least I'm not your plague, I say, shrugging. I don't know why you can't mind your own business and leave me alone.
If you want her so badly, then challenge me for her.
Rave smirks, openly challenging him.
If you can beat me, I'll back away from her.
My jaw drops. Are you serious right now?
He won't, because he knows he will lose, Rave states, shrugging. And I know I will win.
When will the pissing contest end? Why don't you both pull your dicks out and measure them? I know Rave's is going to be bigger. Ilios makes a choking sound. Unable to apparently beat his brother, Cove targets me instead and suddenly sends snowballs in my direction, but they don't even make a dent in my shield. Rave, defending me, sends more shadows to attack him. Sighing, I decide to let them kill each other. I've never been happier not to have any siblings than I am right now. Fire suddenly appears in Ilios's palms.
Can I try? Ilios!
Rave scowls. Go ahead, I grin. He sends a blaze of fire at me, but nothing. Flashing a bored look in Nico's direction, he takes the bait and splits the floor under us, except where I'm sitting remains untouched. His brothers, however, fly in different directions. Well, well, I say, feeling smug and taking a sip of coffee. I'll need to give Bob an extra thank you when I see him, because this is perfect. I wonder what would happen, though, if they all tried at the same time. Rave is extremely unimpressed, standing up with darkness raging around him.
Astrid is your princess, your future queen, and you will respect her. Or what?
Nico asks, eyes narrowing. Rave explodes, His shadows envelop Nico until his brother starts to scream. The sound is pained and harrowing, and I cover my ears, wanting it to stop. This is the Shadow Prince. Stop it, I say quietly. Rave hears me and pulls back the darkness. Nico is crouched into a ball on his seat, his head in his hands, rocking back and forth. Rave studies him with an empty expression, and I know now how well he hides his true emotions. Nico is an asshole, but he's still his brother. That's enough. Can we just have one nice meal? I snap, letting go of my shield and picking up my fork. Or from now on, I'll eat alone in my room. They all share a look and go silent, finishing their breakfast.
A common fae shouldn't have magic that strong, Nico suddenly says, staring daggers at me. You have to be more than that. It's not possible.
I turn to find Rave's eyes already on me as he nods slowly.
You said you didn't know who your father is. I can only assume he was very powerful, maybe even of a royal line.
Elios tilts his head to the side.
I think so too, or you're just a freak of nature.
Rave sends him a look that has his youngest brother wincing. I don't have anything to do with whoever my father is, so what does it matter? I ask, shrugging. I'll learn to wield my magic and be strong enough that no one will be stupid enough to ever fuck with me.
Rave's lip twitches. You will be. No one will ever hurt you.
If we did complete the bond, my magic would amplify, and so would his. Together, we would be unstoppable. The vision of our son flashes in my mind, and I know that the fates can change. So, is that what has happened? Maybe I can try to trust and give him a chance. Or maybe I'm an idiot, and this is exactly how I lose everything. Chapter 20. The palace is bustling as everyone gets ready for the celebration. We skip training today, and Rave disappears after breakfast. From my bedroom window, I watch the servants build tonight's bonfire. Celeste steps into my room with a handful of different clothing options, all white or off-white selections in theme with the Beltane festival. "What about this one?" she asks, referring to a shorter, low-cut dress cinched at the waist. My eyebrows raise, and Celeste laughs. "Trust me, this will be modest compared to what most will be wearing." I check the other options, but then go along with her suggestion. After resting for a few hours and reading a book I retrieved from the palace library, I get bored and decide to search for Rave. However, when I step out of my room, I come face to face with a man I've never met before. He has blonde hair, longer on top and shorter on the sides, gray, storm-filled eyes, and a scar that runs across his neck, like someone tried to decapitate him and failed. His pointed ears tell me he's a highborn fae, as does his expensive gray tunic and trousers, and 2 short swords at his hips. He's tall, although not as tall as Rave, but he's just as well muscled. His eyes flare as they land on me.
Well, he failed to mention how extremely sexy you are.
I can only guess who he is in this equation. "And who are you?" I ask, my eyes narrowing. He grins, flashing straight white teeth.
"I'm Soren. It's lovely to meet you,"
he says, offering me his hand. "Astrid," I say, shaking it. A quick vision flashes in my mind as our skin touches. I'm standing in the forest, surrounded by enemies wanting to kill me. Soren stands in front of me, guarding and protecting me. Closing my eyes for a moment, I try to process the vision without letting it drain me. When I open my eyes again, Soren has moved a little closer, with his head cocked to the side as he watches me.
"Are you okay?"
he asks, brow furrowing. I'm fine. I get a little dizzy sometimes. I lie, looking up at him. Now who the hell are you, Soren? And why are you standing at my door? He laughs and offers me his arm. I take it.
"I'm Rave's best friend."
We walk down the hallway. Rave has friends? I ask in an incredulous tone. Soren laughs harder.
"He has one, but when you have me, what else could you ask for?"
Where have you been? You don't live here?
"I've been patrolling the borders,"
he explains, leading me outside.
"Rave is normally with me, leading us."
But because I'm here, he hasn't been? I surmise, pursing my lips. I didn't realize I had caused him to change his life so much. I assumed he lived in the palace and did whatever things princes do. Soren stays quiet, so I'm taking that as a yes. I had no idea.
"It's special to be able to find your mate," he replies, and we stop as we near the bonfire. "So no one blames him for taking some time off his usual adventures, although I must admit, it's boring without him there."
Who leads if he's not there? I ask.
"Me,"
he replies, turning to me and flashing a charismatic, likely well-practiced smile. Are you needed there because of the threat of the vampire kingdom? I ask, and his brows rise.
"Their kingdom borders ours, and this war has been a long time coming," he responds, studying my face. "But let's not talk about that. Tell me how the princess life has been treating you."
He pulls out one of the garden chairs for me, and I sit, eyeing him as he does the same. This man is too charming and a little too confident. But in the vision, he protected me against all odds. How much do you know? I ask, wondering if Rave is forthcoming with someone he considers his closest friend.
"Let's see." He smirks, lifting his fingers and counting each piece of information he lists off. "You showed up at the castle to save your friend. You ran. You said you'd stay if your friend went free. Then you somehow became the mates of all the brothers. And now you are here, and everyone is waiting for you to bond with Rave before the war begins so we will have the upper hand. Oh, and you are also somehow powerful even though you aren't of any known highborn lines."
Wow, so Rave can communicate with some people, I mutter. Soren laughs and shakes his head.
"Trust me, it was painful to drag that information out of him, and I've known him since we were kids."
A servant brings out some lemonade, and I smile and thank her. When she walks back into the palace, I turn to Soren, finding him already watching me. Why did you want to talk to me today, Soren? Let's cut the shit and be honest with each other, I say, taking a sip of the ice-cold beverage. His lip twitches.
"No hidden agendas, Astrid. I wanted to meet the maid of my closest friend."
"And see if you approve?" I gather, leaning back in my chair.
"It doesn't matter if I approve or not. The fates don't care about our opinions," he replies, looking out toward the bonfire before bringing those stormy eyes back to mine. "But as Rave's mate, I will protect you with my life."
I know this to be true. What magic do you have? I ask. I can sense he definitely has some sort of mind powers, but I can't exactly tell what. He opens his mouth to answer, but Rave approaches. His brows narrow. He's in his usual black with a sleeveless tunic showing off his biceps, his hair tousled like he's been raking his fingers through it. "Rave," Soren grins, amusement dancing in his eyes. "I hope you don't mind, but I saved your mate from the prison of her room and brought her out here to keep me company." I sip my lemonade, feeling the sudden tension between the two. "You overstep," Rave threatens softly, but Soren remains unfazed. "She is lovely," Soren continues to push, lip twitching. "I'll be happy to stay at the palace and keep her occupied if you are too busy with whatever you've been doing all morning." Interesting. "And what have you been doing all morning?" I ask, taking the opening I've been given. Blue eyes pin me to the spot. "I had some business to take care of before the festival. And today isn't the day to be wandering around, Astrid. Fae from all over will be here, and we can't trust all of them." I tilt my head towards Soren. "But he's your friend, right? So I assume I can trust him." His eyes flicker as his lips tighten. "I've been struggling to get you to trust me, even a little bit. And you already trust him?" I shrug. I don't trust anyone here. But Soren is not my mate, and I haven't seen myself on my knees in front of him, powerless and broken. He also doesn't get anything from being nice to me. Rave looks like he wants to murder us both, shadows rising from the ground. August is the only person I've ever truly trusted, and I've lost him. The thought sends a wave of sadness deep into my bones. Rave comes up behind me and brushes my braid to one side, exposing my neck. He places a kiss on the skin there, shivers erupting all over my body. His hand then possessively holds onto the back of my neck. He's telling Soren that I'm his, and only his. He might as well be peeing on me. Soren simply watches on with amusement. "Not sharing this one, then?" Stiffening, I ignore Rave's snarls of warning to his friend and process his words. They've shared women? I obviously know the prince has a lot more experience than me in the sex department, but hearing this is a reminder of how much. Is that what he likes? Is one woman, even if it's his mate, going to be boring for him? While they stand off in a silent battle, I take the time to admire Soren. He's a good-looking fae. I don't know many women who would turn down one of them, never mind both of them. But the thought of Rave with any other woman fills me with jealousy. Unexplainable, unreasonable jealousy. Mine. Okay, I need to handle it maturely and not let him know how I'm feeling right now. Instead, magic surges out of me before I can control it, and I know they feel the static of it. Rave runs his thumb along the side of my neck, grounding me. "You're a fucking asshole," Rave seethes. But Soren keeps his eyes on me. "She's powerful." "I told you she was, but if you upset her again, you will regret it," Rave rumbles, his shadows coming around my body, comforting and protecting me. "Was what I said a lie?" Soren counters, his jaw tightening. "Are you going to keep all of you hidden in the hopes she doesn't run? Shouldn't she know the real you?" "She is sitting right here," I snap, standing and walking around the table so I can face both of them. If you, I say, pointing at Rave, want me to trust you, then stop keeping things from me. Just be honest. Trust me. Give me what you're blindly asking for. And you, I pin my gaze on Soren. You just wanted to see how I'd react to that little piece of information. Or maybe you wanted to see how Rave would react. Either way, don't play fucking games with me. However, I do appreciate you actually sharing things and being open.
Princess.
I cut off the prince. Is that what you're into? You want to share me? I turn to Soren and run a finger down his ripped bicep. I've never had a threesome before. Tell me, how would it work exactly? Would I ride you while he fills my mouth? Soren winces and takes a step away from me. Rave grips my arm and pulls me flush against his body. He's hard as a rock, his massive weapon pressing against my stomach. Shadows roll over his irises, and barely restrained power emanates from him. Yeah, he didn't like that much. The veins stand out from the muscles on his arms.
I don't care what I've done in the past. That was before you. No one else will be touching you.
He growls out the words, bringing his face so close to mine that I can see the silver specks in his eyes, a raging thunderstorm about to explode. He is a little terrifying, especially at times like this, but I know he wouldn't hurt me. If anything, it turns me on. Licking my lips, I bring my lips to his ear. That goes both ways. You know that, right? Then I pull away from him. Now I'm going to get ready for tonight, so the two of you can kill each other all you want. Feeling their gaze on me the entire walk back, I ignore them while gritting my teeth. Fuck them. I'm going to have fun tonight, and no one is going to stop me. Chapter 21. Staring into the mirror, I smile at my reflection. My brown skin is covered in a golden sheen, so it looks like I'm almost glowing. My eyes are smoky, and my lips are covered in gloss. Celeste was right in her dress choice. The white material clings to my body, showing off my small waist and more thigh than usual. Running my fingers through my curled hair, I touch the white flower at my ear and do a little spin before exiting the bathroom. There's a soft knock at the door, and I open it to find Rave standing there, wearing all white trousers and a tight white shirt that has my mouth watering. He appears unarmed, but I guess you don't always need a weapon when you are as powerful as him. Blue eyes scan me from head to toe, lingering on my breasts and then on my thighs.
You look...
He trails off, licking his lips.
Fuck. You sure you want to go tonight?
He steps closer until our bodies are touching.
Because all I want to do is throw you back on that bed and taste you until you scream my name.
Really? I reply in a husky tone, pressing my palm against his chest. Will Soren be joining us too? His eyes turn black, shadows filling them.
I'm only going to say this one more time, Princess. You are mine. Whatever I have or haven't done in the past doesn't apply to you. Yes, Soren and I have fucked women together, and yes, we had a fun time. But you aren't just a woman, you are my soulmate, the one the fates created just for me. My fucking destiny.
And what if I wanted that? For you to share me with him? I ask, smirking. I'm pushing, testing him. His fingers slide up from my waist, under my hair, until he reaches my nape, firmly clasping.
After we've bonded and are solid in our relationship, if there's anything you want to explore, we could discuss.
He tilts his head to the side, considering. Then his eyes flash with anger and heat.
But the way I feel about you, probably fucking not. My cock will be the only one that your sweet little pussy will take, and you will love every inch of it. I'll always make sure you're satisfied and all your needs are taken care of. Right now, we're on shaky fucking ground, and I'm a breath away from losing control, Astrid. So you'd be smart not to push me. You even look at another man tonight, and I will fucking kill him. So don't try and play this game unless you want other men's blood on that beautiful dress of yours.
So basically, if it is what I really want, we could discuss it, but probably fucking not? It isn't what I want, and he most likely knows that, but I just wanted to see what he would say. You'd kill your own best friend? I ask, my voice hoarse, even to my own ears. His fingers tighten.
Mention him again and find out for yourself.
There's obviously something quite wrong with me, because I feel my nipples tighten and heat pool in my lower belly at his words. He must sense it because his eyes narrow on me, and he brings his lips down, kissing me deeply, wildly, showing me a little hint of that loss of control he speaks of.
If we are going, we have to go now,
he says against my lips.
Otherwise, I'm dragging you back into bed.
Another kiss, and then I pull my mouth away. Let's go now and end up back here at the end of the night. Rave pulls me against him and kisses my forehead.
I'm going to need a minute before we leave.
I glance down and see his cock straining against his white trousers, begging to be touched. Scowling, I realize that everyone will be able to see the outline of his cock anyway.
What?
He asks, catching my glare. I can literally see the shape of your dick in those pants, which means everyone can see it. I whisper-yell, pointing toward his huge cock. He laughs, deep and husky.
Good. I'm glad it's not just me who's jealous and possessive as fuck. And when I'm not hard, it won't be that visible, so don't tease me.
I've never been happier that he usually wears all black. With heated tension between us and hand in hand, we make it outside to the bonfire. My eyes widen as I take in all the people, hundreds of them, scattered around the castle. There are many tables of food and drinks, and a band playing loud music. Fairy lights appear like they are floating in the air, and gold luminous balloons dance above the tables like clouds. It's all so beautiful, and I can't help but grin. Okay, this is nothing like the festival in my village, I breathe out, taking it all in. As Soren approaches, Rave's fingers tighten around mine, and he comes to a stop on the other side of me.
You look stunning, Astrid,
he murmurs, grinning, then raises his eyes over my head to Rave.
You can calm down. You know I would do anything for either of you. I'd protect her with my life.
Rave nods, his friend's words seeming to relax him, and then he turns to me.
Do you want something to eat or drink?
I'd love some wine, I reply, and he kisses my lips before heading off.
I've never seen him like this before,
Soren comments, crossing his arms over his chest.
I suppose I'd be the same way with my own mate. But until then...
His eyes follow a pretty blonde as she walks by. You get to have fun and not think about anyone else's feelings? I smirk. Soren laughs, his shoulder shaking.
Yeah, that.
Rave returns with a large glass of Fey wine, and I smile at him. Thank you. Soren takes this opportunity to chase after the blonde, slapping Rave on his shoulder as he passes.
I'll be back. Take your time, Rave replies in a dry tone.
You're not having any? I ask.
No, I want to be alert in case anything goes wrong,
he explains, his hand going to the small of my back in a protective manner.
You have as much fun as you want, and I will watch over you.
That's not very fun, I mutter, taking a big swallow of the sweet nectar. If we're expecting trouble, this will be my only glass. His hand lifts to my waist as he turns to face me, my shoulder brushing his chest.
We don't know if the vampire kingdom will strike first, but tonight would be a perfect opportunity. Everyone is celebrating. There are unrecognizable people everywhere, and if it has reached them that I've found my mate, they'll want to try and stop that. I'm the most powerful Fey prince there is, and if we bond, I will arguably become the most powerful Fey alive, Astrid. So you can only imagine how many people would not want that to happen. I'm a threat. You're a threat. Together, we are unstoppable.
My eyes widen. He must have taken my comment earlier to heart because he's not usually this forthcoming with information. Maybe he's trying to trust me. And maybe, just maybe, it's time I did the same. So you're hoping for the best but planning for the worst? He nods.
I have the guards stationed around the castle, and my brothers will take turns standing guard. My army is at the borders. I won't take a chance that they come for you.
Thank you for telling me, I reply, leaning into him. I had no idea we were in such danger.
I didn't want you to have to worry about any of that. I already made you stay here and leave your friend, only for you to be in even more danger,
he admits, kissing the top of my head.
I just want you to be a princess until you settle in.
I can be a princess and also be involved in things that concern me, I reply, glancing up to look into his eyes. I'm strong, and I don't need to be protected in that way.
I never once thought you weren't strong,
he replies, his eyes gentling.
You are incredible, Astrid. You are brave, talented, and powerful.
I was going to run away, I blurt out. I was going to bide my time and then leave. And if I had done that, I would have had no idea how much danger I would be in. And that is because you didn't tell me. His mouth snaps shut, eyes darkening.
And now? Do you still plan on leaving?
No, I say, the truth of it hitting me harder than I thought it would. I'm not leaving.
If you left, I would have found you,
he murmurs, and I feel his shadow stroke the back of my neck. I know, I admit, bringing the glass to my lips, tipping the liquid back into my mouth, and swallowing. And I know that shouldn't be comforting, but it is. Chapter 22. Elio spins me around, the fire burning brightly in front of us. Laughing, I let him twirl me until I get dizzy. I've always loved dancing, and was blessed with enough rhythm to find my way around different dancing styles. On the other hand, Rave hasn't danced all night, but I felt his eyes on me as I've joined in on the night celebrations. Elios's tunic has come off at some point, his muscled body gaining the attention of several Fey women, all watching him with lust brewing in their eyes. "Who knew you were such a ladies' man?" I say when we stop for a break. Elios puts his hand on his chest in mock hurt.
"Not you, apparently. Can I have the next dance?"
Soren asks as he comes up next to Elios. I'm about to say no, heeding Rave's warning, but when I look over at the man in question, he's talking to Vera. Her red hair blows in the wind around her, and her hands are on her hips. Her white gown sweeps the floor and is tight in all the right places. It appears to me like they're having an argument, and I scowl, then turn back to Soren and place my hand in his. Soren smirks, his eyes also going to Vera and then back to me, as if he understands why I'm saying yes. Elios brings my hand to his lips, places a kiss on my knuckles, and then dives into the group of women who all begin fawning over him. I force myself not to look back at Rave while Soren places a hand on my waist, the other holding my hand as we start to move with the music.
"You look like you want to ask me something."
Soren grins, spinning me. My eyes narrow. What's the deal with them? She was here when I arrived, then went missing, and now she's back. Is she his ex? He tilts his head, considering his words.
"He'd kill me for discussing this. You should ask him yourself."
I grit my teeth, wishing my magic included mind reading or supersonic hearing. Speaking of, I think, then ask, you never told me what your magic is.
"Persuasion," he admits, watching my reaction.
"Amongst a few other things.
But mostly I am a warrior. With my magic, the king wanted me to be involved with his politics, but I'm a born fighter."
I have a little bit of persuasion, I admit, wincing. I mean, it's only really worked on humans or lesser fae when I've used it. He arches his brow.
"Interesting. Rave said you can shield, so I likely wouldn't be able to use my magic on you anyway. That's very impressive."
"Thank you. So is yours. And quite dangerous to be around." He throws his head back and laughs.
"You have no idea, Princess. May I cut in?"
I turn to my right to see Rave standing there, shadows surrounding him, his jaw set like marble. He's angry. Well, so am I. Soren winks and steps back, letting Rave step in and take his place. His hand grips my waist, the other coming to my jaw, which he holds firm.
"What did I say to you?"
"Well, you seemed busy with your little truth-sayer," I snap, turning my face away. His fingers drop from my jaw, and then he takes my hand as we start to move. He sighs, like I'm the exasperating one, and then admits,
"I can't remember the last time I danced."
Rave dances quite well, moving with me perfectly like we were made for each other. And I suppose we are.
"I haven't so much as looked at another woman in that way since the day you showed up at the castle, Astrid."
He leans down to speak into my ear, his lips touching me. "And how about the day before that?" I ask dryly, referring to when I saw him in the market with Vera by his side. He raises his head, his eyes scanning mine.
"I didn't know you existed. You can't hold anything before that against me. I only want you. And I want you to be mine forever."
"You're the one over there having an intense conversation with another woman," I scowl, my brow furrowing. "With the woman you brought in to interrogate me. The same one who clearly has feelings for you. He spins me around, then dips me back, his lips slamming into mine in a branding, almost punishing kiss. In front of everyone. At first, I tried to push him off me, but after a few moments, my fingers are gripping his shirt, pulling him closer as his tongue explores my mouth. When he ends the kiss, we're both panting, and he brings me back to my feet, and then he kisses my neck.
You have no reason to be jealous. I'm yours. I'm all in, princess. You're the one who doesn't want to bond with me, and you'll tell anyone willing to hear exactly that. So why don't you think about how that makes me look before you get angry about me talking to a woman I've known my entire life?
And then he leaves me, standing there, feeling angrier and more turned on than I have ever been. Nico suddenly steps in, offering me his hand. I guess my night is going from bad to worse. Sighing, I take his hand, and he leads me around the fire. Is this a pity dance because your big brother is a jerk? I ask, breaking the silence. He arches his brow.
Do I look like the kind to hand out pity dances?
My lips kick up at the corners. No, but you hate me. So why are you here right now?
I don't hate you, he replies, lips tightening. You just brought a lot of problems with you when you showed up here. And even now, Rave is looking at me like he wants to suffocate me with his shadows.
I roll my eyes but glance over at Rave, and Nico is right. I send him a smile so he knows I'm okay, and he cocks his head to the side, watching us. Well, sorry for being such an inconvenience.
You should be,
he mutters, spinning me.
But you're going to be my brother's mate, and our future queen, and we need to get along.
So you've given up on me being your mate? I tease, and he smirks.
I always knew you were Rave's mate.
How? I ask, my brow furrowing.
Because my mate died.
He says so softly, I barely hear him.
Years ago, before we could even bond. You only get one mate. I have no idea why we all reacted like that to each other. Nothing makes sense when it comes to you. But maybe it's because you will be our queen. I don't know. But I know it's not the same as what Rave has with you.
Sighing, I look out to find Rave still standing there, watching me. But he's now alone. Thank you for the dance, I say to Nico, and he bows before walking away. When I head over to Rave, he's staring at me with his mouth turned down and dull eyes. He's unhappy. So I lighten the mood with, I think that's the nicest conversation I've ever had with your brother. His eyes seem to gentle.
I spoke to him earlier. He said he wanted to try and make things right with you. They've all accepted I'm your mate.
Nico told me what happened to his mate, I reply softly. Ice blue eyes widen.
I'm surprised he told you. He never speaks about her.
Soren steps in and stands between us, wrapping an arm around each of us. He has a wine glass in each hand, and I'm impressed that he doesn't spill any of it.
There's no sign of trouble, so I'm going to enjoy my night.
He holds out the glass in his right hand to me.
For you, Astrid.
Accepting the glass with a grin, we cheers and then drink.
I guess I'll remain the responsible one then.
Rave smirks, but he doesn't sound put out by the fact. I know he wants me to let loose and have a little fun, and maybe I should try to do that. For him. As the night goes on, the Fae become drunker, and the dancing around the bonfire turns into something a little more X-rated. There is Fae in various stages of undress, with diverse or multiple partners, fucking each other senseless under the moonlight with flames surrounding them. "Oh, wow," I mutter, seeing a little more of Soren than I'd want to as he pulls out of the blonde woman he's fucking on the grass, his cock standing strong and proud for the whole fucking world to see. Did he finish in her? And is it hard again already? I can't lie. He is an attractive man with his ripped body and mischievous grin. My eyes land on the scar across his neck, and I wonder who tried to kill him. Glancing over at Rave, I find his eyes, narrowed ice blue slits, on me. "Enjoying the view?" he asks, in a low growl, his body going still. I'm more than a little bit tipsy now, so I simply grin in return. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. Can you blame me? Do you normally... I gesture to Soren, who was now fucking another woman from behind. Participate? Rave's teeth bite down on his bottom lip, and my gaze follows the motion. He seems to hesitate before answering. I normally would, yes. It's a celebration for us and natural. I see, I reply, wondering if I'll ever be so free in myself I can have sex in front of a blazing public fire. Am I ruining your celebration? He draws in a ragged breath. Princess, if it were up to me, I'd be fucking you tonight. And only you. And if you didn't want to do it out here, we'd go somewhere more private. Maybe in the gardens or the forest. Somewhere where I'd only have to share you with the moonlight. Heat fills me at his words. Do I want that? Because my body's reaction is a resounding yes. Chapter 23. While pouring myself more wine, I overhear a conversation between two Fae females I've never seen before. They are facing the fire and not looking in my direction, and when I hear their words, I slink into the shadows to eavesdrop. She hasn't mated with him yet, one says, making a tisk-tisk sound. The Shadow Prince's wrists are bare. I looked at them when he walked past me. Why do you think she's waiting? If he were my mate, you wouldn't be able to pull me off him. The other woman laughs, a high-pitched, annoying sound that grates on my nerves. Who knows? He's not even celebrating tonight, just standing there looking miserable. Maybe I'll go over and pleasure him so he can have some fun. I finish the glass in my hand and put it on the table. Why don't you try that and see what happens to you? I suggest as I walk right by them. Go on, I fucking dare you. They both blanch and share a look. Oh, sorry, I leave them standing there and storm back over to Rave. I hate that I've made his own people feel sorry for him. That was never my intention. And, yes, we might not have bonded yet, but that doesn't mean he's walking around with blue balls. What's wrong? Rave asks as I approach, his brow furrowing. Nothing, I murmur, kissing him and catching him off guard. His hands instinctively come up to hold me, and he kisses me back, then breaks the kiss to search my face. This is the first time we've been affectionate in public, and I'm sure he's wondering what has changed my mood. Let's get out of here, I say against his lips, wrapping my arms around his neck. I want him now. And it's not about those women or the wine. It's me being honest with myself. Fuck the visions. With his hands on my thighs, he picks me up and carries me away from the bonfire and into the gardens. His mouth only leaves mine to trail down my neck, and I'm so lost in him I don't even care where he's taking me. When grass hits my back, I glance up to the tree above us, but then his body is hard and warm on top of me, kissing me like it's our last day together, his tongue dancing with mine. My head is fuzzy, but I know what I'm doing and what I want. Rave slides my dress up and sucks in a breath as he sees my silk panties, ripping them in one smooth tear and spreading my thighs. He lays down like a fucking sniper, getting comfortable, and lowers his head to my pussy, licking up the slit and ending at my clit. His tongue circles me until I'm moaning and lifting my hips, begging for more. My back arches as he slips in one finger, then two, and they slide in and out in tandem with his tongue on my clit. Rave, I hoarsely moan as I come, my thighs trembling as pleasure consumes me, the shimmering gold light of the bond flaring. Beautiful, he whispers, lifting his head and licking his lips. The erotic sight of him has me reaching for his pants, pulling them down and freeing his thick, perfect length. I start to stroke him, kneeling in front of each other, and then I lower my head and take him into my mouth, sucking him hard and deep, my cheeks hollowing. When he comes, I swallow every drop, then lean forward and rest my cheek on his chest, his arms coming around me, a glow all around trying to consume us. Would being bonded to him be so bad? I can't even remember why it is such a bad idea. In fact, it sounds like a damn good idea right now. Looking up at him, I cup his face in my hands. I want you. His eyebrows rise, surprise flickering in his eyes. You're going to have to be a little more specific, Princess. Fuck me, Rave, I say, kissing his lips. It doesn't get any more specific than that. He's silent for a moment. I want that more than anything. But are you sure? You've been drinking and we aren't... I'm fine, I assure him, kissing down his neck. Isn't this what you want? Yes, but not like this, he replies, gripping my wrists in his hands when they start to wander back down to his already hardening cock. Fuck, I never thought I'd ever say this. But no, not tonight. Licking my lips, I look down. Your words and your cock are giving me mixed signals. He swallows, his throat working hard. Come on, let's go inside. I think it's time to call it a night. Rave pulls me up with him as he stands, and my stomach twists once rejection hits me. He's been all but begging me to complete the bond with him, and now, suddenly, he doesn't want to because I've had a few glasses of Fey wine. My anger builds as he leads me toward the palace, and I stop in my tracks before we reach the door, his hand falling from mine. I'm going to stay out a little longer, I decide, turning back to the bonfire. Rave walks around and stands in front of me, a muscle ticking in his jaw. Astrid. What? It's not like I'm going to go and fuck someone else. His eyes darken, and tendrils of smoke puff through the air. The fact that you even said that, he growls out, the words trailing off before picking me up and throwing me over his shoulder. You're not staying out here alone. I wouldn't be alone. I'll find Soren. He'll hang out with me. He slaps his hand across my ass, and my eyes widen because I kind of fucking liked it. Not that I'm going to tell him that. Put me down, you asshole! Need some help? Elios asks as I punch at Rave's back and tight ass. I lift my head to see him watching us with amusement, his still shirtless body covered with sweat and glitter. Yes, I do, I yell. Tell your brother I don't have to listen to him, and if I want to stay and party, I'm allowed to. Elios follows behind us. I can watch her and make sure she's safe. This isn't your business. She is my mate, Rave snaps, darting around Elios, who flashes me a sympathetic look before we head inside. I want to point out that technically I could have mated with any of the brothers, but I decided not to. Rave carries me into his bedroom and throws me onto the bed, my body bouncing twice before landing. Sitting up, I scoot to the edge and stand, removing my dress and letting it fall to the floor. My ripped panties must have been left behind under the tree, because they're nowhere to be found. He crosses his arms over his broad chest, his stance wide as he glowers at me. I don't miss his flicker down my naked body, though, so I know he wants me just as badly as I want him. What? I ask, frustration simmering. I turn my back to him as I lift the sheets and slide into his bed like I own the damn thing. He makes a growl of pure want and need as he takes in my ass from behind, which is soon swallowed by black silk. I don't know why you're so angry with me. I'm trying to do the right fucking thing, Rave says in a low warning, and I look over at him to see his jaw so tense it must hurt. You want this tomorrow? I'm in. Any other fucking time, I'm in. But not while you're drunk and might regret it in the morning. So if I wake up in the morning and want you, I'm all fucking yours, he growls, ripping off his clothes in an angry haste and sliding right into the bed next to me. And now we're both pissed off, horny as fuck, naked, looking at each other, our bodies panting. I should go to my room, I manage to say with the last bit of sanity I have left, but I don't move. And the way his hand clamps down on my shoulder lets me know he doesn't want me to leave. I don't know how, and it takes a little while, but we eventually fall asleep wrapped in each other's arms. And even with his hard cock wanting me, he doesn't take me. This man has the strongest will of anyone I've ever known. Chapter 24. It's late morning when I wake up with a slight headache, and I'm alone in Rave's bed. As I replay last night's events, my cheeks heat as I remember all but throwing myself at him and him saying no. I could have woken up bonded this morning, and I don't know how to feel about that. On the one hand, this is my life now, and there's no escaping it. And on the other hand, I don't know if I'm 100% ready to give up control. Would I have regretted it this morning? I don't know. Maybe I'm a little more honest with myself with wine taking the edge off my anxiety and tendency for overthinking. When I sit up, I find a note that he's left me on his bedside table, with some water and herbs to ease my headache. The king wanted to see me, otherwise I'd still be in bed with you. R. He can be sweet. I need to have an open and honest conversation with him about what our life will look like after we do this. Will we live here and go on like this? Am I free to leave the palace? After all, I would like to visit August and have more freedom than I do now. When I step out of Rave's bedroom, freshly bathed and wearing a black linen dress, I almost run into Cinda. "Good morning, Astrid," he grins, offering me his arm. "I'm to escort you to lunch since you already missed breakfast." I roll my eyes. "Just in case I got lost on my way?" He chuckles and leads me down the hallway. "Did you have fun last night?" "I did. I didn't see you there," I comment, arching my brow. "Did you partake in the festivities?" He blushes, lips quirking at the corners. "I was on watch for most of the night, but toward the end I got to have a little fun." "I'm glad," I smirk. Before I can find Rave, we run into the king, and he's not alone. He's with another man, a shifter, I believe, and a young woman. She looks young but tired, with bags under her eyes. But more concerning is the air of despair that follows her.
"Astrid, this is King Bax and his seer Laurel,"
King Tane introduces, gesturing to me.
"This is my son, soon-to-be mate."
"Lovely to meet you." I bow my head while Cinda has already let go of me to do the same.
"And you," King Bax replies, studying me.
The dominance that exudes from the werewolf makes me want to lower my eyes, but I force myself to hold his gaze. Shifter alphas can be intense, and this is a powerful one.
"When will the mating take place? We need Prince Rave to be at the forefront of this war. We don't have time to waste."
Wow. Pressure much?
"He will be ready,"
King Tane replies, arching his brow at me. A silent threat, but I hear it loudly. I better bond with his son for the sake of this kingdom. My eyes turn to Laurel, another seer, following around her king, at his beck and call. Does she help him because she wants to? "How are you?" I ask Laurel, but she doesn't reply. She looks right through me, like she doesn't see me.
"She only speaks with my permission,"
King Bax tells me, wrapping his hand around her upper arm.
"We don't want her giving anything away, now do we?"
My lips pinch with disgust. This is why my mother made me promise never to tell anyone what I am. Seers are kept like coveted pets, prisoners of their own power. Kept and hidden away by the kings who wish to use them, scared that someone else might steal them. They continue to walk, and Cinda takes my hand once again to lead me to the dining room. "She looks so miserable," I say, mostly to myself. "The Shifter King doesn't let her out of his sight," Cinda replies, sadness in his tone. "Even though she is Fae, I heard she has lived in his kingdom since she was a child. She's a strong seer and can predict battle." "Since she was a child?"
"There you are,"
Rave says as I step into the room, standing and pulling out the chair next to him. He places his hand on my lower back as I sit, his lips going to my ear.
"And how do you feel this morning?"
Tingles spread all over at his simple contact. I don't know if he's referring to my hangover or about what happened between us last night, so I go for a casual, "Good. And you?" The slight narrowing of his eyes makes me think it's the latter. We're alone for lunch, even though the food served on the table is enough to feed an army. "Where is everyone?"
"They'll come and eat in their own time," he replies, searching my face. "You're not angry with me this morning?"
I shake my head. "No, I'm not. I understand why you said no. You did the right thing. His eyes flicker with, is that disappointment? He must have been hoping I'd drag him back to his room now and let him have his way with me. But after seeing Laurel, I need to know what kind of prince sits next to me. I met King Bax and his seer, I say absently, serving myself some bread, cheese, and fruit. Have you met her? He nods, tilting his head to the side.
Yes, many times over the years. She's a highborn fae, so I don't like that she's with the Shifter King. But there's not much we can do about that. She's an asset to him, and he is our ally.
Since she is fae, shouldn't she be here with our king? I press.
If we were under the old laws, yes. But since we opened the realm, people are free to go between kingdoms if they wish. And Laurel was found in Bax's kingdom, so she falls under his rule, he explains, pouring me some orange juice and setting it in front of me. My father tried to barter for her, but Bax won't give her up. And I understand why.
Keeping my eyes on my plate, I chew slowly, wondering what he would do if he found out I was just like her. Maybe not as powerful or controlled, but I could have that in me. I've never explored what I can do. I usually avoid it. Have you ever... I pause. Kept a seer here? He goes silent for a few moments.
We've had one, yes. But she was killed many years ago on the same night my mother was killed.
My eyes lock with his. I'm sorry. Rave tucks my hair back behind my ear.
She would have loved you.
My fork hits the plate with a clink as I turn to face him. What happens after we bond? I need to know what my life will look like. His eyes flare in surprise.
That's what you're worried about?
Am I to be locked away, just like this? I ask, searching his eyes. And don't lie to me, Rave.
What do you want it to look like?
He asks quietly, sliding my chair closer to him with a sweep of his foot.
I'm a reasonable man, Princess, and we could work something out that would make us both happy.
I want some freedom, I admit, pursing my lips. I want to see August. He scowls when August's name leaves my lips, a muscle working in his jaw as he interrupts.
We haven't bonded yet, Princess, so don't push me with wanting another man right now.
I know that mates are territorial and possessive, and he's stated as much. But I've never known a mate who has held out on the bond, and I can only imagine how hard it's been for him. Since the males always feel it worse, even though I feel that tug to him and always want to be around him, I know it affects him a lot more than me. You just said you were a reasonable man.
Not when it comes to you going near other men, he growls in a low warning.
He slams his eyes shut and draws in a ragged breath.
Do you know how badly I wanted you last night? Every night. Right now. I want you, and I'm fighting my base instincts by letting you call the shots here, Astrid. Please don't make it any harder.
It's the please that gets me, and the desperation in his tone. And it's the fact that I want him just as badly. Cupping his cheek, I lean forward and kiss him. Once I bond with him, I know he won't let me go, but he won't let me go even if we don't. I am his, and he is mine. Rave grips the back of my neck and squeezes gently.
You make me crazy,
he says against my lips. Our kiss deepens, and I move to straddle him on his chair. I feel how fucking hard he is, straining against his black slacks, and I move against him. He moans. "Do you want this, Astrid? Do you want me?" Fuck it. I nod. I want him. I can't keep fighting this pull. I don't ever have to tell him I'm a seer, and I'll get my way and be able to visit August, with or without his blessing. But for right now, I'm going to give in to my instincts and make him mine. Chapter 25. Rave stands with me in his arms and carries me to his bedroom. We pass people on the way, but I'm too busy with my mouth on his neck to care, even when I vaguely hear his brothers make comments. The bond is calling to me, and nothing else matters right now. We are desperate, our magic pulsing, demanding to be joined. The door slams behind him as we enter his bedroom, and then I'm pushed back against the door, his lips on mine, the kiss hard and demanding. We're frantic as we devour each other, the intensity like nothing I've ever experienced before. Grasping his tunic, I try to remove it to no avail, so he carries me to the bed and lays me down, stripping himself bare. I do the same, and our eyes connect. "Are you sure?" Rave asks, licking his lips. I nod, and that's all he needs, because he's on me, pulling me to the edge of the bed and spreading my thighs, his mouth on my pussy, eating me like a meal. My legs go over his shoulders, and his hands grip my ass as he feasts, tasting and sucking on me until I'm about to come. He doesn't let me finish, though. Instead, he all but drags me back onto the bed and braces himself over me, placing his hard cock at my sex. I'm so fucking turned on and on edge, and I know he did that on purpose, so it won't hurt as much when he takes my virginity. He kisses me as he slowly slides in an inch, then stops to raise his face and look into my eyes. "You okay?" he asks in a low voice. "Yes, don't stop," I reply, lifting my hips to urge him on. He curses, his control snapping as he sheathes himself inside me, stopping to let me become accustomed to his size. Our magic snakes all around us, intertwining with each other, the room glowing from the inside out. I can feel him, and not just his hard body and cock. I feel who he is, his essence. His magic pours into me. We become one in a way I never thought possible. I now know why people search their whole lives for this. "Amazing," he whispers, the shadows of his magic dancing in his eyes. "Rave," I moan, unable to put what I'm feeling into words. "Fuck, you feel so good," he grits out, lowering his lips to my nipples, sucking as he begins to move inside me. The delicious friction as I move along with him is like nothing I've ever felt. Rave watches my reactions closely, figuring out what I like, and he makes sure I get it, especially when he bites down on my nipple, and I moan loudly. My body is on fucking fire, warmth taking over me. The sex, the magic, the connection, it's all too much. Rave's hand cups the side of my neck, one of my legs in the air, and he fucks me slowly, both of our bodies trembling. It's more than physical, this connection, and I can't look away from those blue eyes I once called cold, and kiss the lips I once labeled as harsh and tainted by darkness.
"Come for me, princess,"
he commands, and like a good girl, my body listens, clamping around his thick cock.
"Fuck,"
he groans, biting down on his lip. Rave rolls onto his back with me now straddling him, hands on my hips as I start to move, his eyes dark with shadows watching me. He reaches forward to stroke me, lifting his hips with mine. And when I shatter for the second time, Rave joins me, and it's more intense than I could have ever imagined. The room's glow mixes with his shadows as he comes inside me, the two of us allowing the bond to spark and take residence. A ripple of powerful magic sparks across our skin. My wrists tingle as the mating bands appear around them, evidence that I've accepted my mate and our souls belong to each other. His wrists are shackled with the same. My magic surges into him, a white light, while his darkness consumes me. My fingers dig into his shoulders, and I see his eyes closed tightly as the power swirls around us. He holds me firmly until the sparks dissipate. When the shimmer of magic dies down, he takes a deep breath and opens his eyes, silver shining in them. Wide-eyed, he searches my face.
"Are you okay?"
Swallowing hard, I lick my lips before I respond. "Yeah." He lifts his wrists and stares at them, the golden marks symbolizing our union. In our world, we are more than married. We are bonded together for life. I can feel the power in me, stronger than before, and I'm almost scared to know how my magic has changed. My light mixed with his darkness. I don't know what the outcome will be. Rave shudders, and I feel his strong magic, soul, and mind. The magic is rippling across our skin. He's still hard inside me, even after the longest orgasm ever. So I raise my hips up and down on him, and his eyes flicker with want. Lifting me off him, he puts me on my knees and slides into me from behind, slowly at first, until I move back up against him with hard, fast strokes, letting him know I need more. And he gives me exactly that. We spend the rest of the day and night in bed, getting to know each other's bodies and adjusting to the magic. Food is left at our door, and we eat it naked in bed. Rave doesn't mention anything about more power, the war, or any other reason he wanted to bond with me. Instead, he simply focuses on me, on us, and it feels so good, so perfect. I couldn't be happier.
"You look so beautiful right now, naked, eating fruit with a happy expression on your face."
He smiles, his cheek dimpling. "I could say the same about you," I reply, swallowing a piece of pineapple before lying down on his chest. Although he does look a little tired. Did I wear him out? Rave kisses my temple.
"You don't have any regrets? I can feel you through the bond, and it doesn't feel like you do."
I don't, I admit, and his shoulders relax, the tension melting away. Were you worried that I would? He nods, fingers absently running down my spine.
"You were so against it, and I'd feel like shit if you ever had doubts, especially when it means so much to me. I'm never going to forget today. I'm the luckiest prince alive, and you are so worth the wait."
My lips tilt upward as I press a kiss to his chest. I'm glad you were my first. His eyes darken, and the look he gives me is possessive and loving at the same time.
I wasn't expecting that, but I can't lie and say I don't fucking love that I'm going to be your first and last.
You sound confident, I tease, and he rolls me over and kisses my neck.
You're mine now, Astrid,
he says, holding my chin firmly in his hand. My name on his tongue comes out like an oath, a promise.
And no matter what happens, that's not going to change,
he adds, his eyes flickering. I'm about to ask what he means by that when he distracts me with his talented tongue. I'm guessing I might not have been his first by a long shot, but I suppose I have to be grateful for the experience because he knows what he's doing. And now, I get to have that for the rest of my life. Chapter 26.
Looks like you finally used your charm to hurry things along,
I hear the king say to Rave, stopping me in my tracks.
I told you to do whatever you had to, and you obviously listened for once. Have you tested out the magic yet?
I guess the honeymoon is over, because I woke up to cold sheets next to me, and this is what I hear when I go looking for my mate.
I waited until the princess was ready. She is my mate, not just a power source.
Rave replies to his father, his tone curt.
I know she is, which is why I didn't threaten her,
King Tane responds in a bored tone, and I stiffen.
Anyway, we got what we wanted, and just in time with the vampires at our fucking border. You know what the Shifter Seer said. We need to be prepared. I know. Good. Now go and find Bob and test your magic. We need to see exactly what weapons we have at our disposal.
I take a step back, not wanting to be caught, and run into Cove, who looks down at the thick gold band on my wrists with a flash of envy behind his smirk.
I see you finally put my brother out of his misery.
Rubbing my right wrist with my left hand, I roll my eyes. Something like that? Does that mean we have a truce now that it's official?
Of course, princess,
he murmurs, adding a mocking bow for dramatics.
You're going to need some friends around here. Cove,
Rave growls as he exits the throne room.
Step away from my mate.
Cove laughs, but does as he's told.
Just welcoming her to the family. Maybe now that you've got her trapped, you can tell her about her little friend. August, is it?
Wait, what? Rave looks like he wants to kill his brother, the shadows darker and denser than the usual swirling around him. Cove zips out of the room, teleporting into thin air. I really need to learn how to do that. What is he talking about? I ask, my brow furrowing as I search his eyes. What about August? He rakes his fingers through his already tousled hair.
Astrid,
tell me now, I demand, my magic surging, sizzling at my fingertips. Rave's eyes widen as he looks around me, and I turn my head to see what he's looking at. Coils of smoke surround me, and they're not his. They're mine. Holy shit, I whisper, trying to control my anger. You gave me some of your shadows. Beautiful, he whispers, still staring at them.
I feel so much stronger now. I wonder if I can shield like you.
Fuck. I can only hope I gave him some of my shields, or even healing, and not my visions. Although, If he's a seer too, he'll likely keep the secret. We can test it after you answer my fucking question, I snap, crossing my arms over my chest. Rave rubs the back of his neck, and I know whatever he says next is going to anger me greatly.
We found him around the castle grounds trying to get to you.
He puts up his hands before I can yell at him.
I never intended on keeping him from you forever, but you are my mate, and he has feelings for you. I didn't want him around when you were trying to run away from me.
I should have known August wouldn't just walk away. What did you do to him? I demand, stepping closer and lowering my voice. Because mate or not, if you've put him back in the royal dungeons, I swear to the fates.
No, I did not do that,
he rumbles, his own shadows making an appearance.
I sent him away and told him you will find him when he's able to see you.
How many times did he come here? I feel his regret through the bond and his jealousy, mixed with a dash of shame and defiance.
A few, he admits, wincing. But you are mine, and
he is my family. I cut him off firmly with a scowl. I point my finger at his chest. I'm your mate now, and I can't be without you. But that doesn't mean I'm not allowed to have other people in my life who care for me. And August is all I have left. And I'm going to see him and let him know that I'm okay. I should have done it already.
But you didn't because you were planning on running away at first,
he states, and I hesitantly nod because it's the truth. I didn't want them to think he was involved if I managed to escape. And without even seeing him, how could they think that? At the start, I did swap my place for his, so I guess I didn't feel comfortable making those demands. But things have changed.
I'll take you to see him.
He gives in, hands on my shoulders.
But don't try to run, Astrid, because there's no fucking point. I will come for you every single time.
I know. We are bonded now, and the time for running is over. His shoulders relax, and he rests his forehead against mine.
I'm sorry for not telling you he was showing up here and trying to see you. It was hard watching you two together, even for that brief moment when you were my mate, but you were acting like his. He has a history with you, and I didn't like it.
I'm so glad he didn't have August locked up, or worse, killed. We have to trust each other, Rave, I whisper, and even as I say the words, I know it's hypocritical because I haven't told him everything. I understand things were up in the air before, but we are bonded now. Things are different. August means something to me, and Rave needs to respect that.
I tried to pay him off, but he wouldn't accept it,
he adds, flashing me a smile to try to charm himself out of this. I want to see him. Today. He nods, but doesn't look too thrilled about it. And since we're being honest, I heard some of your conversation with the king. So let's go and train because I want to see what came of us finally accepting each other. And after that, we can go and see August.
I accepted you from the moment I laid my eyes on you,
he reminds me as we walk outside together. And I suppose he did. But if I weren't a seer, I would have too. We didn't use any protection, I say quietly, biting my lip. And I'm not ready to have a baby. His eyes flash with an unnamed emotion before he masks his expression.
I take the herbs every month.
Of course he does. A flash of jealousy hits me at the thought of him with other women. Okay, I reply. Only one of us has to take the tea, and if he wants it to be him, so be it. Children won't be on my agenda for some time, and I know he will respect that.
You have no reason to be jealous,
he says, touching my cheek gently.
No one will ever have me like you have. I'm yours, princess.
Right, the bond. Nothing like having your mate knowing exactly how you're feeling. He kisses my forehead, and my eyes flutter closed. I don't say it out loud, but I am his, too. Chapter 27. Rave's reputation and the fear I felt in my first vision of him are why I didn't want to have anything to do with him. But since I met him, Rave's darkness has never scared me. However, as I watch him now, his magic charging the air, I know why there was so much pressure on him to complete the bond. He was already incredibly powerful and deadly, but that was nothing compared to what he can do now. As the castle fills with an all-consuming blackness, I'm the only thing the shadows can't touch, like a halo of light around me. Maybe that's why I've never been scared of them, because I know they won't hurt me. Rave was right. He is now the most powerful fae in existence. And he's my mate. When the air clears and life continues as normal, I approach him and take his steady hand into mine. There's a proud, almost smug look in his eyes, and I know he doesn't fear his amplified magic. He's been waiting for this moment. He could kill armies, torture masses with fear, and bring the realm to its knees. There is a lot of responsibility with this much power, and should he ever lash out at the world, it would be in trouble. How do you feel? I ask him quietly when he doesn't say anything. His eyes are pure black, darker than I've ever seen them. They used to only shadow, but now the darkness has consumed them. He shuts his eyes, and when he opens them, they clear as he gains control.
Strong. I've never felt anything like it before. The power's surging under my skin, begging to escape, to destroy.
When I glance over at Bob, our magic tutor/healer, I don't miss the flash of terror in his eyes. He says nothing, but he doesn't need to, because Rave has become a weapon. You will control it, I state, squeezing his shoulder before letting go and facing the acres of land in front of me. He has no choice. And protect the kingdom, I add, swallowing hard. I gave him this power by giving in to my wants. I hope I've made the right choice. He tilts my head back, his hand in my hair as he stares at me long enough that the silence gets somewhat uncomfortable. Fear flickers in his eyes before he masks it. Since we can sense each other's emotions now that we are bonded, I wonder if he felt that flash of concern I was just feeling. Should anyone have this much power? Especially when it's not just him who's calling the shots. He has a king to answer to.
I'm still me, he rasps, kissing my forehead. And I'd never hurt you. You know that, right?
I guess he did feel that. I know you wouldn't. And I mean that sincerely. He hasn't told me that he loves me, nor have I told him. But when he looks at me like he is right now, it makes me feel like he does.
Let's see what you can do, Rave then says, lightening the mood.
He kisses my lips, walks about 30 yards away, and stands there facing me. Slowly, non-threatening shadows swirl toward me. Bob stands next to me. "Push your shield out," he says quietly, and my eyebrows rise, hearing the voice he rarely uses. I do as he says, using the same amount of force I normally would, except this time, it extinguishes the shadows and sends Rave flying backward with such force, I wince when he hits the ground. Bob murmurs his approval. "You both balance each other. But there's no way you are a common fae. You are way too strong for that." "My dad must have been a highborn fae," I reply with a shrug. "I've never known a half-breed fae with powers like that," he murmurs, and I nod slowly because neither have I. And Bob doesn't know the half of it. "Are you okay?" I call out as Rave stands, and I feel his surprise when he nods.
"Try calling the shadows,"
he replies, and I close my eyes, but nothing happens. I was angry when it happened the first time, and maybe that's when I was able to use them. But between our powers, I have no doubt we could win this war, especially with me being able to heal as well, another gift I'll need to test out as soon as I can. After another 2 hours of magic practice, I take a bath and get ready to head out to find August. He might still be with his cousin at his house, but who knows? He could have left the city to find some marks elsewhere. I hope he's still with Benedict so I can at least see him and make sure he's okay. Rave gives me a once-over, taking in my black trousers and shirt. My hair is still wet as I braid it in the mirror, tying it when it reaches the curve of my ass. My eyes look more green than hazel today, and I've lined them with a little kohl, making my lashes look even darker and thicker. They stand out quite brightly against my brown skin. Rave has changed as well, wearing black riding gear with a sword strapped to his back. His damp hair falls over his forehead, and his blue eyes hold no trace of the black I saw during training. "Is it just us going?" I ask, not sure if some of the guards will be joining us. He nods slowly.
"Yes, we will draw less attention that way.
And I don't think we need anyone guarding us. Do you?" My lip twitches as I turn around to face him. "I guess not."
"Did you and August ever have anything more than friendship?"
Rave asks once we've gotten on our horses and ridden a few miles. We stop at a lake to give the horses a break and admire the view for a moment.
"I know you said you love him but weren't in love with him. But you also said you gave him your first kiss."
"How long have you been wanting to ask that?" I tease, wondering how to answer his question. He shrugs and steps away from Apollo so he's standing in front of me.
"I saw how he looked at you."
Swallowing hard, I turn to face him, my back to Willow. "It's complicated. August is all I ever had, you know? Like I said, we kissed once. It was a couple of days before I showed up at the castle." Rave's jaw tightens, his eyes flickering with anger before he masks it.
And did you like that kiss?
Shit. I didn't have anything to compare it to, I admit, shifting on my feet, remembering how much I enjoyed it. And how many women have you been with, Rave? I don't think you can judge me for my one innocent kiss.
We aren't on the way to meet any of the women I've been with, he grumbles, raking a hand through his hair. I can't blame him. He'd be a fool not to want you.
I'm yours, I remind him, kissing his firm lips. His big, warm hands come around me, landing on my hips and gripping possessively. But August is someone I care about. He's the only family I have left, and you will respect that.
I'll do anything to make you happy, he replies, kissing my temple. But if he ever tries to kiss you again...
Rolling my eyes, I grip the saddle horn and get back on Willow, Rave's hands instantly helping me up. I think everyone knows that ship has sailed.
They better.
The rest of the ride to Benedict's cottage is uneventful, but when we arrive, no one is home.
What do you want to do?
Rave asks me.
Stay here and wait for a while? Or come back tomorrow?
I look under the mat for the spare key and let myself inside. I'll leave him a note, and then we can go.
This is where you would have hidden from me?
Rave asks from behind me, eyeing the place. I shrug. I waited here while August went to the palace last time because I didn't want you to see me. But we would usually keep riding. We didn't stay in one place for very long. His face is blank, bored even, but I can feel the hurt simmering underneath, just like any time my running from him is brought up. I know he doesn't understand my friendship with August. We aren't blood, but we are family. And this is the longest we've ever been apart since I was 8. We are perhaps even closer than he is with his blood brothers. And maybe there would have been something more there if the fates hadn't intervened. Or maybe it was just circumstances that made us both feel that way. But now I have Rave, and I know that August will meet his own mate and live a happy life with her. A life and bond I couldn't have given him. Do you mind if we make another stop on the way back? I ask as I hold on to Willow's saddle to help me up. There's one person who might know where he is. I can go alone.
You're not going anywhere alone. He scowls at the mere idea of it.
It's not in the best area, I admit, wondering what Sam will say if I bring the Shadow Prince to his residence.
I don't think he'll appreciate it. Exactly why I won't be leaving you, he replies, grinding his jaw. Ever.
Okay, but no judgment from you, I mutter, turning Willow around. With the sunshine on my face and wind in my hair, I enjoy the ride back. It's nice to be out of the palace, and I know that makes me sound ungrateful because I have everything I could ever want there. But sometimes I miss my simple, anonymous life. Rave stops when I do, and we dismount and walk side by side to Sam's house.
You used to hang around here?
He asks, keeping his tone casual as he scans our surroundings. Sam's cottage is one of many in an overpopulated, busy corner of the city. Sometimes I'd go with August to find out who his next mark was, I admit, and Rave grabs my hand and pulls me to a stop. When I whirl around to face him, his eyes have darkened. August is a mercenary, and he's friends with those also in that line of work. I don't know why he looks so surprised. No judging, remember? I remind him, squeezing his hand. He brings my knuckles to his lips and presses a kiss there before we continue. Sam is standing out front, his eyes widening when he sees me.
"What are you doing here?"
Then he turns to Rave and blanches, dropping to a deep bow.
My prince."
"Stand," Rave commands. I roll my eyes. "Have you seen August?" Sam's gaze darts between the imposing man standing at my side.
"Speak plainly,"
Rave commands.
"He was here a few days ago. He took a few marks. Hasn't been the same since you left, Astrid,"
he admits, rubbing the back of his neck.
"He kept trying to get to you, to get you back."
Rave stays silent, but he doesn't have to speak. The thrum of threatening magic around him says enough. He's unhappy. Darkness swirls around him. Sam's wide eyes drop to my wrists and the mating bands, his expression turning to shock.
"You are mates? Does August know?"
I shift on my feet. He knows, yes, but I told him I didn't want to complete the bond, so I think that's why he's trying to get me back. If you see him, will you please tell him I'm safe and happy and want to see him? Sam nods, swallowing hard, then bows once more, not just to Rave, but also to me.
"I'll tell him, Princess."
"Thank you." Rave continues his brooding on the way back to the castle. I knew mates were territorial, but he takes this to the next level. But for me? I smile. My world is finally coming together. Chapter 28. Sitting up in bed with a gasp, I put my hand on my chest. Another vision of August and his mate, but this time it's different. Clearer, easier, and I don't feel dizzy, sick, or drained. This is my first vision after I completed the bond with Rave, and I know that's what has changed. It feels like an inevitable outcome, and I wonder if others feel like that, or have different paths threaded through them. Maybe I will be able to understand them more now, and learn how to read them to better use them to my advantage. Glancing over at Rave, I pull the silk sheet I've all but stolen from his side back over him, covering his abs. He's asleep on his side, turned to face me, his hands tucked under his cheeks like a prayer. He's got many battle scars that are noticeable up close, and when I run my finger across the knife scar over his shoulder, he doesn't stir. I know I should eventually tell him about my visions, but not just yet. I'm going to need a little more time before I open up with that, because telling him gives him the power to destroy me if he wants. If it became common knowledge, his father might want to lock me away and use me for his own political gain, and I can't chance that. He's gone when I wake up. I have no idea where he goes in the early mornings, but I'm guessing he visits with his father and does princely things. "You training?" Elios asks when he catches me heading outside. His red hair is damp and brushed back, his black trousers sitting low on his hips. "Yeah, you want to spar?" I ask, wiggling my eyebrows at him. I want to do more hand-to-hand. It's not really fair, is it? My brother will kick my ass if you get hurt, he reminds me, but follows anyway. I'm never going to get better if someone doesn't train with me, I grumble, stepping out in the open and facing him, bending lower and getting into position as I stretch my neck from side to side. I charge for him first, getting him with a round kick. He takes it, wincing slightly, and as I try to punch him, he lunges at me to take me to the ground, immobilizing me. Trying to get out of his hold, I bring my knee up to no avail. But the second he lets go of my arms, I start attacking him. He laughs, and the asshole begins tickling me. I'm going to kill you. I manage to get out in between involuntary laughter. What are you going to do? Heal me to death? He teases, and sparks fly as his magic lets loose, fire locking us in a circle. When shadows extinguish the fire, I know Rave has arrived. He walks out of fucking nowhere and stares down at us, his eyes black. Elios lifts his hands off me and slides off my body. Just sparring, brother, he says, eyeing Rave like he's about to explode. Is that what you call it? Rave growls, reaching his hand down to pull me off the grass. Elios hightails it out of there, and I roll my eyes at the prince in front of me. Woke up on the wrong side of the bed? Rave lifts my braid and winds it around his hand. I don't like anyone touching or flirting with you. He tilts my head back using my hair and kisses my lips. Whatever you want to learn, I will teach you. You usually do, but as usual, you weren't there when I woke up, I remind him, reaching out to touch his chest. And Elios is harmless. He's like a brother to me. He would have taken you if he could. All of them would have. But I chose you, I remind him. There wasn't any competition. And if Nico already knew who his mate was, there was obviously some weird magic making that whole situation happen in the first place. Stepping backward, I push out my shield, creating a defense, and flash him a grin. Come get me, Shadow Warlord, if you can. His lip twitches, and I run a few yards away as his shadows try to read me. But even they cannot penetrate my walls. Have you tried to see if you can shield? I ask him, and he nods. I did, but there's only darkness in my mind, he replies, spreading his arms outward as the shadows envelop the forest. I slam my eyes shut and try to use them again, but nothing. While I can shield, heal, and see some glances in the future, I don't exactly have any offensive magic, so the shadows would have been amazing. Elios's words come back to me. Do you know any healers who can use their gift to defend themselves? The shadows clear, and Rave steps through them. What do you mean? Use your magic to harm someone from the inside out instead of healing them? I swallow. Well, when he puts it like that, it doesn't sound too great. Well, I can protect myself. I can heal others. But we might be going to war soon, and I know my shields will help. However, I don't have any other offensive magic. Princess, you could save thousands of warriors with that shield, he says, his brow furrowing. You could save countless lives with your healing.
I don't know anyone who can do both of those things. Just because you can't torture people with their fear of the dark doesn't mean you won't be an asset anywhere you go. We balance each other out. You are the light to my dark. He pauses and then adds, when war comes, we will need your help, but I don't want you out in the middle of the field.
My jaw drops. Where will I be then? Hiding away, waiting to heal those who don't die?
You will be put somewhere you can shield without being in the line of fire, he replies, stopping in front of the boundary I'm still holding. There will be thousands of vampires trying to kill us, and I need you safe.
The old me wouldn't have wanted to be in a war. But I'm stronger now, and I don't want to sit around simply because I'm a woman. I've been training almost every day to become a weapon, one where I won't ever need to rely on a man to save me. I don't bother fighting with Rave over it, because I know, at the end of the day, I will do what I need to do. There are some warrior fae who are women, I say, dropping my shield so he can come close to me. Will they be hiding away too?
None of those women are mine, he replies in a low growl, his hand gripping the back of my neck. You are the only princess this kingdom has. You know that, right?
Yes, it is quite the sausage fest here, I grumble, and he shakes his head, smirking. I haven't practiced my healing magic since we bonded. Could we go into the city and maybe offer to help some people?
If you like. What happens to you when you heal someone who is heavily injured? He asks, frowning.
Right. He's never actually seen me properly heal someone, and different healers have different side effects. I take on their pain, I admit, swallowing hard while a muscle works in his jaw. And I'm pretty drained afterward, but that was before I bonded with someone as strong as you, so I don't know what will happen now.
So you physically feel what they are feeling? He asks, crossing his arms over his torso and studying me. I don't like that.
You don't have to like it. It's not your gift, I reply, lifting my chin. Blue eyes zero in on mine.
Would you want to see me in pain?
No, but it's just temporary for me, and I like helping people when I can. It's a part of who I am, I reply, going up on my tiptoes and kissing him. I can kiss him any time I want now, and I like it. I don't have any regrets about what has happened. My first vision was trumped by the second one. His tongue sweeps into my mouth as our kiss deepens, and the mix of surging magic and physical and mental chemistry is a high I will never tire of. He pushes me back against a tree trunk as he kisses down my neck to my collarbone. He's hard against my stomach, and I know if he reaches to touch me, I'll be wet and ready for him. As if he can read my mind, he slides his palm down my trousers and reaches into my panties.
Fuck, you're so wet,
he states, gripping my face with his free hand and returning my lips to his. Rave, I whisper, as he continues to circle my clit with his thumb. His hand drops to my throat, pinning me with his eyes locked onto mine.
Come for me, princess.
As I come, he continues to watch me, eyes burning with lust, want, and protectiveness. Once he's wrung every last wave of pleasure out of me, he removes his fingers, his other hand still on my throat in a possessive grasp. That's my good girl. And then he smiles, his cheek dimpling. My last line of defense tumbles down. Chapter 29. Try this. You'll love it, Rave says, paying the vendor and handing me some candied fruit. Taking a bite, I smile happily as the sweetness hits my mouth. Okay, I could get addicted to this. He flashes me a smirk, eyes watching me eat the treat. We rode into the city this afternoon, hoping to find someone I could help heal, but he's been diverting me by buying me all kinds of treats and showing me his favorite places. Are you trying to distract me from using my gift? I ask, arching my brow. It's sweet he doesn't want to see me in pain, but no one said I have to heal someone on the verge of death or anything. Never. He smirks and takes my hand as we walk through the markets. You know, I think I want another one of these, I admit as I take the last bite. He laughs, a boyish light in his eyes. Stay here. I'll go get you some more. As he heads off to a few stalls back, I look at some clothing items while I wait for him. Not that I need anything, with Celeste bringing new items into my room every other day. Suddenly, a hand comes around me from behind, a cloth pushed against my face. My eyes dart around, looking for Rave. I try and say his name, but all I see is darkness that doesn't belong to him. My eyes slowly drift open, and I have to blink a few times to clear my head. Star? My head snaps to the right, following the familiar voice, surprise filling me. August? He comes over to the bed and cups my face, brown eyes slamming shut, crinkling at the corners before opening. Thank the fates you're okay. My mind takes a few moments to remember what happened, but I sit up as it all hits me. How did I get here? You knocked me out? His eyes flicker. I didn't. I paid someone to get you out of there and bring you to me. The royal guards would have recognized me since I've been around the palace so much, attempting to speak to you. I'm sorry, I reply, frowning. I didn't know until the other day that you'd been trying to visit me. I went to Benedict's cottage yesterday, but no one was home, so I left a message with Sam. August nods and reaches for my hand, his jaw tensing when he touches the mating band. He told me. He looks tired. His skin is paler, and stubble covers his cheeks. Are you okay? I ask, swallowing hard. He turns to the table behind him and pours me some water, gently handing it to me. Thanks. I'm okay now. I've been so worried about you. I didn't know how they were treating you or... I've been treated well, August, I assure him. I've missed you, though. Me too, he whispers, thumb running across my knuckles. You mated with him. I nod slowly, taking a sip of water. I didn't want to at the start, as you know. But I got to know him and... You're in love with him? He asks, now avoiding my gaze. Am I in love with him? He's my mate, I finally say, as if that explains everything. And I guess it does. He lets go of my hand and sits back in the chair in front of me. You're all I have, Star. I can't just walk away. Is that what you want me to do? Leave you in the palace and let you forget about me? I'll never forget you, I whisper, turning to face him. You're my family, and I want you in my life. I really missed you. He smiles sadly, like that wasn't the answer he'd hoped for. I tried everything, you know. Getting into the palace, waiting around, and hoping I could get a glimpse of you. He sighs, rubbing the back of his neck. I took marks in that area just so I was still close to you. And eventually I demanded to speak with the prince, and he told me I wasn't allowed to see you yet. He even tried to pay me off to leave you alone. My chest tightens. While I was eating the best foods and wearing lavish gowns, he was outside, waiting and fighting for me. If I didn't walk into the palace with those fucking diamonds, none of this would have happened. We'd still be together, living our own quiet life, he says quietly, staring down at his hands. He might be right, but I know the fates would have eventually caught up with us. I scoot over on the bed. Come and lay down with me. He drags those brown eyes back to mine, then comes to sit on the bed. Pulling his arm, I wait until he settles in next to me. I know things have changed, but that doesn't mean you're not my best friend anymore. I'd do anything for you, August. You know that. Then leave with me, he murmurs, tucking my hair behind my ear. Before they find us. We can travel to another kingdom, another realm if we have to. Deep in my gut, I know Rave will find me. No matter where I go, he would come after me. I can't, I reply, hating the flicker of hurt in his eyes. Eyes that have been my home for so long. I'm training my magic and fighting skills. Rave... I trail off, not wanting to upset him by telling him how much the prince cares for me, how anything I want can be mine. What if you come and stay at the palace? We could find you a job. Maybe you could be a guard or something. His lips tighten. They don't have common fae as guards. You know that. And I don't want to work for your prince. I sigh and rest my head on his chest. August has a lot of pride. Always has and always will. We'll figure it out, all right? It'll be fine. I know it will. What about your vision? He asks, after a few long moments of comfortable silence. The one about Rave? It's changed. I pause and then add, I've had 2 of you with your mate. He stills. You look very happy in them. August releases the breath he was holding, arms coming around me. I don't want to know. Like you said, visions can change. How much did you have to pay the guy to kidnap me? I ask, frowning. He sighs and shrugs his broad shoulders. Don't worry about it. It was worth it. And then the door to the room we're in smashes open, wood flying into shards, covered in black smoke. Shit. Rave is standing in front of the bed, eyes black slits. Soren is standing behind him, leaning on what's left of the door frame. I take in Rave's leathered armor and the sword strapped to his back. He came here for war. I imagine what it looks like from his eyes. Me lying in bed with August, his arms around me and my head on his chest. Fucking hell. Rave, I say, sitting up and moving myself in front of August. He lifts unsteady fingers to rake his hands through his hair. His entire body vibrates with magic, and my ears start ringing with his sheer power. His wings are out, and I know how angry he has to be for that to happen. He's not Rave right now. He's the Shadow Prince, a fae more mythical than man. Rave, Soren warns, using a deliberately calm, gentle tone. You need to calm down. August gets up and moves to stand in front of me, protecting me as darkness fills the room. You're making it worse, I say to August, moving him behind me and enforcing my shield. This isn't what it looks like, I say to the smoky wisps of rave that are visible. We were just catching up after not seeing each other for a long time. If I walked in on him in bed with someone like this, I'd be hurt too. So I get it, but he doesn't know what August and I are like and how our friendship has always been. Catching up? Is that what you call it? He sneers, his voice a deep rumble. Go stand with Soren, Astrid. Now. No, princess. Just plain Astrid. I'm not going to let you hurt him, I reply, looking to Soren, hoping he might become the voice of reason here. Soren? He crosses his arms and widens his stance. I don't know. I kind of want to see where this will go. Fuck. Closing my eyes, I try something new, leaving August in the bubble and stepping out of it. Stay here, I tell him, then step to Rave, putting one hand on his chest and the other touching his cheek. I was coming back to you, I say, scanning his black gaze. I wasn't running, and I did not plan on being taken away from you. He grits his teeth together, grabbing my hand and flicking it away from his face. Let's go now, before I do something I'm going to regret. He grabs me, and we disappear into a vortex of smoke, reappearing in his bedroom at the palace. I fall to the floor. It's the first time I've ever zipped, suddenly feeling a little nauseous. I didn't even know he could do that, but I shouldn't be surprised, considering I've seen his brothers do the same thing. He leaves me there and storms out of the room. Fuck. Chapter 30. It's hours later when the door opens, but I'm disappointed to find Soren is the one stepping in with a tray of food. Is Rave avoiding me now? What happened to August? I demand, sitting on the edge of the bed. I've changed into a black silk sleepwear set, the long, loose pants flowing as I stand up. He places the food on the table and then unstraps his swords, placing them in the corner of the room. Then he pulls out a chair, scrubbing his hand down his face. Trust me when I say that is not your biggest issue right now. Soren. He's fine, he says, nodding to the food. Eat. Pulling out the chair opposite him, I slide the plate closer to me, eyeing the big pie and vegetables. How did you find me? He arches a brow. Persuasion isn't my only gift. I lied. My brow furrows with curiosity. You're a tracker? Trackers can locate people, sensing them wherever they are. They only need an item of clothing or strands of hair. They are incredibly rare and well sought after out in the realm. He dips his head. Yes,
And I'm sure you understand why I don't tell many people.
I nod, thinking about my secret gift. I won't tell anyone.
I don't think I've ever seen him that scared and angry, Astrid, he murmurs, rubbing the back of his neck. He was in a fucking state of panic when you were taken. He's usually somewhat in control, minus the shadows appearing. But today, he would have burned the city down to find you if he had to.
Wringing my hands together, I ask, "Where is he?" Soren looks down at his nails, avoiding my eyes.
He's left the castle. He told me to make sure you don't leave this room.
So what? I'm a prisoner now? I ask, my anger spiking. How long is he going to avoid me?
I don't know, he admits,
stormy steel-gray eyes pinning me in my seat.
Like I said, I've never seen him like that. What were you thinking, Astrid? You have a mate now and can't be getting into bed with other men. I just don't understand.
I've grown up with August, I try to explain, my shoulders slumping. We've shared beds our whole fucking lives. I didn't think. And I definitely didn't plan on Rave seeing me.
It still doesn't make it okay. Things have changed. Imagine if you caught him in bed with another woman. Okay, not fucking, but holding each other all sweetly and shit like you were.
He pauses, wincing.
I feel like that's almost worse than fucking.
Covering my face with my hands, I groan. Okay, I fucked up. I never wanted to hurt him. And yeah, I'd probably want to kill the woman if I found him like that. But he also doesn't get to lock me in here to punish me. He gets a free pass tonight, but if this goes on longer than that, I'm going to be pissed.
Let him cool down, then talk to him,
he suggests, standing and picking up his swords.
Now eat. You're going to need your strength and patience.
He leaves, and I go to bed. Not that I get much sleep. When I wake in the morning, the door is unlocked, but Rave is nowhere to be seen, seemingly not in the castle. His brothers and Soren are at breakfast, though, but my pride doesn't allow me to ask them where he is.
Good morning, princess,
Elio says, pulling out my chair for me with his foot.
Are you okay? I heard you took a little unexpected holiday yesterday.
Something like that, I reply, my lip twitching. Nico dips his head and takes a bite of his bread, but his blue eyes aren't filled with disdain like they usually are. I'm guessing they were told I was kidnapped in the marketplace, but not what Rave stumbled upon when he found me.
Won't be happening again,
Soren says, running a hand through his blonde hair. He arches his brow at me, and I roll my eyes. I want to ask him again what happened to August, but I need to wait until we're alone. And I don't know how to keep asking without them using it against me, or assuming that August is my lover, or means something to me more than a friend.
Welcome to life as a royal, Nico says, leaning back in his seat. Where's Rave? He had business to attend to,
Soren replies for me, lifting his coffee but not drinking.
If you want to train today, I'll be your sparring partner.
I'm in. Maybe he'll give me a proper fight, unlike Elios.
You think you can take a highborn warrior? He teases, finally letting the coffee enter his mouth.
I'd like to try, I grin, absently rubbing my chest, the tightness not leaving me from last night. And if I fight with the best there is, I'm only going to get better, aren't I?
You're a princess,
Not a warrior, Cove points out, finally breaking his silence. And like yesterday, princesses get caught in crossfires sometimes and should know how to defend themselves, Soren says to the Ice Prince. I agree, Nico murmurs, running his fingers along his sculpted jawline. War is coming for us, and everyone needs to be prepared. A war the vampires won't win, Cove adds, eyes flickering. The Shifter King is on our side. We need the Incubus King on our side too, Soren says, fingers strumming on the table. He's the only one we don't know which way he will go. I don't know much about incubi other than they only create male offspring, which means most of the new generation is a mixed species. Everyone else is on our side? I ask, wanting to know more about this war. Soren winces, rubbing the back of his neck. Not yet, but we're working on it. The vampires have numbers because they can turn people. No one else can do that. And what do they want exactly? I ask, frowning. Revenge. Our kingdom, Nico explains. I'm about to ask what we did that requires revenge when Soren stands. Eat something, and let's go train for a few hours. I have to head back to the borders after that. I pick up a piece of toast and follow him outside. When do you think Rave will be back? And where is he? I remember Cove saying that all the princes had their personal homes outside the palace. So maybe he's there. I don't know, but I think it will be sometime today. Newly mated couples can't stay away from each other that long, he mutters, and I wonder if that's the reason for the pain in my chest and the feeling that I'm missing some part of me. Which is stupid because I'm a strong woman and I can stay away from a man for more than one night. I don't need him. My mating bands light up as if reminding me that isn't entirely true. We face each other, and Soren starts to circle me with slow, measured movements, his eyes assessing where to strike. Don't hold back, I tell him, hands curling into fists. Holding back isn't going to help me. He nods slightly. I agree. Rave isn't going to like it, though. Rave isn't here, I remind him, arching a brow. His lip twitches, and then he rushes to me. Keep your guard up, Astrid. What's the saying? Be careful what you wish for. Chapter 31. The worst thing about being a healer is being unable to heal yourself. I've always thought that was the stupidest part about my gift, but I suppose there has to be some balance in the world. It's evening when Rave storms into his bedroom, which I haven't left since sparring with Soren. He stops a few steps inside, the shadows closing the door for him, and takes me in. I can imagine what he sees. I'm back in my silk night set, but there's a bruise on my cheek, and my lip is cut. I'm also not going to lie because my arm hurts like the shoulder has been ripped out of its socket. But Soren gave me the best brutal hand-to-hand combat session I've had yet, and with more like it, I'm going to be unstoppable. What happened to you? He asks, eyes flashing black. Soren was meant to... Sparring, is all I say, and his jaw tightens. Where were you? I ask, crossing my arms over my chest. Are you going to run away every time we have a fight?
He tilts his head to the side. You were in bed with another man. I think that's a little more than a fight, don't you?
I hugged him. Nothing else happened.
Emotional cheating is just as bad as physical, he growls, closing the space between us. I thought an enemy had you. Someone who could have been fucking torturing or hurting you. And then when Soren finally tracks you, you're in bed.
I'm sorry, Rave, I say, reaching out to touch his arm. I know how it looked, but it wasn't like that.
Emotional cheating. Is that what it was?
I don't think so. It would be the same as Rave reaching out to one of his family members for comfort after not seeing them for a long time. Did comforting August mean that I prioritized him over Rave? Would putting my mate first mean me stepping back from my close relationship with August, which is exactly what August is terrified of? His big hands cup both sides of my face as he scans my eyes.
I don't want you touching him again. I know he is your only family, and I am thankful he kept you safe until you met me. But you are mine now. The fates gave you to me, not him. And I won't have you disrespecting me by being all over him.
I swallow hard, and he watches my throat.
I've been patient with you and him, he adds, licking his lips. But the next time he crosses a line, I won't be able to stop myself. I will kill him. Don't you dare! Advocating for him might not be your smartest move to make right now, Princess, he growls, and I can tell his control is on the verge of slipping. If this is him after he's had a whole night to calm down, I don't want to know what he was like last night. He lets go of me and storms into the bathroom, closing the door behind him, and I sit back on the bed with a deep sigh. If he killed August, I'd never forgive him. But I'd be upset if the roles were reversed, and I need to remember that. I can compromise and get to a place where I can have them both in my life and, one day, even maybe get along. Rave is right about one thing. My soul is tied to his, and August will eventually have his own path to find his love. But I don't want to hurt either of them. After about 20 minutes, I've had enough and follow him, finding him sitting in the bathtub, head leaned back with his eyes shut. Without saying a word, I strip down and join him. His eyes open as my feet dip into the borderline scalding water, and we face each other in silence. I don't like it when you're mad at me, I say softly, taking in his tired blue eyes framed in his thick, dark lashes. And I don't like seeing you touch anyone like that except me,
Rave replies so quietly, I almost don't hear him.
That's how you lay on me in the mornings.
Fuck. I move forward on my knees and spread my thighs to straddle him. He doesn't stop me, but doesn't touch me either. I ignore his cock hardening against me. He might be angry at me, but his body still wants me. You're the only one I want, I say, lifting my wet hands to the corded muscles of his arms until they rest on his collarbone. My beaded nipples press against his chest. You're the only one who will ever get to fuck me, to call me your mate. My fingers slide up his neck, and I won't touch him like that again. Those must have been the words he was waiting to hear, because his fingers land on my hips in a firm grip.
You touch him again, He dies.
I bite my lower lip, and his gaze zeroes in on it. I know now is not the time to argue that fact or mention August at all. Instead, I lean forward and kiss him. He kisses me back, but it's not a sweet kiss. It's punishing, hard, and unyielding, and I feel his anger radiating through it. His fingers knead the curve of my ass, spreading my thighs further apart as his cock rubs against my pussy. Without warning, I push down on his cock in one smooth thrust, and he moans across my lips. I ride him fast and hard, water splashing out of the tub.
"That's right. Take what you want,"
he demands in a husky tone.
"Whatever you need, I'll give it to you. Only me. No one else."
"I want you," I moan.
"You have me. My body, my fucking soul, my protection. Everything."
I bring his hand up to my throat, because I liked it when he'd held me against the tree like that, tightening slightly but not cutting off my oxygen. His eyes darken as he follows my silent command, gripping my throat until I can barely moan anymore. With my hands on his hard, smooth chest, I rise and lower myself onto his thick hardness until I can't take it in anymore.
"That's it. Come for me, princess,"
he growls, his eyes not leaving mine while I start coming all over his cock.
"I want you to look at me and say my name when you do. Who is fucking you right now?"
"You are," I gulp.
"And who do you belong to?"
My lips part as I'm on the verge. I think I would say anything in this moment, as long as he doesn't stop. "You, Rave. I belong to you, Rave," I say in a throaty moan as wave after wave hits me. He follows me soon after, and I watch his expression as pleasure takes over, consuming him. His eyes flash from blue to black as he loses all control. Once he comes back to earth, he gives me a soft kiss, touching the cut on my lips.
"Who did this? Because I'm going to kill them."
Soren, but I told him not to go easy on me. I rest my head on his shoulder. So don't be mad at him. If I want to get stronger and skilled, I need to be treated the same as any other warrior. His big hands rub down my back.
"You're not just any other warrior. You're a princess. My princess.
And your princess is going to become hard to kill." I look up to catch his smile, his dimple making an appearance. He then sobers, his brow furrowing.
"I've never been more scared in my life than when you disappeared in the market yesterday. I shouldn't have left you alone, even for a second. I won't be making that mistake again, no matter how hard you are to kill. You got lucky this time. But what if someone else had taken you? Like one of the vampires? I would have gone to war yesterday to get you back."
Resting my forehead against his, I close my eyes. "I'm sorry I scared you, and then hurt you."
"I regret leaving you alone. But when I found you, I was fucking angry, and I knew I was going to say or do something I wouldn't be able to come back from."
He touches the bruise on my cheek.
"And I might have to go a few rounds with Soren to teach him a lesson for this."
I roll my eyes. I told him to.
"But I did not," he growls.
"Could you take him?" I tease, already knowing the answer. He arches a dark brow.
"Do you need to ask that? Even without magic, I'm the one who trained him."
and you're clearly very modest about it. He grins and tucks my hair behind my ear.
I'm the biggest and the baddest, princess, and it's best you realize that.
I lift my hips and start to move against him once more, and he makes a sound deep in his throat. He might be those things, but he's also mine. And I might be the one thing he can't control. Chapter 32. The next day, I ask what happened with August after I left, and although his eyes darken, he tells me that August is fine, and they left him right where he was. I don't know when I'll be able to see him, but at least he knows I'm okay here, and he doesn't have to worry. Rave is gone all morning, but returns with some candied fruit and a bouquet of sunflowers for me. I've never had a favorite type of flower before, but now I do.
We're hosting a dinner tonight,
he tells me, watching me eat the fruit as I sit on his bed.
The leaders are all having a meeting.
All of them? I ask, brow furrowing. How many are there?
Yes, all 8 leaders will be present. The shifter, vampire, demon, incubus, goblin, and fae kings, and the witch and mermaid queens. Of course, then there are the human leaders, but they won't be present.
My eyes widen. I've never even seen an incubus or mermaid with my own eyes before, even though I know they exist. Mermaids can shift into legs when they leave the ocean, but they barely do. And what do you need me to do? I ask, swallowing the last grape and licking my lips. Is there anything I need to know before walking into this? Something to save me from making a fool of myself? He laughs.
All you need to do is enjoy the night. Be your charming self. They will be curious about you because a common fae has never before mated with a royal. But remember, you can't trust any of them, so don't give away too much. Keep it light but cautious. I wouldn't tell them about all of your gifts because that will put you on their radar.
I'll just tell them I'm a healer, I decide. Unassuming and unthreatening, yet powerful and necessary. Although healers aren't usually common fae, I'm starting to think my father might have been a powerful highborn. It's the only thing that makes sense. He nods, then tilts his head to the side.
The princes and princesses will likely be joining us tonight. They can be a lot, and they like to stir up trouble.
I'll be on my guard, I say, stretching out my legs onto his lap. He strokes my calves, and the casual and comfortable affection makes me soften like melted chocolate.
I have to go to a council meeting, but I'll be back to escort you this evening,
Rave says, gently sliding my legs off him before he stands. He bends and kisses me.
Celeste will bring up your dress selection.
He grins, his blue eyes flashing.
I chose the items myself, so I hope you like them.
You chose them? I ask, my brows rising. He laughs as he steps to the door.
I've chosen everything, princess, and every item that is brought to you. Only the best for my mate.
Later that afternoon, Celeste knocks on my door, holding 5 different dresses with a grin on her face. You look more excited than I am, I smile as I invite her inside. I am. You need to look perfect tonight and make a good impression on everyone, she says, laying the dresses on my bed. What do you think? If there's nothing you like here, we can always get something else. 3 of the dresses are black, 1 is silver, and 1 is crimson. My eyes instantly cling to the second black dress. It has a corset-type bodice with a sweetheart neckline and thin straps. The material that would cover my stomach is sheer and a little more risque than I would normally feel comfortable wearing, but the soft pooling of the skirt reminds me of a dress a princess should wear, while the high slit makes it extremely sexy. "This one is beautiful," I say, lifting it into my hands. Celeste beams, and then she gets to work, creating her magic. An hour or so later, even I'm surprised by what I see in the mirror. The dress fits like it was made for me. My breasts are covered tastefully, and then the sheer material shows off my toned stomach, then flows artistically to the floor. The split will show my right leg when I walk, with silver heels sparkling. My long hair is down with soft curls at the ends, and my lips are red. "You are a miracle worker," I whisper, twirling around and laughing as the gown billows around me. "The prince is one lucky man," she comments, and I turn around and hug her. "Thank you, Celeste." "No need to thank me. You go and have a good night," she says, eyes trailing over her creation. When Rave steps into the room, his eyes widen as he gives me a slow once-over. His eyes flicker from blue to black. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Celeste make her escape. "I was hoping you'd go with that one," he says in a low growl, biting his bottom lip. "You look so fucking sexy, princess." The door closes behind him as he stalks to me, like a hunter chasing his prey. "I almost don't want to let you out like this." I smile and run my hands down his black shirt. "You look pretty damn good yourself." And he smells even better, his woody scent making me want to jump his bones. He lowers his head to push my hair off my shoulder and kiss the side of my neck. "The fates gave me the most beautiful mate." Smiling, my eyes flutter closed. Rave's fingers cinch my waist, touching the gown's bodice and then lowering to slide across my ass. "Okay, we need to leave now or we're not going to get out of here," he rumbles, stepping away from me. "But later tonight," he drawls, leaving the sentence open-ended, the innuendo clear with his eyes on my lips. "I look forward to it," I rasp, trailing my fingers across his chest as I head for the door. A soft growl escapes him as he follows, quickly opening the door for me before I'm able to. He takes my arm and leads me to the dining hall, which has been transformed with long tables decorated with crystals, a live band of musicians, and enough food and drink for an army. There are only a few people around, so I'm guessing we're here early to greet the guests. "I'm surprised he let you out looking like that," Soren murmurs as he lays his steel eyes on me. "You look incredible, Astrid." "Remember my gift for blinding people?" Rave says, his eyes narrowing. Soren grins and bows to me. "You'll have to blind the whole room, because no one is going to be able to look away." "You look handsome yourself, Soren," I reply, taking in his white tunic, trousers, and swords at his hips. "Armed? Are we expecting a fight?" "I'm always armed," he replies, nodding to Rave.
Not all of us have killer smoke at our disposal.
I glance over at the prince to find his jaw tight, and I wonder if it's because of the compliment I handed his best friend. When his jealousy isn't targeted at August, it's kind of amusing. Soren must feel the same way, because his lip twitches. Rave's brothers pile in one by one, and Elios winks at me, lifting my hand and twirling me around.
Fuck, I should have fought harder for you.
Rave slaps the back of his head, and Elios simply laughs. This is the first time I've seen them interact how I'd assume normal siblings would, and I find myself smiling. Nico and Cove join the group, both of them glancing at me.
You ready for this?
Nico asks, taking a deep breath, as if preparing himself for being social.
I'm ready to see the sexy mermaids,
Cove grins, eyes lingering on my one visible thigh.
You look good tonight, princess. We might have issues between us, but tonight is a game, and you belong to our brother, which means you belong to us. And we look after what is ours, Nico comments, crossing his arms over his chest. We must present a united front.
The king and other guests start arriving, and suddenly I feel like I'm in way over my head.
Protect her,
Rave commands, and they all nod as one. Protect me? From what? Chapter 33. After meeting a few leaders and their spouses and children, I know exactly why the men would need to look out for me. It really is a game. Everyone has an ulterior motive, and there is not one genuine person among us. The amount of backhanded or saccharine sweet comments I've received tonight should piss me off, but I've been polite and not let anything get to me. Being in control of my emotions and not giving anything away is key. Aren't you delicious? Raiden, one of the shifter princes, croons, bringing me back to his brown eyes. You can tell the shifters by how tall and bulky they are, and he is no exception. His shoulders look like they need 2 seats, and I can feel the dominance pouring from him. I know it's not uncommon for shifters to share a mate, which I find interesting, considering how dominant they can be. My gaze goes back to Laurel, perched next to the shifter king like his favorite pet. She hasn't spoken or eaten since she arrived. Would Laurel like a drink or something to eat? I ask him, ignoring the comment. He shrugs, sparing a glance at his father's seer. Don't bother. He won't let you or anyone else speak to her. I don't have to speak to her to fix her a plate of food, I reply, arching my brow. As I glance at Soren, he shakes his head. I don't understand this world, and I'm glad the men haven't left me alone, all of them taking shifts to stay with me and ensure I'm okay. Sighing, I lift the glass of wine to my lips, my eyes darting to Rave, who is doing the rounds and talking with all the leaders. It's crazy to think that one day he will be one of those leaders. The way he commands the room and is confident speaking before his words do is extremely sexy. He's powerful, physically and mentally, and everyone around him knows that and respects him. I almost choke on the liquid in my mouth when a woman comes up to my prince and touches his arm with a big smile on her face. She's beautiful, with bright red hair and shimmery skin. She steps closer, laughing at something he said. I know Rave is not that funny. A gorgeous mermaid has her scaly hands all over my fucking mate. Soren follows my line of sight and gently nudges my shoulder. That's the mermaid princess, Halia. I don't care who she is. She better get her hands off him before I make a scene. I snap, my eyes narrowing to slits. When I glance down at my hands, I see tendrils of smoke wisping out of them, and I take a deep breath, trying to calm down before I expose myself. The intensity of my jealousy surprises me, even scares me. Is it always going to be this way? Or is it just because the mating bond is new? Rave's eyes dart to mine, widening when he sees the darkness I'm about to shove down both his and her throat.
Are you okay?
He asks, crouching in front of my chair and taking my hand in his. Let her touch you again and see what happens, I declare in a voice so low I sound lethal. Blue eyes widen in surprise, then flicker black as he kisses my knuckles.
You have nothing to be jealous about. Although I like that you are. Are you sure you don't want to get out of here?
I lean toward his ear. Have you fucked her? He stays silent, and I instantly know he has.
At least I'm not in bed touching her, he finally states. Rave, Soren warns.
Completely different fucking situations. August is my best friend, my family, my safety net. I doubt this mermaid is any of those. A bit of a difference, isn't there, Prince? I snap, and he swallows, eyes flashing with regret. For pushing me?
I shouldn't have said that,
he murmurs, but he has clearly given away that he is not over the whole incident with August. I thought we were meant to present a united front, I remind him, scowling.
We are, and I'm sorry,
he says, pulling me to stand with him. Prince Rave, comes a sultry voice from behind him. He winces, then turns to face his ex.
Halia, this is my princess and mate, Astrid.
Blue eyes lower and raise, and I stay still, not giving anything away.
Nice to meet you, Astrid. I was just reminding Rave of the last time we were together here. Halia, Rave cuts her off. You will respect my princess.
Her blue eyes narrow, but she nods.
Of course. I didn't realize she would be so sensitive.
I reach out with my mind, trying to poke inside her head. Her shields aren't up, and she doesn't have much power. She would be easy to destroy if I needed to. And when I see what she's thinking about, I just might. She's replaying the last time her and Rave fucked. He has her bent over a bed, thrusting deeply. I pull out, just like he did, not wanting to see any more. Rave's eyes narrow on me, as if he can sense what I'm doing, and he slides his arm around my waist, bringing me flush against his body.
Come on, the incubus king just walked in. Let's go say hello, he murmurs,
taking my hand in his and leading me away. Just how many women in here have you fucked? I whisper, gritting my teeth. I hope you enjoy the feeling of knowing what it's to be my first and only, because I can only imagine how nice it would be. He stills and turns to me, lifting my chin.
Your jealousy is making me hard, but now is not the time or the place. I'm yours, and I truly don't give a fuck about any other woman here.
Prince Rave! The incubus king interrupts, and we both turn to face him with a short bow.
King Zithan, welcome to our kingdom. This is my mate, Princess Astrid.
Smiling, I look up at the king, taking in his black leather pants and burgundy shirt. His brown hair sits at his shoulders, his green eyes bearing intelligence.
Princess?
He bows, taking my hand in his and pressing a kiss against my knuckles. I notice the black bands on his wrists, ones that would have been gold when his bonded mate was alive.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
A quick vision flashes in my mind. King Zithan smiling at my mother, Elspeth. Did the two of them know each other? When he straightens, he tilts his head to the side, studying me, brows furrowed with curiosity. His nostrils flare slightly.
Is something wrong?
Rave rumbles, taking my hand from the king and back into his own. Zithan clears his throat.
I apologize. How rude of me. I'm trying to figure out what you are. Your ears say commoner, but your power...
Shit.
She is a healer and bonded with me.
Rave replies, as if that explains everything.
It doesn't matter what she is other than mine.
Of course, Zithan grins, but his eyes don't leave me.
A healer. That is a coveted gift.
I'm about to reply, but luckily for us, Rave's father interrupts, taking Zithan with him to speak to the Witch Queen, who, by the way, is a babe. Has Rave fucked her, too? Do you think he will ally with us? I ask him quietly.
I don't know. He's a bit of a wild card,
he admits, his jaw tightening.
But I don't like his interest in you.
I realize this is the first time we've been put in a public situation like this. We've been in a bubble ever since I met him, and I haven't had to see him around any women aside from Vera.
The Vampire King hasn't arrived, and I don't think he will show.
Rave murmurs, picking up 2 glasses of champagne from a passing waitress and handing me one.
That could work in our favor. It shows he has no interest in peace between us, and my father can try to get all the other kingdoms on our side.
Hardly seems fair. Rave's eyes cut to me.
He can make vampires, Astrid. He doesn't need to birth and grow an army of men. He merely creates them. His numbers are vast compared to ours. He could turn 100 humans into his own and set them on us, and they would be mindless and filled with bloodlust. We need the numbers to fight him.
I notice none other than Vera step inside the hall, a good-looking man on her arm. I can't tell from here, but he appears fey and has dark hair and eyes. Rave's eyes go to them, and his jaw tightens. What the hell was that? He turns to me to find me already watching him with a raised eyebrow and kisses me gently, his thumb stroking my jaw.
I'll introduce you to Pandora. You'll like her.
Pandora?
The Witch Queen.
And you're on a first-name basis with her? I ask, arching my brow. His lip twitches.
She's not a formal kind of queen. You'll see.
We approach just as the queen finishes discussing something with Nico. She turns to Rave, her violet eyes lighting up. She tucks an errant strand of her black hair behind her ear. "Well, well, I was wondering when you were going to come and say hello," she murmurs, a smirk tilting her pink lips. My eyes land on the scar that runs through them, and I wonder how she got it. She turns to me and smiles. "I'd heard you'd taken a mate. And wow, Rave, she is entirely too beautiful for you." Okay, he's right. I like her already.
Unfortunately for Astrid, she's stuck with me now. Pandora, meet my mate. Astrid, meet the Witch Queen.
He introduces. I move to bow, but Pandora waves her hand. None of that amongst friends. It's lovely to meet you, Astrid. She eyes my ears. I never thought the day would come when I'd see Rave settle down. I guess only his mate could have done that for him. It's nice to meet you too, I reply, admiring her striking pink gown. She holds out her arm, and I lace mine through it. Come on, let's go for a walk in the gardens. It must be awful only having men for company. You have no idea, I reply, leading the way to the alcove.
Pandora,
Rave calls out, warning in his tone. She's safe with me, Prince, she calls back, rolling her eyes. You know, I've known Rave for about 30 years now, and he still doesn't trust me fully around you. You are good friends? I ask, letting her arm go once the fresh air hits my face. We sit at one of the 2-seater outdoor tables. Yes, although we don't see each other much now we are older. As kids, though, we were the best of friends. The king and my mother used to have a thing. So while they were busy, I'd be left with Rave and his brothers. Who is your least favorite? I ask in a low tone. She throws back her head and laughs. Cove, definitely. I join her because I feel the same. It was so weird when I arrived because it tripped the mating bond for all of them. But it was more intense with Rave. With the others, it felt different, I admit, shrugging. Her eyes widen. What? They all felt a pull to you? I nod. I met the other 3 brothers at once, and the power kind of knocked me out. I've never experienced anything like it. Her confused expression smooths into inscrutability. That's interesting. Don't tell anyone else about that. Why? I ask, dragging out the word. Because I've never heard of that happening, she replies, lowering her tone. And I'm a witch. There's something different about you. I suddenly wonder if it has something to do with me being a seer, and hope I haven't somehow outed myself. Okay, I won't. I swallow and then decide to ask her something else I want to know. What's Rave's deal with Vera? And don't bother lying because I know there is a deal. She's his ex, right? Pandora nods slowly and looks down at her nails. She is. They have been on and off for years. Personally, I can't stand her, so I'm glad he finally found you. Rave is a good man, one of the best I know. But he is not perfect, and... She trails off, glancing up at the moon. She doesn't say any more, and I feel like there was a but at the end of her comment. I clear my throat. Have you two ever? She winces. No, we don't see each other like that. Now, as for Soren, I'd take a bite out of that if I had the chance. But do not tell him that. Why don't you? I ask, grinning. He's a good-looking fae. He doesn't like witches. They freak him out, she replies, tapping a long black fingernail against her cheek. She then absently touches the black stone around her neck. But I've heard about his proclivities in the bedroom. And let's just say I would be all over that. Leaning my head closer, I lower my voice. Tell me more. She grins, flashing a set of straight white teeth. Think chains, whips, bondage. No way, I breathe out. Soren? I know. Everything isn't always as it seems, is it? She replies, studying me a little too closely. I'd also hide that curiosity in your eyes from Rave, or Soren won't be alive long enough to show me what he's made of. We laugh as Rave and Soren come to find us. Look, she's safe and well, Pandora says dryly, her eyes going to Soren, who avoids looking at her. There's tension between them, though, and I wonder what history the two of them have shared. Rave's eyes search mine before he nods, as if satisfied she hasn't crossed anything he deems as a line. Meanwhile, I look at Soren in a whole new light, grinning as he looks back at me with a frown. What? Nothing, I reply, standing and wrapping my arms around Rave's waist. What's happening now? The leaders will all go talk business, so Pandora, you must join them. She groans but gets up and touches Soren's arm. Care to escort me? Soren's stormy eyes flicker to her as he sighs, leading her away. You were right. I like her. He kisses my temple. I thought you would. Did you eat enough? I nod, running my fingers up his hard biceps. Can we leave now? With a sudden move, he lifts me in his arms and zips me into his bedroom. I guess it's our bedroom now. It feels like the world is spinning, but only for a few short seconds. He told me he doesn't like to zip often because it depletes his energy, so I have to wonder why he'd use it with a swarm of enemies in the palace. Now you want to tell me why I felt your arousal back there? He asks, laying me back on the bed and licking his lips. Okay. Sounds like his dick zipped us here. You can sense that? I ask, my voice going higher. Yes, I told you we can feel each other's emotions. Is that why you came out to the gardens? I ask, my brow furrowing. He doesn't answer, but we all know it was. What, did you think I was hooking up with Pandora? I ask, smirking. She's stunning, but not my type. What is your type, then? He asks, eyes darkening. You, I whisper as he begins unbuttoning his shirt, revealing his sculpted chest. I need to go back, but I have a little time, he rasps, my breath hitching as he kneels to remove my shoes, then lifts open the split of my dress, running a warm hand up my leg and to my thigh. But I just wanted to tell you that I figured out something else our bond can do tonight. Oh? I gulp. And what's that? Project pictures into my head, he whispers, shadows starting to fill the room.
Do you want to tell me why I got this image of Soren in my head, wearing leather with rope in his hands?
Oh, fuck. Pandora mentioned something to me, so obviously I was thinking about it, I say, my mouth suddenly dry. It's not like I brought him up. He strips off the rest of his clothes while I sit on the edge of the bed until his cock is free and pointing right at me. I can tell he's proud of it, and he should be. That thing is a beast. Anger and jealousy are sizzling off him, and it burns my skin.
I see,
he murmurs, lifting his discarded belt and snapping it taut. I jump at the sound, and he smirks.
Now you're going to be a good girl. Get naked and bend over on the bed for me. Thighs spread, wrists together.
Swallowing hard, I do as he commands, removing each item of clothing. His eyes land on the dagger at my thigh, and heat fills them. Someone likes seeing me in nothing but a blade. I slide my sheath off my thigh and crawl onto the bed, placing my wrists near the headboard. He growls. I've never felt so exposed in my life, but I've also never felt so turned on either. I know I'm wet, just waiting for his cock. He ties my hands with his belt, then leans down to my ear, his lips sending shivers all over my body. Fates. And then his mouth is on me from behind, his big hands on my upper thighs, holding me in place while he devours me. Devours. Rave, I moan, my arms pulling down on the binds, but they don't budge. And then his hand comes down on my ass as he spanks me.
Who do you belong to, princess?
He asks, lifting his face from my pussy and using his fingers to circle my clit instead. You, I moan, and only you. He hums his approval and gives me his mouth again, pushing me over the edge. He keeps going, no matter how much I beg and tell him it's enough, until I've come 3 times. Only then does he slide inside me and fuck me like he hates me. Hard, fast, punishing, and I love every damn second of it. Chapter 34. Good night? I ask Soren in an amused tone as he sits at the table, rubbing his eyes. He looks tired and perhaps still intoxicated.
Coffee. I need coffee,
he rumbles. I laugh and pour him some, putting him out of his misery.
Thank you,
he murmurs, taking a sip. After fucking me like a whore last night, I went back to being Rave's princess as he held me and tucked me into bed. He then freshened up and headed back to the party. All in a day's work for him. But I woke up alone this morning, as usual, and I've yet to see Rave. Whose bed did you end up in? I ask, being nosy. Soren lowers his hands and looks at me, arching his brow.
From what I've heard, you aren't allowed to ask about my bed habits anymore.
I can feel my cheeks start to heat. He told you? Soren laughs, shoulders shaking.
He's my best friend. Of course he told me.
I can't believe he told you that. Pandora is the one who... I trail off, then tilt my head to the side, studying him. Is that who you took home? Did you get over your prejudice of witches? His jaw tightens, and he absently touches the scar across his neck. No, definitely not. Did a witch give him that? Is that why he doesn't like them? I want to ask him, but then Elios joins us, his hair tousled, still wearing last night's clothes. Looks like everyone had a rough night, I say with a straight face, pouring him some coffee too. Thanks, Astrid, he replies, flashing me a smile. And yeah, I did actually. Those mermaids are wild. Wrinkling my nose at that reminder, I wonder what happened last night when Rave returned to the party without me. What did I miss last night? Why didn't you come back? Did Rave fuck you until you passed out? Soren asks, wiggling his eyebrows. I roll my eyes, but don't reply because he's basically right. You didn't miss much, Elios replies, shrugging as he stretches out his arm to rest behind my chair. The usual lies and debauchery. Oh, and my father judging his sons. I want to ask if the leaders came to an agreement, but I'll save that conversation for Rave. So there was no drama at all then? I smirk, picking up a grape and popping it into my mouth. The men go silent. Elios and Soren share a look I don't miss, and my stomach twists as I realize they purposely aren't telling me something. What aren't you telling me? I ask, my brow furrowing. Nothing, they both say too quickly, standing up and excusing themselves. Fingers tapping on the table, I stand and go in search of my mate, almost running into Cinda's hard chest. Princess. He grins, green eyes dancing with mischief. Pandora asked me to give you this letter. Thank you, I reply, holding the envelope to my chest for a moment before deciding to rip into it now. Astrid, it was lovely meeting you last night. We're leaving early this morning, so I'm not able to say goodbye, but I hope to see you soon. And you are always welcome in my kingdom. Pandora. XOX. Refolding the letter, I feel emotional at her words. I've never had a close female friendship. It was always August and me, and now it's Rave and me. Everything okay? Cinda asks, his brow furrowing with worry. Yes, I smile, looking up at him. I wanted to train, but everyone is hungover or missing. Are you free? He nods hesitantly, his lip twitching. Of course, although I won't be able to chase you with shadows. Laughing, I link my arm with his as he leads me outside. What magic do you have? He has some. I can sense it. Cinda chuckles softly. How about we get out there and I show you? Okay, now I'm intrigued, I smirk. How is your mom doing? She's good. She always asks how you and the prince are, he replies, opening the door for me as we walk outside into the sunshine. I'll have to drop in and say hello. She'd love that, he beams, the two of us coming to a stop as the incubus king and his 2 sons approach. Princess, he bows, his gaze never leaving mine. King Sithin, I bow, then smile at both his sons, who look much like their father. We are just about to take our leave, he says, his eyes darting to Cinda and our intertwined arms before coming back to mine. "Would you walk with me a moment?" Cinda's arm tightens on mine, and I raise my hand to touch him. "I'll be okay." He reluctantly lets me go, but keeps his eyes on me as the king takes my arm and we walk toward the gardens.
"I don't know if you met my sons, Ax and Kai, last night."
His sons, who both looked bored as shit, nod their heads in my direction. "Nice to meet you both," I murmur, wondering what the hell this is about. "May I ask why you've taken an interest in me, King Zithan?" He goes silent for a second, then laughs.
"Your honesty is refreshing, Princess. Your power, it calls to me somehow."
He stops and turns to face me, still holding one of my hands in his.
"The war is coming, and this kingdom will be hit the hardest. If you're ever in need of any help, you can come to me. I simply wanted to let you know that."
I can only imagine the perplexed expression on my face right now. "Are you on our side against the vampires, then?"
"We weren't going to be," Ax then replies, running a hand through his brown hair.
Zithan's eyes snap to his, as if reminding him of his place. "I don't know much about incubi, other than they recharge their powers through lust and sex, and only produce male offspring."
"Their kingdom must be a real sausage fest."
Kai makes a choking sound, and my eyes narrow on him. Can he hear my thoughts? I put my shields up just in case.
"Yes, we will support the Fae Kingdom," Zithan says,
eyes gentling as he looks at me.
"Your power is strong, Astrid. You are going to be capable of many great things. And when you do, I want you on my side. I promise you protection and safety in the kingdom, should you ever need it."
That is 2 welcomes to 2 kingdoms. Talk about networking. I should have stayed longer and maybe got an invitation to the Shifter Kingdom to try to set Laurel free. "I will remember that. Thank you," I declare, offering him a small smile.
"May I ask how old you are, Astrid?"
"I'm 25. You?" His brows furrow at my reply.
"I'm over 200 years old."
"Well, in that case, you look pretty good."
He doesn't look a day over 35.
He laughs, but he's still looking at me with an odd expression, like he doesn't know what to make of me. The shadows arrive before he does, the pulsing power unmistakable. He growls as he lands, choosing to fly this time, leather boots stomping into the earth. 1 second, he's a few yards away, and the next, he's right there stepping in front of me, trying to block me from their view.
"Is there any reason you have my maid alone here, King Zithan?" he snaps, and I can feel how angry he is. "Just saying goodbye before I head off," the king replies, smirking.
He bows to me, I notice, and not to Rave.
"Take care, Princess."
"Safe travels," I reply, lowering my head and watching as the 3 zip away, disappearing into thin air. Rave turns to me and tilts my chin in his hands.
"Are you okay? What were you thinking allowing him to be alone with you?"
"It was fine," I reply, turning to walk back inside.
So much for training.
"Where's Cinda?"
"He went back to work,"
he replies, shadows trailing him as he stalks after me. He grabs my hand and pulls me to a stop.
Astrid,
what happened last night after I left? I ask him, searching his eyes. I know something did. When I asked if any drama happened, Elios and Soren couldn't get away from me fast enough. A muscle works in his jaw.
Nothing happened.
Rave, I warn, crossing my arms over my chest.
Vera and I got into an argument, and she left. That's it,
he says, his expression giving away nothing. An argument about what? I press, biting the inside of my cheek. What the hell are you arguing with your ex-girlfriend about? Blue flashes to black.
She wasn't even invited to the palace.
So you told her to leave? I ask, my brows rising. You two were thick as thieves when I first showed up here. So why don't you tell me what happened? He cups the back of my neck and lowers his face to mine.
I didn't want her to make you uncomfortable. It's your palace now, not hers. It's your place at my side.
I open my mouth, then close it. Because I'd be lying if I said I wanted her around, or wanted them to spend time together. But barring her from the palace also seems a bit cutthroat. At the end of the day, I suppose it's his baggage to deal with. Will he be that cold to me if we ever break up? It's rare for mates to end things, but not unheard of. We'd have to move to opposite sides of the realm to survive it. I don't know why I'm thinking about this, but I'd never want any of that callousness turned to me. As his mate, I suppose it wouldn't be the same. I'm the exception to all of his rules. Has everyone left? I ask, changing the subject.
Yes. Now, are you going to tell me what the king wanted with you? When I saw you standing there surrounded by him and his sons,
he grits his teeth.
He's lucky I felt no fear from you, or I would have killed them all.
And started a war? I ask, arching my brow. He just wanted to tell me that he thinks I'm powerful and I'm always welcome in his kingdom. Pandora said the same thing. And I didn't feel threatened in any way. He said he's supporting us against the vampires. He nods, his jaw still tight.
Yes, and I have to admit I'm surprised about that.
Biting my bottom lip, I decide to tell him. His son almost made it sound like they weren't going to support us, but they changed their minds. Rave kisses my forehead.
I'm sorry I wasn't here. And I don't love the idea that everyone is offering my fucking maid a place in their kingdoms.
My lip twitches. Sorry for being in popular demand. Must be hard to have such a beautiful, strong, powerful mate.
You would know,
he mutters, and I playfully slap at his arm. Now, are you going to train me, or should I call Cinda back? I ask, putting space between us. Darkness dances on the edge of his fingertips.
You're stuck with me, princess.
Forever?
Forever.
Chapter 35.
Baby, wake up,
Rave says, touching my arm. It's the first time he's called me that, and I think it's pretty damn cute. But then what he's telling me gets through my sleepy brain.
We're under attack. They're not at the palace yet, but they've crossed the borders.
What? I whisper, jumping out of bed. I've taken to sleeping naked, so I start getting dressed in a rush. Is Soren okay?
He's fine. He's waiting downstairs.
I watch his long fingers work as he arms himself with 2 swords across his back.
Stay here,
he commands, then disappears into thin air, leaving a trail of smoke in his wake. I go back to get ready, and about 10 minutes later, he reappears at the door, holding something in his hands.
I had this made for you this week. I didn't think we'd be needing it so soon.
My own armor. He helps me put it on, and it fits like a glove, sticking to every curve.
It's been spelled,
he explains, stroking the leather over the curve of my breast.
It's impenetrable. I had Pandora do it for you before she left.
My eyes widen at the power she must hold to do such a thing. It's perfect. Thank you. Dark eyes roam over me, flickering with uncertainty. What is it? I ask, running my hand down the leather.
I'm not sure what's worse, taking you with me or leaving you behind. I'll be in the thick of it, but at least I'll be there to protect you. If I leave you here, you'll likely be safer, but if something does happen, I won't be here, he explains, shifting on his feet.
It's my decision, I say to him, biting my lip. And I'm coming.
I thought you'd say that.
He grumbles, kisses me quickly, then rests his forehead against mine.
You will stay with me at all times and follow any orders.
I want to roll my eyes, but I compose my face and nod so he doesn't change his mind about taking me to the front lines. It seems to work because soon we're at the front of the palace, meeting with Soren, Cove, and Elios. Where's Nico? I ask, glancing around.
He's staying back to protect the king,
Rave comments, his hand protectively on my lower back. I want to ask why the king isn't fighting, but I don't want to offend.
You sure you want to bring her?
Cove asks, ice frosting the air as he looks me up and down. He's got a short sword on one side of his hip, the other a dagger.
I know you've been training, Astrid, but the battlefield isn't a place for a woman, never mind a princess.
He's been less of an asshole recently, so I'm assuming he's let go of the potential mate fiasco and accepted me as Rave's. It's my decision, I reply, scowling. I haven't been training my ass off to stay hidden away during the first sign of trouble. Rave studies me, raking his fingers through his hair.
I don't trust anyone else to watch her.
Pursing my lips, I ignore him and saddle up on Willow. Staring down at her, I realize she's all I have left of my old life. She's never been into battle, but there's no one else, aside from Rave and August, I'd trust to have my back. What do you think, girl? I ask her, momentarily wondering if I should leave her behind in case she gets hurt.
Hard decision, isn't it? Soren asks, not missing anything.
He's wearing leathered armor as well, with 2 swords across his back just like Rave has. But he also has another one on his baldric.
Leave her behind to stay safe or take her with you to see if she can reach her full potential at the risk of losing her to death?
You're an asshole, I grumble, patting her mane. But he's right. You're all safer if I'm there, I remind him. But I can't heal myself.
Yes, Soren replies, studying me. But if anything happens to you, Rave will likely smother us all with his darkness.
Well, if we go down, we all go down together then, I reply as Rave jumps on Apollo, and I feel his eyes on me. I can also feel his fear. But he doesn't project it on me or say much else about me joining them.
We will all protect you with our lives, Ilios promises, red hair falling across his forehead.
I eye some throwing stars on his belt and flash a grin at him. Looking forward to seeing those in action.
Stay with me, princess,
Rave orders one last time, and I nod. We then ride off into the forest to protect the Fae Kingdom. Chapter 36. I've never killed a vampire before, but that doesn't mean I don't know how. You either have to stake them in the heart or cut their head off. And when a group of them come running at you, fangs out and trying to slash into your throat, you need to think fast. Sword in hand, I knock them down and then stab them in the chest. Rave stands at my back, fighting alongside me and turning around to help get any I miss. There are so many of them, I managed to get out in between kills. I'm getting tired because we've been at this for over 2 hours. Such a waste of life, or death, as it were. Not all vampires are evil. They just follow their king's orders.
I told you they have the numbers, and their king doesn't care about any of them.
As the vampire horde comes out in droves, hundreds of them surfacing, we turn to using our magic. Rave's shadows encompass this area of the forest. The power exuding from him is second to none, but the harrowing screams of the vampires are something I will never forget. But without him, I have no doubt we would have been dead by now. The sound of swords clanking against each other fills the forest, and although my armor is spelled to protect me, that doesn't save my neck or face. I'm not completely indestructible. One wrong move and I could still be bitten or have my head sliced from my body. The thought makes me go even harder against my opponent, slicing his neck, blood spurting all over me. Cove faces the opposite side of us, pointed shards of ice flying through the air. The vampires don't stand a chance. But how long can we stand here killing them? Ilios and Sorin chase the ones who run through our land, hunting them down one by one. Rave stationed the rest of the guards around the castle as another barrier of protection. A vampire dressed in silver armor steps out from the trees, with about 10 of their warriors behind him. My eyes widen when I realize I recognize him. It feels like a lifetime ago that I saved his mate, Pearl, from the stab wound she received during the festival. Rave steps closer to me, and Sorin flanks me on the other side.
Prince Drake,
Rave calls out, widening his stance. The prince must be remembering our interaction because his eyes are firmly on mine. Rave follows his line of sight and growls, magic surging from his fingertips.
Keep your eyes off her if you want to keep them, vampire.
Much has changed since I last saw you, Drake says to me, tilting his head to the side. I feel everyone's eyes flick to me, but Drake's gaze goes to Rave.
We want our queen back. Deliver her to us, and we will cease attacking your lands.
My jaw drops. We have their queen? That's why they want war? And here I thought it was because of territory or male posturing.
We don't have your queen,
Rave replies, touching the hilt of his sword while I silently cast out a shield over us. Drake notices and nods as if impressed.
Ask your king where she is. You will save lives if you do, he calls out,
then looks back at me.
I won't attack with your mate here. I owe her.
Drake calls the vampires off, and they all disappear while I feel Rave's confusion hitting me. 4 pairs of eyes pin me.
Explain,
Rave demands, stepping closer. I helped heal his mate once when she was stabbed, I explain, looking back at where the prince was just standing. Afterward, he said he owed me a debt. I had no idea he was a prince. He wasn't dressed in fancy clothes or anything.
Only you would help save a random bloodsucker,
Soren drawls, amusement dancing in his steel eyes. With his hand reaching out to my shoulder, he pulls me against him.
Let's get home. The vampire prince doesn't want our princess to see battle.
Rave's soft growl pierces the air, and his finger finds my waist and pulls me away from Soren's clutch. Do we have the vampire queen? I ask, and they all go silent. And with that, I know there is an issue. I leave it for now because we're out in the open, but I'm demanding answers the second I'm alone with Rave. The men kill more vampires on the ride back to the castle, and we stop to check the perimeters before we head inside. As we step inside the palace, Cinda's eyes widen in horror as he takes in the blood on me.
Princess, are you okay?
Yes, it's not my blood, I reply, stopping in front of him. By the way, you never got to show me your magic. His green gaze stops checking over me and grins.
I can manipulate metal, so swords are no use against me.
Sneaky, I reply, just as Rave picks me up and carries me to our bedroom. I wave at Cinda, who winks at me. What's the hurry? He doesn't stop until we're in his bathroom, where he helps me peel off my armor and fills up the tub.
I don't like seeing blood on you.
Tell me about the queen. He rubs the back of his neck.
We don't have the queen, but my father did help her escape. She's not here. No matter how much we tell them we don't have her, they won't believe us.
Why did he help her escape? I ask, brow furrowing.
He has a soft spot for her,
he admits, shrugging.
I don't get it either. But she was forced to marry the king and wanted out. My father met her at an event last year and, for some reason, he helped her escape. They know it was him, and they assume he's keeping her here.
So we're in the middle of some lover's tiff? I ask, moaning as I step into the warm water. Are you going to join me? I'm not the only one covered in blood. Rave eyes his hands and nods, undressing and sliding in behind me. He takes the cloth and scrubs my skin slowly, gently.
You fought well today, he says into my ear, pride in his tone. You handled your own.
Thank you, I reply, smiling to myself at his compliment. So did you, but you probably know that. He laughs a soft rumble.
Do you remember when I told you that, when we bonded, I'd become the most powerful fae alive?
Yes.
He kisses my temple. I was wrong. I think it's going to be you, Astrid. Once you learn what you are capable of, it's going to be you.
I swallow hard. And is your ego going to be okay with that? Rave playfully bites down on the side of my neck.
You're my mate. You are the only person in the world I'm fucking proud to be better than me. Well, you and any kids I might have.
I lean my head back against his hard chest, smiling. I think we still have some time before the student becomes the teacher. His laugh shakes my body.
I'll enjoy it while I can,
he says as his hard cock presses into my ass. I've heard that after fighting, men need to fuck long and hard, and I can't wait to have a taste of that battle celebration. He must sense my arousal.
Let's get out of here so I can fuck you. I need to be inside your wet little cunt right now.
I grin as his dirty words make me moan. And yeah, the glory is fucking amazing. Chapter 37. Soren has a woman sitting on his lap at breakfast. She's pretty, with light, almost white hair and dark brown eyes. He couldn't find a woman more opposite to Pandora if he tried. Good morning, I say, sitting down and eyeing the pair.
Princess,
he says, lifting some juice to his lips.
How did you sleep?
Well, I reply, arching my brow. I know I shouldn't have, but after Rave fucked me 3 times, I all but passed out. I see Soren also got his fair share of after-battle action. Are you going to introduce me to your guest? I ask, arching my brow. Or am I to pretend she's not here? The woman doesn't even look at me. Instead, she focuses on Soren, a doting, loving expression on her face.
The latter.
He smirks, feeding her some fruit.
My pet was hungry, so I'm going to feed her and then take her back to bed.
I blink slowly a few times. Your pet? Well, this is interesting. I butter my bread and watch them interact, the woman only keeping her eyes on Soren like he's her master. It's disturbing, but I also can't look away. I feel like kicking Soren's ass after this to prove something, although I'm not sure exactly what. Cove sits, smirking when he sees Soren. Are we acting like our usual selves now? No more good behavior so we don't scare off the princess here? My head snaps to him. What? This was normal before I arrived here?
You have no idea.
Cove laughs, looking up as Nico sits next to him. He ignores everyone else at the table and zooms in on me.
I heard you did well last night, Astrid. Rave couldn't stop bragging about you this morning to anyone who would listen.
Where is he now? I ask, taking a bite of bread and cheese. Nico shares a glance with Soren, then shrugs.
Probably with our father, I don't know. Doing oldest brother shit.
Soren avoids my gaze, focusing back on his pet, who is now kissing up his neck.
Rave is going to kill you for bringing her to breakfast,
Nico says, shaking his head at Soren.
You make his mate uncomfortable, and he will make you uncomfortable. Soren chews thoughtfully. Are you uncomfortable, princess? I didn't know how to answer that. I'm not exactly comfortable, but it's his life, and he can do whatever he wants. Apparently, I took too long to answer, because Cove makes a tisk-tisk sound. Yeah, Rave is going to be pissed. So what? He told all of you to pretend to be normal until I wasn't a flight risk? I ask, the idea somehow amusing me. Pretty much, Nico replies, counting off his fingers one by one. No fucking or bringing random women around you, no nudity, no hitting on you, no making you uncomfortable. No telling her how sexy her tits and ass are, Soren adds, flashing me a smile that's all teeth. Or was that one only for me? Why couldn't Rave have had sisters? I mutter to myself, smiling as Elios arrives. He kisses the top of my head before taking a seat next to Soren. Oh, have Rave's rules been axed? Because I left my woman back in bed. I throw my napkin on the table. I can't believe I'm stuck with all of you, and the only other woman at the table isn't allowed to talk. You're lucky I'm not your mate, Soren, because I'd kick your ass. I'd torture you, heal you, and then do it all over again. The men all laugh, and even Soren's steely gray eyes dance with amusement. At least you'd heal me. Getting up and ignoring their chuckles, which follow me out of the dining room, I go in search of Rave. Instead, I almost run right into the king himself. Your Highness, I breathe out, bowing. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you there. He waves his hand in the air, dismissing my apology. Princess, you raised a lot of interest at our dinner the other night, and I heard you defended our kingdom fiercely. He tilts his head to the side, studying me a little too intently. I'm glad the fates have given Rave someone who brings so much to the table. I shouldn't be surprised, though. Mates are always equals in every way. Thank you, I reply, not knowing what else to say. Do you know where Rave is right now? His eyes narrow slightly. He has left the castle to run some errands for me. He will be back later. The king turns and walks into the dining room, dismissing me, so I head out to the stables to spend a little time with Willow. After a short time, I decide to ask if Soren or Elios are free to train, so I head back to the dining table. While Soren has his woman straddling his lap, Elios has brought down his woman from his bed and is making out with her. I was gone for 30 minutes, I grumble, turning back around. I search for Bob to see if he wants to train magic, but he's also nowhere to be found. So, alone, I wander through the gardens, my mind roaming. I wonder where August went after Rave found us. Would he have stayed in the city? I told him I was safe and happy, so I have no idea what his next move would have been. I miss him. No one will ever be able to replace August, and I know that. If I could learn how to zip, I could easily visit with him. You can only go to places you've been before, places you can vision, and you can't travel too far in one jump. Stretching my neck from side to side, I picture my bedroom in my head and try to will my body to go there. I've noticed this is one gift Rave hasn't encouraged me to learn, and it's clear why. If I can zip,
I'll be able to go anywhere and do whatever I want. And yes, I'll likely be in more danger, but I can't stay behind these castle walls forever. A vision suddenly hits me. The Fae King making love to a woman. A vampire. Is it their queen? He touches her cheek tenderly. They love each other. I can feel it. I just want to be with you, she says, her eyes pooling with tears.
We need to hide you for now, the king replies, kissing her lips. But once we deal with the king, you can rule this kingdom as my queen.
Well, well, well. Today's gossip, courtesy of my visions. Does Rave know that his father and the vampire queen are lovers? And this is the true reason for the war we find on our doorstep?
You look like you're concentrating really hard there,
comes a deep masculine voice. My head snaps towards it. Axe, the incubus prince. And he's not alone. The man next to him is one I haven't met before, and I don't like the way he's standing there watching me, his knee lifted, foot resting on the tree, acting too calm and collected, like he has nowhere else to be. His dark eyes don't leave me, and his dark hair falls in waves at his shoulders. I've noticed the incubi favor longer hair on their males. What are you doing here? I ask Axe, taking in his leather fighting gear and sword. I turn to the man next to him, who is also dressed in leather. And who are you?
This is Bane.
He nods toward his friend, who flashes me his teeth. His tanned skin is covered in tattoos, and he has the whole bad boy thing going on for him.
And I'm here because the king sent me. He seems to think...
He trails off, his jaw tightening.
He heard the vampires attacked and wanted me to make sure you were okay.
I'm fine, I reply as Bane pushes off the tree, walks over, and starts circling me. What the fuck do you want?
Nothing, princess,
Bane says, sniffing the air, his eyes closed. When they finally open, they flash with amber before settling back to black. What the hell is going on? This is what I mean when I say I wish I had some offensive magic. I can't heal or sear my way out of this one. Maybe I can borrow some of my Shadow Daddy's darkness if I try hard enough, but that's not guaranteed.
You aren't in any danger. You have my word, Axe promises, placing a closed fist over his heart. What were you doing when we got here?
I ignore the dark amusement in his tone. None of your business. I'm not about to admit to him that I don't know how to zip. And your friend here is sniffing me. So someone better explain what is going on right now. The wind blows my braids into the air, and Bane's nostrils flare. He's good-looking in a bad boy might fuck you to death kind of way, but also comes off as a fucking menace. I create a shield and place it around me, hopefully blocking my scent from him.
Interesting,
Axe murmurs, his green eyes flicking with curiosity. He steps closer to me, inspecting my shield. It's invisible, of course, but the magic can be felt.
What are you doing out here alone anyway? There's a war going on. I'm surprised your Shadow Prince lets you have so much freedom.
My hands clench to fists. Rave won't be happy you both showed up here unannounced. Axe sighs and rubs the back of his neck.
We are allies, not enemies. My father is very intrigued with you, and he wants to make sure you stay safe. He wanted you to have this.
Axe hands me a small velvet pouch. What is it? I ask, frowning.
It's a gift. If there is anything you need, he said to push down on the diamond and say his name, and he will come for you.
He explains as my fingers touch the soft material. It feels like there is a piece of jewelry inside, maybe a bracelet. Please tell him I said thank you, but I am fine. Although, why would he care? My gaze moves to Bane, who is still silently studying me, his expression not giving anything away. I wonder what his gift is, because I know that's why he's here right now. Are all incubi good-looking? When Bane's lip twitches, I realize I've said that out loud.
Well, we need lust and sex to power up our magic, and without it, we'd likely wither and die, so I suppose it helps that we are all good-looking, as you say.
My chin lifts as I notice tendrils of smoke appearing from the palace. Rave has probably realized no one knows where I am. Tell King Zithan thank you for the gift and for checking on me, but it's completely unnecessary and, frankly, kind of strange. I tell Axe, my gaze still on the shadows that are looking for me.
You smell of his line, Bane says, tilting his head to the side, fangs peeking out of his lips. That's why he sent me. That's my gift, or at least one of them. He felt drawn to you when he met you,
Axe explains, shifting on his feet and suddenly looking a little uncomfortable.
In a kin way. That's why he's been so interested in you, Princess.
My eyes widen in surprise. There are no female succubi.
There are female succubi, Bane corrects, crossing his arms over his broad chest. There just hasn't been one born in over a century, and most, if not all the others, were killed off.
What are you saying exactly? King Zithan thinks I'm his daughter? I blurt out, my shield dropping as my unstable emotions take over. How is that possible?
He's slept around. A lot, Axe admits, wincing. But as for him birthing a girl, we have no idea. We're just as confused as you are right now. And we'd appreciate it if you didn't say anything until we know more. We weren't meant to tell you this today, so the king is going to be more than angry. At least she won't think we're fucking serial killers trying to sniff her for fun now.
Bane responds, smirking.
You can come and visit us in Chaos,
Axe adds, referring to the main city in the Incubus Kingdom. I've always wanted to know who my dad was, and now he might be a king and an incubus? The quick vision I had when I met him now makes sense. He did know my mother. He was with her. When I arrived here, I set off the mating bond for more than one prince, I admit, running my teeth across my lower lip. Bane's eyes flicker to amber once more, while Axe mutters a curse.
That happens for succubi. Or at least it used to be before we were cursed to only have male offspring. If you are setting the bond off for the princes, It must mean you are powerful. The bond would want you to breed with the strongest of males to produce exceptionally robust children. If you didn't bond with Rave already, it likely would have kept setting off until you choose someone powerful enough to satisfy it.
I don't know what exactly to think about that, but one thing at a time. Why were you cursed? I ask, trying to make sense of this madness. Bane answers me.
Our previous queen slept with the Witch King. He tilts his head to the side. So his wife cursed us all, and then hunted all the succubi. I don't know what has broken the curse, or if maybe you're just an anomaly. We don't know much about the curse or the claws, just that we've been forced to mix our bloodline more and more as the years went on, which is probably what she had in mind, to slowly breed out our species. If you are what we think you are our princess, our only princess, and therefore very important to us, especially to our king.
Axe explains, his eyes moving to the shadows that appear next to me, followed by Rave, who slams onto the grass with a snarl, moving right next to me.
Are you okay?
He asks, giving me a quick once-over while his eyes flicker to black. I'm fine, I promise him, stepping forward as he watches Bane, a muscle working in his jaw.
Bane, what the fuck are you doing here?
Do they know each other? Bane flashes his fangs and widens his stance, as if ready to fight. Why does he have fangs? Is he half vampire or half demon?
I came to see the princess. Isn't she allowed to have visitors?
Rave has apparently heard enough, because he stands in front of me and lets his shadows attack. I hear Axe's curse and Bane's sudden groans of pain. Stop it, I order Rave. That's enough. They didn't hurt me, although Bane sniffing me was kind of weird. A low growl emanates from Rave.
You scented my mate?
The shadows recede, and I wince when they reveal Axe with his face on his knees, hands over his ears. Blood drips from Bane's nose, but he's still on his feet, and his eyes still flash with defiance. Rave! I snap.
What? I barely touched them,
he replies, his jaw tense. Seriously? That was him barely touching them? Axe looks up at me, eyes narrowing.
Is that how you welcome family here, sister?
Shit. Chapter 38. Why do you keep looking at me like that? I sigh, taking a bite of the food in front of me. The perfectly seasoned steak and potatoes, which would usually bring me joy, have been dulled by the bombshell that's been dropped on me.
If Axe and Bane are right, this is huge,
Rave admits, neglecting his dinner.
And Bane is known for scenting bloodlines.
We're sitting in our room, ignoring the world around us.
But I don't give a fuck whose daughter you are. You aren't joining their court.
I know this is huge. I've always wanted to know who my father is, but I never once thought he would be an incubus. This whole time I thought I was Fae. My mixed blood now explains my powerful magic. You don't care if your mate is part succubus? I literally could be getting my magic from fucking you every night. He growls, the sound sending a pulse of heat between my thighs.
I'm happy to power you up as much as you need, Princess. I roll my eyes. You are mine, Astrid. I don't care what else you are.
My shoulders relax, and I smile. That's exactly what I need to hear from him. Leaning over our plates, I kiss him. He hasn't told me that he loves me yet, but at this moment, the words are sitting on the tip of my tongue.
You look so beautiful right now, succubus,
he whispers, and I grin, sitting back down. And you look good enough to eat, I tease, biting my lower lip. Or suck dry. Rave laughs, and just like always, I can't look away.
But we won't be telling anyone else this.
I nod. I know. None of it makes sense. Does Zithan want to get to know me? Or just use me? What do I want?
You shouldn't have been out there alone, though. I'm sorry I wasn't around and my brothers were being...
Themselves? I tease. They told me how you were forcing them to be on their best behavior because you didn't want to make me uncomfortable. And I appreciate that. But it's their palace too, and they can do what they want. Although the thought of Rave joining in with their antics makes me feel slightly on the queasy side, but it does make me wonder what else he has been shielding me from.
When they're around you, they can at least pretend to be gentlemen,
he grumbles, and I get off my chair and move onto his, running my fingers through his thick, dark hair. How did I get so lucky? I murmur, and his ice blue eyes flicker. He grips my chin and kisses me.
I'm the lucky one, Princess. Trust me, any of my brothers would kill to be as blessed by the fates as I've been.
I'm not going to argue with you there, I reply, kissing down his neck as he palms my ass.
Why can't I get enough of you?
Rave says quietly, like an oath. I want to tell him the feeling is mutual, but then his mouth is back on mine, and I'm straddling him on the chair, riding him slowly, and I forget all rational thought. He wasn't in my plans, but now he's become everything to me. I don't know how we got here, but I feel happy. Smiling against his lips, I fuck him until we both come, and then he lifts me onto the bed, spreading my thighs, his shadows pinning me to the bed, my arms up against the headboard. So the belt was all for show? I tease, almost breathless.
Didn't want to scare you.
So you've been holding back with them, then, I reply, crying out as his fingers start to stroke me.
I'm a lot, Princess. I thought if I gradually start to give you myself in small doses...
I wouldn't try to run from you again. I finish his sentence. He nods slowly, sliding one finger inside me. I'm not going anywhere, I promise. Give me all of it. I can take it. I was born to fucking handle all of you, Rave. Show me what else those shadows can do. His eyes turn to darkness, and magic starts strumming. He wanted those words, needed them. Back inside me, he fucks me leisurely, taking his time, our eyes not leaving one another's. His shadows shudder around me, touching my body like an extra set of hands. The pleasure is indescribable. It feels different this time. And once again, those words are on my lips, but I don't say them. I want him to, though.
When I wake in the morning, he's gone as usual, but Celeste comes in to check on me and help me get ready for the day. I catch Bob in the gardens, so we do an hour of magic tutoring. Is healing your only magic? I ask, sitting down on the grass, tired after shielding for so long. Only, Bob replies, eyebrows rising. Healers are some of the most powerful in the world.
But in a battle, there's nothing else I can do besides shield, which is great, but I have no offensive magic.
Healers have offensive magic, he admits after a few tense moments. There are things I can do, Princess, that I don't. But if I were in a really tight spot— Like what? I ask, intrigued. With our gift, we don't just heal bodies, we can manipulate them. For example, I could cut off someone's air, stop a person's heart beating, or puncture someone's lungs or kidneys. I can hurt them from the inside out. Have you ever done that? I ask, wondering how he knows all of this. I mean, you'd have to have figured out what you're capable of. I have, he admits, looking uncomfortable and avoiding my eyes. Not in many years. It's not something I'm proud of. But try it the next time you're in battle, or you think you're about to die. Picture looking inside their body, just like you do when you're healing. But imagine destruction instead. I hope I never have to try that, I admit, wincing. But I know if it came down to them or me, I'd try to use it. Thank you, Bob, I say, smiling at the older man. You've been kind to teach me. You have a good heart, Princess, he replies hesitantly, and you're going to play a major role in the future of this kingdom. I know it. Do you think you could teach me how to zip? I ask before he leaves. I'm afraid even I'm not powerful enough for that, so you'll have to ask one of the princes, he replies, bowing before walking away. I'm about to go in search of Soren when Vera runs through the gardens, her white gown billowing around her. Astrid, she says, panic in her eyes. I need your help, please. I quickly stand. Of course, what is it? There's an injured child. I don't need to hear anything else. Take me there now. She grabs my arm and leads me away, and I realize she can't zip either. She rushes me to the front of the palace and into a carriage. Cinda runs toward me and calls out when he realizes what's happening, but it's too late. We're off through the open gates and out into the city. What happened? I ask, preparing myself. Vera's eyes start to pool with tears, her hands wringing. He fell off his horse. We aren't far away, just around the corner. We stop in front of a beautiful home. I don't know if it's Vera's, but no expense has been spared with the 2-story white brick residence. We rush through beautiful gardens and into the house, and I see a small boy lying on the couch, moaning in pain. It's okay, I whisper, kneeling in front of him, my hands moving over his body to determine what his injuries are. He turns to me, and I gasp. Blue eyes look up at me, framed in dark lashes, dark hair. It's the boy from my visions. My son with Rave. Except it isn't my son at all. Vera sits at the boy's feet,
watching me. I know in my gut this is Rave's child, and Vera is his mother. And Rave has kept this from me. My hopeful vision of us was nothing but lies and secrets. What have I done? My stomach twists, the pain almost dropping me to the floor. You fell off your horse? I ask the child, and he nods once. Closing my eyes, I rest my hands on his stomach and attempt to see the damage to his body and absorb all his pain. But when I try to heal him, nothing happens. Looking down at my hands with a frown, I try again, but nothing happens. I can't even visualize any injuries, so I can't fix any of them. My skin starts to overheat, and I become overwhelmed. It's not working, I whisper, trying again and again. Vera cries out, venom in her tone. You won't help the prince's child? His heir? What a wicked, evil woman you are. Her acknowledging that this child is Rave's tightens my chest. Tears form in my eyes, but don't fall. I don't allow them to. Not in front of this woman. I would help him. I want to help him, but I can't, I say, cupping the child's face and looking into the ice-blue eyes just like his father's. I'm so sorry. I would take it all from you if I could. The boy stares at me with an empty look in his eyes, which slowly close. He's dying! Vera starts to scream. He is the next king! You must save him! Magic sizzles out of my fingers, and I use all of it, every ounce of me. But I still cannot save this child. Vera pushes me out of the way and puts a finger to his pulse while I step back, hands on my temples, panic filling me. You killed him. You killed Rave's son. No. No. Get out of here before Rave finds you, she snarls, and as I take a step closer to the child, Vera stands in front of him, causing me to retreat as she approaches me. Get out. You've done enough. I swallow hard. The beautiful child in my vision exists, but he's not mine. He's Rave and Vera's. And I have just killed him. Is this Rave's house? I remember Cove saying each prince had their own residence. Rave never brought me to his. And now I know why. Because Vera and their son live here. I'm his mate, but I feel like a fucking mistress right now, one that has been kept in the dark. His heir. So what would any of our children be? Cast aside? Or maybe he was simply planning on not giving me any. Does Soren know about this? His brothers? Pandora? They must all know. And they let me continue to look fucking stupid. And each thought hits me like an arrow, the pain becoming unbearable. I fell in love with this man, and he has betrayed me in the worst possible way. Every time I caught him and Vera arguing or her leaving and showing up randomly, Rave was gone every fucking morning without any real explanation. It's all coming together now, and I've never been more angry or hurt in my entire life. I gave up everything for the Shadow Prince, and he got every damn thing he wanted. This mating is over before it even started. Running outside, I stand in the gardens, taking deep, shaky breaths. And then I picture August, my home. I'm powerful. I can do this. And for the first time, I zip. To be continued. This recording of Forewarned was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Anne Robert. Produced by Haley Taylor. Text copyright 2024 by Chantal Fernando. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.